Preface of the Posthumous Essays of John Churton Collins. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Posthumous Essays of John Churton Collins. Preface. Most of the following essays were delivered by my father in the form of lectures. My task has been to put into shape passages which were little more than rough notes, to find references for the quotations given, and generally to see the essays through the press. Amongst those who knew him, some speculation may be aroused as to whether or not the quotations which are given throughout the book were written down by him from memory. Certainly on this point it is impossible, but the nature of the few slips which occurred in the quoted extracts has induced me to think that the majority at least of the quotations were written down without reference to their originals, and to those who were acquainted with his wonderful memory, and to the readers of his "life" recently published, this would be no matter for surprise. As regards quoted extracts, which are still copyright, I have sought and obtained permission for their retention where the debt is a big one. In other words, where "matter" has been quoted somewhat freely. Where the debt is a slight one, I trust that the acknowledgment of its source will be considered as a sign of indebtedness, and that the omission of a formal request for the inclusion of such a quotation will not be looked upon as due to a want of courtesy. The essay on Shakespearean Theatres, and that portion of the essay on Browning, entitled Browning and Butler, have been published since his death, and I desire to thank the editors of the Contemporary Review for their courtesy in allowing me to republish them here. The article on Popular Proverbs, which I have also included, is not posthumous, having appeared in 1902 in the New Liberal Review, a magazine which 8 years ago ceased publication. In conclusion, I have to thank Mr. George Phoenix of Wolverhampton for allowing me to reproduce the hitherto unpublished portrait as a frontispiece. L.C.C. April 1912. End of Preface.
Chapter 1, Part 1 of the Posthumous Essays of John Churton Collins. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. The Posthumous Essays of John Churton Collins, Chapter 1, Part 1. Shakespearean Theatres. It is not possible to determine the year in which Shakespeare arrived in London, but it seems pretty certain that it must have been sometime between 1585 and 1588. Probability points to 1587, for in that year the two leading companies of the players, the Queen's and the Lord Leicester's, as well as two subordinate companies who were under the patronage of the Lords Essex and Stafford, visited Stratford-on-Avon, and it has been conjectured, with much plausibleness, that the young Shakespeare got connected with one of these companies in some capacity or other, or at least made friends in one of them, and so was induced to leave Stratford for London. In any case, we shall probably not be far wrong if we date his arrival in London in or about 1587. I propose in this paper to deal not with the literary influences, nor with the social and political conditions which molded this mighty genius and gave it the ply, but with the physical mechanism, so to speak, through which it found expression, in other words, with our theatres, our stage, and our actors, while Shakespeare was at work. But a preliminary word or two will be necessary. From the middle of Henry VIII's reign, there had been much dramatic activity, and every decade this had increased. The mysteries and miracles had been followed by the moralities and the interludes, and these had been gradually developing into the regular drama. By 1572, the taste for dramatic entertainments had become a passion with the multitude, to the great scandal of sober and decorous citizens, and especially of the Puritans. Every impediment had been placed in the way of these amusements. It was only by placing themselves under the protection of some nobleman, who was responsible for their good behavior, that players were allowed to exercise their profession. They existed purely on sufferance. As a rule, they were not admitted within the boundaries of any town. Constantly threatened, in 1575 they were formally expelled from the city of London by the mayor and corporation. Regular playhouses there were none. Where performances were given, they were given generally in inn-yards, the audiences being partly round the actors in the courtyard and partly in the gallery running round. In London, favourite places were the Bell Savage on Ludgate Hill, the Bell, and the Cross Keys in Gracechurch Street, and the Bull in Bishopsgate Street, but no doubt most of the larger inn-yards witnessed these entertainments. It was the year succeeding the expulsion of the players from the city which marks the most important epoch in the history of our stage, for in 1576 James Burbage erected our first theatre. I must ask the reader to come a little journey with me in imagination. Let us stand as nearly as we can on the sites of the theatres with which Shakespeare was either professionally connected or with which at any rate he was familiar. First we take a ticket by the Underground Railway for Bishopsgate Street, make our way to the present Standard Theatre in Shoreditch High Street, walk past it a few paces, and take the first turning to the left. This brings us into Holywell Lane. Before us is the North London Railway Arch. We pass through it, taking the first turn to the right, and we are on the site of the old Holywell Priory. We go on a few yards. To our left is King John's Court. To our right, the North London Viaduct. In front and running parallel with King John's Court is New Inn Yard. Either on the ground now covered by the stack of buildings intervening between King John's Court and New Inn Yard, or on the ground to our right, intersected by the viaduct, stood James Burbage's epoch-making structure. A simple circular enclosure, modelled no doubt on the two amphitheatres for bull and bear baiting on the Bankside. It was built of wood, and had, like the amphitheatre, no roof, but was open to the sky. Of its size we have no account, but as it was built simply of wood, and yet cost Burbage between £600 and £700, and is described also as being a gorgeous playing house, it was probably of considerable dimensions. Within a stone's throw of the theatre stood our second playhouse. We proceed leftward down New Inn Yard, and we find ourselves in the main thoroughfare, Churton Road. The second turning to the left is Hewitt Street, late Gloucester Street. This was formerly Curtain Court. Here somewhere in the block of buildings, possibly on the site of a carpenter's and furniture shop, formerly the Great Eastern Sawmills, or beyond on what is now a timber yard, stood the Curtain. In structure it resembled the theatre, and appears to have been erected about the same time. These were the theatres with which Shakespeare was in all likelihood first connected. Henry V was certainly performed at the Curtain, and almost certainly Romeo and Juliet too. Tradition points to the theatre and the Curtain as the places where he once held horses for the gallants who came to the play. Before continuing our journey, we must not forget to glance at the fine and interesting church, St. Leonard's, Shoreditch, which contains the dust of so many of the fathers of our stage, among them James Burbage, Richard Burbage, Richard Cowley, William Sly, and the Yorick of our early drama, Richard Harleton. Now we return to Bishopsgate Street and make our way to Whitecross Street. We go straight up, and we see on our left Playhouse Yard, leading to Golden Lane. Just here is an enormous stack of new buildings stretching between Playhouse Yard and Roscoe Street. On the site of these buildings, with part of it abutting on Golden Lane, stood the most magnificent of the Elizabethan theatres, the Fortune. And a fortune indeed it was to Edward Allen. Its exact position was between Rose Alley and Black Swan Court. Black Swan Court has disappeared, but Rose Alley still exists as an alley, though it has now no name. The Fortune was erected about 1598, and the indenture between Henslow and Edward Allen on the one side and Peter Street on the other is still extant, and gives us an elaborate account of the structure. It was to be constructed 80 feet square on the outside and 55 feet square within. The boxes, rooms, and galleries were to be 3 stories high. The total cost of the site and the building was £1,320. Turn now into Golden Lane through Playhouse Yard. Bear to the left along Old Street and Clerkenwell Road, then bend to the right along St. John Street, Clerkenwell, till you come to Aylesbury Street. Go down it for a few yards and you will see on your right hand Woodbridge Street. This was formerly Red Bull Yard, and here stood the Red Bull Theatre, on the site most probably of what is now Hayward's Place. And continuing, keep along to the left through Aylesbury Street to Farringdon Market, and down the old course of the Fleet River till you come to Blackfriars, and there within the ancient Dominican precincts, near the Pipe Office, and next to the house of Sir George Carey, an area now covered by modern business premises, Burbage built the Blackfriars Theatre in 1596. Near at hand, the old hall of the Whitefriars Monastery was used for acting from 1610, and near this spot the Whitefriars Playhouse was built in 1629. Farther west in Drury Lane was the Cockpit, later known as the Phoenix. But it is now time to cross the Thames to the grimy, malodorous Borough Market, lying under the south side of Cannon Street Bridge, and you are on the classic ground of the Bankside. A few paces bring you to Barclay and Perkins Brewery. Somewhere on the area covered by that brewery stood the Globe Theatre, built in 1599 by Cuthbert and Richard Burbage out of the materials of the theatre in Shoreditch, which was demolished during the preceding year. This is the theatre particularly associated with Shakespeare, where most of his plays between 1599 and 1613 were performed, and of which he was part proprietor. It was one of the most purely popular theatres. Like those of the Fortune, the actors were terrible leer-throats, says Gayton. Footnote. This footnote and the one following were added in the Contemporary Review, January 1911, when the article was originally published. Reference may be made to the discussion over the actual date of the Globe Theatre, which occurred in the press at the end of 1909, based on the documentary evidence brought forward by Dr. Wallace of Nebraska, USA. Dr. Wallace affirmed that he had proof of the site of the Globe Playhouse being on the north side of Park Street, opposite to the spot hitherto accepted as correct. The situation had a pungent interest, as exactly 1 week after Dr. Wallace's discoveries were published in the Times, Sir Herbert Beerbohm-Tree was due to unveil a mural tablet erected by the Shakespeare Reading Society on a wall of Messrs. Barclay and Perkins Brewery, standing on the south side of Park Street. However, further documents were discovered. For instance, one in the Record Office dated 1625, and one in the possession of the solicitors of Messrs. Barclay and Perkins, dated 1715, which led to an almost complete chain of evidence identifying the correct site of the Globe Playhouse as being where tradition has placed it. The commemorative tablet stating, "Here stood the Globe Playhouse of Shakespeare, 1598-1613, was duly fixed on the traditional site and unveiled on October 8, 1909. Dr. Wallace discovered, the times of October 2nd and 4th, 1909, that Shakespeare owned twice as many shares in the Blackfriars as in the Globe Theatre, but that the latter theatre was twice as profitable." Shakespeare's annual share of the Globe never exceeded £300, and possibly not so much. It appears, therefore, that his income from the two theatres did not exceed £600. This, it must be remembered, meant much more 300 years ago than it does today. Mr. Harold Child, in Volume 6 of the Cambridge History of English Literature, pages 241 to 279, discussed the Elizabethan theatre at length. End footnote. Go on a few paces and you will see Rose Alley. Here stood the Rose, the proprietor of which was the astute Henslow, and which was probably erected about 1587. Close by this was the Bear Garden, still so called. Footnote. It is in fact called Bear Gardens. In the lane is an ancient disused building which is locally regarded as the old theatre. Close at hand is the White Bear public house. End footnote. And this is the site of the famous Bear Garden, or Bear House, a building serving the double purpose of bear baiting and of dramatic entertainments. It was the first theatre instituted on the Bankside, though when plays began there we do not know. In 1613, after the destruction of the Globe Theatre by fire, this Bear Garden was transformed into the Hope, and became a very flourishing theatre till nearly the end of the 17th century. Some years ago the skulls and bones of bears were often found about there, and there is now a public house in the Bear Garden where these relics may be seen. Close by the Bear Garden Shakespeare lodged, and if he did not often drop into the Falcon, all we can say is that he was not the man we take him to have been, or he must have preferred the Dancing Bear. Making our way onwards towards Blackfriars Bridge, we find ourselves on or close to what must have been the site of the Swan. It must have stood on the space now covered by the street, a few feet south of Southwark Street and Stamford Street, near the Blackfriars Railway Goods Station. It was erected as a speculation by a London citizen, one Francis Langley, and was completed in 1598, and was one of the finest of the London theatres. A most interesting drawing of the interior of this theatre has within the last few years been discovered in the University Library of Utrecht, and has been reproduced and published in a most interesting pamphlet by Dr. Gedertz. But as it is not an original drawing made in the theatre, but is drawn from some description given in a letter or by word of mouth, we must not attach too much importance to it. One other theatre and its site remains to complete this topographical sketch. It would seem from Henslow's diary that in 1594 Newington Butts was a flourishing centre of dramatic activity, plays by Marlowe, Greene, Shakespeare, and others having been acted in that suburb. But there is no proof that there was any theatre erected there, the evidence for the existence of such a structure in Shakespeare's time being purely inferential. But Professor Hales tells me on the authority of a distinguished antiquary, whose name he is not at liberty to mention, that there was a theatre there, and that its site was marked by a place called Playhouse Yard, since known under different names, Back Alley, Bloomsbury Square, Anne's Place, and that it lay in fact between the present Clock Passage, Newington Butts, Swan Place, and Hampton Street. Such then were the sites of the principal theatres in Shakespeare's time. At the beginning of his career he was associated probably with the theatre, certainly with the Curtain, the Rose, and the Newington Butts, and after 1596 with the Blackfriars and the Globe. The company to which he belonged was the Lord Chamberlain's. Afterwards, on the accession of James I, known as the King's, and under the auspices of this company, all his plays, with two exceptions, namely Titus Andronicus and the third part of Henry VI, were produced. It is difficult for us in these days to realize the conditions under which Shakespeare's plays were first presented. Let us consider them. First, let us take the structure of a typical Elizabethan theatre. It was built of wood, its form being circular or hexagonal, being modeled in its general structure on the old amphitheatres for bull and bear baiting, in its internal structure on the old inn-yards, and if we take the large ones like the Fortune, Globe, and Swan, was capable of holding from 300 to 500 people. I strike an average from various accounts. The building was roofless, open to the sky, so that those who occupied the upper galleries and the ground, as it was called, or pit, could be scorched by the sun or drenched by the rain. But the actors were protected from the weather by a thatched penthouse or roof, which projected over the back part of the stage. The stage, the width of which was some 43 feet, projected into the pit or yard some 23 feet, leaving a space to left and right. It was raised above the level of the ground, and was, in the case of the Globe at least, protected by railings to prevent invasion by the groundlings. At the back of the stage, which was strewed with rushes, were the tiring rooms, where the actors dressed and from which they emerged from the arras or hangings onto the stage. Here, too, was a balcony or upper stage, which served for a mountain, the walls of a town, a tower, a window, or indeed any elevation which might be needed in the action of the play, as, for example, in King John, Henry VI, The Merchant of Venice, Romeo and Juliet. And from this, as from a pulpit, the prologuers sometimes spoke, and important speeches were delivered. Here, too, when a play within a play was represented, as in The Taming of the Shrew and Hamlet, the actors in the inner play performed their part. In that case, Hamlet and the king and queen, with their attendants, would have their backs to the general audience. Curtains, technically called traverses, were employed to divide the stage into rooms or tents, or to afford means of concealment. The roof of the stage, which was called the heavens, was apparently either painted a sky blue, or sky blue drapery was suspended across it. But if a tragedy was acted, it was hung with black, and it was to this that Ross pointed when he said, "Thou seest the heavens as troubled with man's act, threaten his bloody stage." The curtain which concealed all this from the audience till the play began was not, as in our theatres, drawn up from above, but ran on rods and was drawn from the middle, right and left. Footnote: in several of the London theatres now, the curtain is drawn right and left from the center. End footnote. In some theatres it was woolen, in some it was made of silk. There was no scenery in our sense of the term at all, only painted cloth or tapestry at the back. The place where the action was supposed to be was indicated by a placard: London, the Rialto, Verona, Milford Haven, the fields, a wood, a sea, etc., or it was announced by the prologue or by one of the actors. If a tavern was the scene, a table with pots and glasses was pushed forward. If a bedroom, a bed. The scenery was supplied by appeals to the imagination of the audience, such as Shakespeare makes in the prologue to Henry V. Piece out our imperfections with your thoughts. Into 1,000 parts divide one man, and make imaginary puissance. Think, when we talk of horses, that you see them, printing their proud hoofs in the receiving earth, for 'tis your thoughts that now must deck our kings. To this defect in scenery Sir Philip Sidney very pleasantly refers. Now you shall have 3 ladies walk to gather flowers, and then we must believe the stage to be a garden. By and by we hear news of a shipwreck in the same place. Then we are to blame if we accept it not for a rock. Upon the back of that comes out a hideous monster with fire and smoke, and then the miserable beholders are bound to take it for a cave. while in the meantime 2 armies fly in, represented with 4 swords and bucklers, and then what hard heart will not receive it for a pitched field? Footnote, King John 4:2. End footnote. Sidney was, of course, referring to the stage some 12 years before Shakespeare became connected with it, but his description exactly applies to the later Elizabethan theatre. In fact, the highly ornate and poetical cast of Shakespeare's diction is intended by substituting an appeal to the imagination for an appeal to the eye, to supply the place of scenery. And in forgetting or ignoring this lies the great mistake which the modern stage makes in representing his plays. To trick them out in scenic pomp and magnificence, and to lay excessive stress on externals, is simply to gild refined gold, to paint the lily, to throw a perfume on the violet. Footnote, An apology for poetry. End footnote. A change of scene was simply effected by drawing the curtain up and down, or sometimes by the actors taking a few paces. There is a curious illustration of this in Green's Pinner of Wakefield, where one of the characters challenges another to a fight at the town's end, they being then in the middle of the town. "Come, sir, will you come to the town's end now?" "Aye, sir, come then." In the next line the speaker adds, "Now we are at the town's end." End of chapter 1, part 1. Chapter 1, Part 2 of the Posthumous Essays of John Churton Collins. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. The Posthumous Essays of John Churton Collins, Chapter 1, Part 2, Shakespearean Theatres. But what they wanted in scenery they made up in noise and bustle and discharge of small cannon, flourishes of trumpets, beating of drums, the clash of swords, rapiers, and cutlasses, loud shouts, ringing of bells, and the like, kept things very lively. The only machinery employed consisted of the balcony and traverses referred to, of trapdoors, and of some sort of pulleys for managing the descents of deities, angels, and saints. So in Green's Alphonsus, let Venus be let down from the top of the stage, and in another play, Fortune descends down from heaven. But this machinery could not, it seems, be depended upon for getting them up again. So Green about his Venus. Exit Venus, or if you can conveniently let a chair come down from the top of the stage and draw her up. As on the Greek stage, the dresses were sometimes very gorgeous and expensive. Thus among Henslow's items we find a dress gown of cloth of gold, a damask cassock guarded with velvet, white satin laid thick with gold lace, a pair of round pansies haughs of cloth of silver, the panes laid with gold lace. And among his items is a very curious one, for which even Mr. Maskelyne would no doubt like to have the receipt, a robe for to go invisible. But to return to the structure of the theatre. There were 2 doors for one of the actors leading to the tiring rooms, the other for the public leading into the ground or yard. This, as I said before, answered to our pit, and in the private theatres, such as the Blackfriars, was actually called the pit. But in the public theatres either the yard or ground. This, with the upper gallery, was the cheapest part of the theatre, and a penny or 2pence admitted you to this. There were no seats unless you chose to hire a stool, and the spectators either stood, sat, or sprawled on the floor, which was, when clean, strewn with rushes. But very shortly after the arrival of the audience, it must have been as filthy and unsavory as a pigsty. On the horrors of that floor I shall not dilate. If you did not wish to sit down in a mash of broken meat and bread, of half-picked bones and half-munched apples, nut husks, and tobacco ashes, you could hire for 6pence a stool. But on the whole, you would do well to make your way to the galleries, where you could get a seat at the same price, if you did not mind the reek steaming up from the ground and the groundlings. These galleries or stories stretched in a semicircle behind and on each side of the stage, and were about 12 feet and a half in breadth, the lower about 12 feet in height, the second about 11, and the third about 9. The price of admission to the highest of these galleries was 2d, and it was called the twopenny gallery, but you might get in sometimes for a penny. Admission to the other galleries was 6d. To the left and the right of the stage under the galleries were the rooms, answering to our boxes, and admission to these was, in Shakespeare's time, 1s. To the balcony or upper stage were attached also 2 rooms, which were called private, where visitors of distinction who did not wish to be seen could be accommodated. But being, as Dekker says, almost smothered in darkness, they were not generally sought, and could be got cheap. But if, being a man of mode, you wished to pose and be conspicuous, the thing to do was to get a seat on the stage, where you could, if you were minded, gracefully sprawl, or, what would be more comfortable, hire a 3-legged stool to sit upon. This would only cost you 1s, and the shilling would include the right to your page to come and light your pipe for you. Now let us suppose that we are going to make an afternoon of it at the theatre when Shakespeare was in his glory at the Globe. It is about 2:45 in the afternoon. We are on one of the stairs opposite St. Paul's, hailing a waterman. There, over in the Surrey side, the flags are already waving from the little wooden turrets of the Globe, the Rose and the Swan, towering over and in gay contrast with the green trees behind and around. We embark. The river is alive with boats and wherries making their way to the stairs on the bank side, and the scullers are doing a roaring trade, especially our old friend John Taylor, whose boat is half sunk with its freight of passengers, knavishly laden, as one wherryman has just observed, with more than a twinge of jealousy. After being very nearly run down by a sailing vessel, and very nearly colliding with 2 returning boats, the oaths and ribaldry interchanged at these junctures have been something frightful. We disembark at the Bear Garden stairs, just opposite the right of the Globe. This glory of the bank and fort of the parish, as Ben Jonson calls it, is not an imposing building, with its shabby thatched fringe on the roof and small apertures which pierce and dot its dingy wooden sides. Of the entertainment which is awaiting us we can be in no doubt, for there it is in staring red letters on several placards, 2 of which are plastered on the theatre, and 1 on a tree, and 1 on a wall. It is also being bawled out by vociferous posts, presumably for the benefit of those who cannot read. A most pleasant, excellent, and conceited comedy of Sir John Falstaff and the Merry Wives of Windsor, intermixed with sundry variable and pleasing humours of Sir Hugh the Welsh Knight, Justice Shallow, and his wise cousin, Mr. Slender, with the swaggering vein of ancient Pistol and Corporal Nym, as it hath been divers times acted by the right honourable my Lord Chamberlain's servants, both before her Majesty and elsewhere. We must make haste, for it has gone 3, and the trumpet has sounded twice, and in a minute or 2 the 3rd blast will blare out, and the curtain will be drawn. There are 2 doors, one leading into the yard, and one to the tiring house and the stage. We take the latter, that we may get a stool on the stage. This we arrange without difficulty, seat ourselves comfortably, and look about us. The first thing that strikes us on surveying the audience is that there is no lady to be seen, no woman with any pretension to refinement, unless the 2 sitting in the rooms with masks on be such. Some of the prentices have bought their sweethearts, and a few plainly belong to the humbler citizens, their wives. Flaunting and impudent harridans there are in abundance. In fact, our neighbour on the stage, who has just crept from behind the arras with his 3-footed stool in one hand, and with the 6d to pay for it daintily mounted between his forefinger and thumb in the other, has already begun to bandy questionable compliments with one of them in the first gallery. A glance round will show that a more motley and mixed assembly could hardly have come together. In the upper gallery and in the yard the majority consists of the very scum and rinsings of humanity, ignorant, brutal, and filthy. And side by side with them a few, not many, respectable and quiet-looking citizens. But the most numerous class are roystering prentices. On the stage and in the rooms are fashionable dandies, swashbucklers, and young bloods, as they are called, writers for the theatres and actors. These had always a free pass. The theatre is full. The occupations of those assembled are as various as their callings and characters. Some of them are noisily playing cards or dice. Some are smoking, women as well as men. Others are munching apples, discussing a herring pie, uncorking beer bottles, or cracking nuts. Some are reading books. Some are preparing their tables to take notes of the play that they may get by heart the passages which please them, or retail and ridicule among the taverns those that do not. Among these is one man on whom the actors will keep an eye. He is a noted literary pirate who, if he can, will take down the play, or as much as he can manage, in shorthand, and so cheat the company out of the copyright. In one corner of the yard 2 men are fighting, the bystanders cheering them on. In another there is a very lively altercation between a defrauded waterman and his escaped freight. The third trumpet sounds. There's a sudden hush in this babel. The curtain is drawn, and the play begins. An actor in a long black velvet cloak threads his way among those who are sprawling or sitting on the stage and delivers the prologue. While the play is being acted, the audience are tolerably quiet, but the din between the acts is deafening. For while trumpets, recorders, hautboys, lutes, and fiddles, most or some are in full blast, the people in the yard are bawling up to those in the galleries, and those in the galleries are bawling down to those in the yard. There is no reticence, no restraint. The play is freely and loudly criticized. So are the actors. And approbation has not been universal, especially among your neighbors on the stage. Before the second act was over, one of them had risen up from his tripod with a screwed and discontented face, and had tried to induce his acquaintances, by becks and gestures, to annoy the actors by leaving the theatre. To this they had not responded, and ever since he has been relieving his feelings by mewing at eloquent passages, shrugging his shoulders at hits and points, and whistling while the songs were being sung as loudly as he dare. There is now silence for the third act. But suddenly you become aware that there is universal commotion in the yard, which soon swells into uproar. A pickpocket has been caught red-handed. In an instant a dozen hands have seized him, and he is dragged along to the proscenium, and perforce stops. He is hoisted over the rails onto the stage, the actors assisting in the operation, and bound with cords to one of the pillars which support the heavens. The play then goes on, and between the remaining acts the yard and galleries make it extremely lively for him. The play has lasted rather over 2 hours, and on the whole, for the din and the smell are so oppressive, you are not sorry when the actors drop down on their knees to pray for the Queen, and you can get away. What I have given you has been the description of a comparatively quiet afternoon, when the audience were orderly and pleased. It was a very different scene when the majority of that audience were not pleased, and the roughs got the bit between their teeth. If they did not like a play, they kept up a running commentary of vituperation and ridicule, mewling, yelling, hissing, bellowing, and even pelting the actors and driving them off the stage. They would force the actors to perform another play, and if they did not accede to the request, tear down the benches and tiles, belabor and pelt the actors with them, and wreck the stage. Shrove Tuesday was always a dreadful day. But there was another class of theatres, very different from these, called private theatres, such as the one in Whitefriars, the Cockpit in Drury Lane, and the Singing School of St. Paul's. But the most celebrated of these, and the one especially associated with Shakespeare, was the Black Friars. These were enclosed buildings. What was called the yard was here called the pit, and it was furnished with seats. The boxes or rooms were enclosed and furnished with locks, to which the hirers had keys. The performances were often at night, and were by candlelight, even when the plays were acted in the daytime. The prices for admission were higher, and the audiences much more select, ladies being present, and they were open in the winter, when the public theatres were always closed. The difference between the audiences at the public and private theatres, between those assembled at the Blackfriars and those at the Globe, is well illustrated in the prologue to one of Shirley's plays, The Doubtful Heir. The play was performed at the Globe, but was written for Blackfriars. The prologue contemptuously addresses the audience thus: "Gentlemen, I am only sent to say, our author did not calculate his play for this meridian. The Bankside, he knows, is far more skilful at the ebbs and flows of water than of wit." It was for the audiences of the private theatres of the Blackfriars that Shakespeare wrote. It was very probable that the grosser passages of low comedy, which are so common in his plays, were expressly interpolated for his Bankside audience at the Globe. He indemnified himself for this degradation, and so did Ben Jonson and others, by taking every opportunity of expressing his loathing and contempt for the rabble. But the question of public and private theatres is a very difficult one. It would seem that occasionally the public theatres were used as private. However, I must not go into this question. I have not space to discuss it. Performances were also given at the Inns Court and at the Court. Neither Queen Elizabeth nor James I, nor any of the upper class, unless incognito, ever visited a public theatre. Plays were given at night, so as not to interfere with the day performances of the actors. And now a word or two about the actors. The Roscius or Garrick of the Shakespearean stage was James Burbage. He played all the great parts in Shakespeare, being indeed to Shakespeare what Tlepolemus was to Sophocles, and Cephisophon to Euripides. Shylock, Richard III, Prince Henry, Romeo, Henry V, Brutus, Hamlet, Othello, Lear, Macbeth, Coriolanus, these were especially associated with him. How completely he was identified with Richard III is very amusingly illustrated by Bishop Corbet, who tells us that his host at Leicester, when he would have said King Richard died, and called a horse, he Burbage cried. Like Garrick and Robson, he was under the middle height and rather stout, and it was to adapt the part to him that Shakespeare makes the Queen of Hamlet say, "He's fat and scant of breath." Flecknoe, who must have known many who saw him act, says, "He was a delightful Proteus, so wholly transforming himself into his part, and pulling off himself with his clothes, as he never, not so much as in tiring houses, assumed himself again until the play was done. He had all the parts of an excellent orator, animating his words with speaking, and speech with action." Another writer speaks of his wondrous tongue. Another says of him, "What a wide world was in that little space! Thyself a world, the globe thy fittest place. Thy stature small, but every thought and mood might thereby from thy face be understood." Next to Burbage in reputation was Edward Allen, the proprietor of the Fortune, and afterwards the founder of Dulwich College. But there is no evidence that he acted in Shakespeare's plays. Very celebrated also was Joseph Taylor, who played Hamlet, we are told, incomparably, and no wonder, if Downes is to be believed, for he was coached by no less a person than Shakespeare himself. Taylor was also great in Iago. Next comes John Lowen, whom Shakespeare especially instructed in the part of Henry VIII. He also acted Falstaff with special applause. Among the best comic actors who took the part of clowns was ebullient Will Kemp, who danced the whole way what merry days those must have been, from London to Norwich. He was the original Dogberry. But Kemp had a bad habit, and would insist on extemporizing in his part and carrying a clown's license into regular drama. It is supposed that the provoked Shakespeare was glancing at Kemp when he wrote in Hamlet, "Let those that play your choruses speak no more than is set down for them, for there be of them that will themselves laugh, to set on some quality of barren spectators to laugh too, though in the meantime some necessary question of the play be then to be considered. That's villainous, and shows a most pitiful ambition in the fool that uses it." Other distinguished comic actors were Thomas Pope, who was great on rustics and peasants; Richard Cowley, who played Verges; Robert Armin, who shone in Fools and Knaves; and Augustine Phillips. I need hardly remind you that in Shakespeare's time the parts of women were always taken by boys or young men, which continued to be the custom till Charles II's reign. It is said that on one occasion the king got very impatient at the delay in the actors making their appearance, and angrily demanded of the manager the reason. "Beg your majesty's pardon," said the functionary, "but the queen is not shaved." This led, we are told, to the introduction of queens who would not delay performances in the same manner. Among the most distinguished of those who took female parts in Shakespeare's plays were Alexander Cook, Nicholas Tooley, and William Osler. That Shakespeare must have been a consummate master of the theory of acting is evident from the famous instructions in Hamlet, but as an actor he does not seem to have been distinguished. We know that he acted in 2 several comedies, or interludes, before Queen Elizabeth at Greenwich, and also in Ben Jonson's Every Man in His Humour and Sejanus, as well as in his own plays, and tradition asserts that he played the Ghost in Hamlet and Adam in As You Like It. The profession of playwright was not unlucrative. The highest price known to have been paid for a play was £10, that is, in our money, £100. Henslowe never paid more than £8. The ordinary price was £6, in our money £60. Ben Jonson told Drummond in 1619 that he had cleared only £200, that is, in our money, about £2,000, by all his plays written up to that time. With regard to the actors, it is very difficult to say what they made. They were distinguished into whole sharers, 3/4 sharers, and hired men. It is probable that the money taken at the Globe, which seems to have varied from £9 to £20, was divided into 40 portions. 15 of these went to the proprietors, 22 to the actors, while 3 were retained for the purchase of new plays. But the actor's income naturally fluctuated, depending, as Collier says, upon the number of subdivisions, upon the popularity of his company, upon the stock plays belonging to it, the extent of its wardrobe, and the nature of its properties. The hired men, or inferior actors, received a regular stipend, which seems to have been from 6 to 8 shillings a week. Perhaps if we put a leading actor's salary at about £400 a year, we shall not be far wrong. Shakespeare and Allen made their fortunes not by acting, but by other business transactions, many of which had no connection with the stage. The social position of actors and playwrights in Shakespeare's time was anything but an enviable one, and Shakespeare has spoken with great bitterness of the sense of humiliation felt by him in reference to his profession. End of Chapter 1, Part 2.
Chapter 3 of the Posthumous Essays of John Churton Collins. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Posthumous Essays of John Churton Collins. Chapter 3. Samuel Johnson, Part 1. Not long ago I happened to be exploring an old bookshop, and turning over some pamphlets I found written on the title page of one of them the following epigram, which, so far as I know, has not yet found its way into print. A parson of too free a life was yet renowned for noble preaching, and many grieved to see the strife between his practice and his teaching. At last his flock rebellious grew. My friends, he said, the simple fact is nor I nor you can both things do, but I can preach and you can practice. Now I don't know how it is, but I can't keep that anecdote from coming into my head when I read Carlyle's lectures on hero worship. You will remember that in his lecture on the hero as man of letters he does Dr. Johnson the honor of giving him a place, and after a due amount of italicized Carlylese about "the infinities," "the enormous facts of the universe glaring in, ever wonderful," and the like, he proceeds to his sermon. Of that sermon I need say no more. We have all heard it, and have each been affected by it in our several ways. Most of us have probably quite as high an opinion of Dr. Johnson's greatness as Carlyle had, and as Carlyle, to say the least of it, was a little too fond, was certainly unpleasantly fond, of harping on our littleness, our in italics, our meanness, our unveracities, that he might exalt the stature of his hero by contrast. Why should not the worm turn? Why should we not assume in self-defense the same license, and render our tribute to Johnson the more adequate by contrasting him with his eulogist? Thanks to James Boswell, thanks to James Anthony Froude, the two men are laid bare to our inspection. We know them as if we had lived with them, nay, infinitely better, for then we should have seen through a glass darkly, seen their mere doings, not understood their motives, heard their words, not read their thoughts, seen a part, not a whole. But now all is clear. I will not draw any contrasting parallel between them. You can do that for yourselves. It will not be difficult. It will suggest itself sotto voce as we proceed. To no man of whom biography holds record was life a heavier burden than it was to Johnson. He had inherited one of the most terrible of physical maladies, and one of the most terrible of mental maladies, a malady which, in his own words, made him mad all his life, or at least not sober. He told one of his friends that he had never lived 1 week in his life that he would live over again, were an angel to make the proposal to him. His whole life was an attempt to escape from himself. What pathos there is in this one remark which he made to William Gerard Hamilton, who had called on him, and to whom he was accompanying to the door. "I am very unwilling to be left alone, sir, and therefore I go with my company down the first pair of stairs, in some hopes that they may, perhaps, return again." Boswell's Life of Johnson. His literary work was absolutely loathsome to him. He always worked against time and against the grain. He cared little for fame and very little for the applause of the world. And yet, though life was so sore a burden to him, the fear of death was an agony. On one occasion, when Boswell had got him to talk on it, that thoughtless man, with characteristic want of tact, pressed the subject, though Johnson plainly wished to avoid it. He was, says Boswell, thrown into such a state of agitation that he expressed himself in a way that alarmed and distressed me, showed an impatience that I should leave him, and when I was going away called to me sternly, "Don't let us meet to-morrow." Boswell's Life of Johnson. Few men have been more sincerely and essentially religious than Johnson, and yet few men appear to have found less comfort from religion. As Macaulay beautifully expresses it, "The light from heaven shone on him indeed, but not in a direct line, or with its own pure splendor. The rays had to struggle through a disturbing medium. They reached him refracted, dulled, and discolored by the thick gloom which had settled on his soul, and though they might be sufficiently clear to guide him, were too dim to cheer him. Footnote: Essay on Samuel Johnson. End footnote. Only think then of the heroism this man displayed in accomplishing what he did, and in subduing himself to the conditions of his life, in living up to his own words. Every man must accept existence cheerfully under the condition on which it has been granted to him. Footnote: Boswell's Life of Johnson. End footnote. In conquering himself, think of the Herculean task of that dictionary, of the stern, stubborn, conscientious labor involved in it, labor quadrupled by the difficulties under which it was produced. Look at those voluminous writings, filling 12 volumes octavo, in which you will not find one careless or slovenly sentence. And notice how he kept all his gloomy thoughts to himself. They merely peeped out in the confidence of private intimacy. No complaining, no tedious arraignments of the scheme of things. Sir, he once said, I hate a complainer. No standing in the middle of the road and cursing at large, but wholesome, manly, cheerful talk with sound advice, and a God speed you for everyone who deserved it. Very rough sometimes, irritable and overbearing, not suffering fools gladly, or at all enduring shams, but, as Goldsmith said, with nothing of the bear but his skin, and never bearing hardly on the weak and defenceless. With most men the difficulties with which Johnson had to struggle, disease, sorrow, poverty, fortune's injustices and tardy recognition, the stinted wage, are hardening influences. But the only effect they had on that large and tender heart was to make it larger and tenderer still. His generous humanity to the distressed, says Boswell, was almost beyond belief. A large part of his income he gave away in charity. His very house he turned into an asylum for the maimed and halt. And who does not know what Macaulay calls that strange menagerie of his in Bolt Court? He was excellent in all the relations of life. He was an affectionate and dutiful son, a faithful and tender husband. What he could have been as a father we may judge by his conduct to the children of others. As a citizen he discharged punctiliously all his duties. He heartily and loyally supported that party in politics to which he attached himself, and which he believed to be in the right. When the government tried to corrupt him, pauper though he was, he sternly showed his emissary the door. His religious duties he scrupulously fulfilled, publicly and privately. To his many friends he was helpful and loyal, and they rewarded him with an affection such as few men have inspired. Of his conduct to his fellow citizens generally we need no further testimony than what he did for Dr. Dodd, and what Goldsmith said of him, that to be miserable was to have a natural claim on Johnson. And now let us briefly review the career of our hero before we come to the most important part of our subject, his wit and wisdom. His life falls naturally between two eras, from 1709 to his getting his pension and meeting with Boswell in 1762, and from that point to his death in 1784. We may call the first Johnson as a writer, because he then produced by far the greater portion of his literary works, and all the most important ones, except the Lives of the Poets. And the second we may call Johnson as a talker, because, as he had now got his pension, he was relieved from what he always regarded as simply drudgery, literary composition. I should have thought, a lady once said to him, that as you write so well, Writing must be in itself a pleasure for you." "Do you think, madame," he replied, "Leander used to swim the Hellespont for the mere pleasure of swimming? No man but a blockhead writes except for money." He was born at Lichfield on the 18th of September, 1709. His father, Michael Johnson, was a native of Derbyshire, who married Sarah Ford, both being well advanced in years when they married. They had 2 children, both sons, of whom Samuel was the elder. In her 90th year Samuel Johnson thus writes to his mother: "Dear honored mother, neither your condition nor your character make it fit for me to say much. You have been the best mother, and I believe the best woman in the world. I thank you for your indulgence to me, and beg forgiveness of all that I have done ill, and all that I have omitted to do well." Footnote: Boswell's Life of Johnson. End footnote. In due time, after a rather severe experience of schoolmasters, who, as he said, whipped him very well, without which, as he owned, he should have done nothing, he went up to Pembroke College, Oxford. Poverty made it necessary for him to leave without a degree. Soon after this, his father having died, leaving him 20 guineas, he became an usher at Market Bosworth School, but he found this employment so intolerable that he relinquished it, and made his way to Birmingham, where he completed his first prose work, a translation of Father Lolo's Voyage to Abyssinia. The next scene is his meeting with Mrs. Porter, who confided to him that there was one objection to their match, and that was that she had had an uncle who was hanged. "Oh, that," said her lover, "is of no consequence, for I have 2 who deserved to be hanged." Next followed an unsuccessful attempt at schoolmastering at Edial near Lichfield. The advertisement may still be read: "At Edial near Lichfield, in Staffordshire, young gentlemen are boarded and taught the Latin and Greek languages by Samuel Johnson." Footnote: Boswell's Life of Johnson. End footnote. However, only 3 pupils presented themselves: David Garrick, his brother Peter, and Mr. Offley. So he determined to push his fortunes in London, and the year 1737 saw him with Garrick in the city which was destined to ring with their fame. Many years afterward, when they were famous men dining at some great house in London, the year 1737 was mentioned. "Ah," said Johnson to Garrick's snobbish horror, "that was the year when I came to London with 2d. halfpenny in my pocket." "Eh? What, sir?" said Garrick, at Johnson's legs. "Eh? What do you say? With 2d. halfpenny in your pocket?" "Why, yes," continued Johnson, "when I came with 2d. halfpenny in my pocket, and thou, Davy, with 3d. in thine." Footnote: Boswell's Life of Johnson. End footnote. On betaking himself to a publisher, one Wilcox, and telling him that he wished to take to literature, Wilcox, eyeing the young man's sturdy frame and broad shoulders, said, "You had better buy a porter's knot," and it was sensible advice. He arrived in London at a terrible time for authors by profession, at the very worst time known in our literary history. His London was published in May 1738, appearing on the same morning as Pope's Satire 1738, so that England had at once its Juvenal and Horace. His Life of Richard Savage appeared in 1744. In 1747 his proposal for the dictionary was announced, the plan being addressed to Lord Chesterfield. The Vanity of Human Wishes, which may be called the noblest moral poem extant, appeared in 1749. Then came his tragedy, Irene, which was not produced without a violent dispute between the author and Garrick, then manager of Drury Lane Theatre, about certain changes. Johnson remarked on this, "Sir, the fellow wants me to make Mahomet run mad that he may have an opportunity of tossing his hands and kicking his heels." Footnote: Boswell's Life of Johnson. End footnote. The first issue of the Rambler was published on the 20th of March, 1750, and was continued till 1752. In the latter year his wife died. She had not been a good wife to him. By general consent she seems to have been quite without any charm, vulgar, coarse, and selfish. Yet he wreathed her, living and dead, with romantic sentiment. Her memory was an open wound all his life, and he never once, we are told, referred to her without tears in his eyes. 2 years afterwards appeared the great Dictionary, but he made nothing by it. All the profits had been exhausted. "I am sorry," said Boswell, "you did not get more for your dictionary." "I am sorry too," he replied, "but it was very well. The booksellers are generous, liberal-minded men." Footnote: Boswell's Life of Johnson. End footnote. Very generous and liberal-minded when they made fortunes out of it, not one penny of which came to Johnson. So on went this cruel drudgery. In March 1759 he wrote Rasselas to defray the expenses of his beloved mother's funeral and to pay some small debts she had left. Now came a great change for him. In 1762 he was granted a pension, which he accepted. It is of interest to remark that in his dictionary he had defined a pension as an allowance made to any one without an equivalent. In England it is generally understood to mean pay given to a state hireling for treason to his country. Less than a year afterwards he first met Boswell. Let Boswell tell the story. On Monday, 16th of May, 1763, when I was sitting in Mr. Davies' back parlour after having drunk tea with him and Mrs. Davies, Johnson unexpectedly came into the shop, and Mr. Davies, having perceived him through the glass door in the room in which we were sitting, advancing towards us, he announced his awful approach to me somewhat in the manner of an actor in the part of Horatio when he addresses Hamlet on the appearance of his father's ghost. "Look, my lord, it comes." Mr. Davies mentioned my name and respectfully introduced me to him. I was much agitated, and recollecting his prejudice against the Scotch, I said to Davies, "Don't tell him where I come from." "From Scotland," cried Davies roguishly. "Mr. Johnson, I do indeed come from Scotland, but I can't help it." "That, sir, is what I find a great many of your countrymen cannot help." Footnote: Boswell, Life of Johnson. End footnote. So commenced that memorable friendship, which was to make one of them immortal, to add another title to immortality to the other, and to confer on mankind a greater boon than any other friendship in the world has conferred. The principal incidents in Johnson's life between the meeting with Boswell and his death in 1784 may be briefly summarized. His time was principally passed in visiting his friends, in seeing the world, in social recreation, the constant attempt, as he called it, to escape from himself, in kindly and charitable actions, and in talking as no mortal has ever talked since Socrates. One of his spheres was the Literary Club, founded in 1764, and here he was king. And over what subjects? Burke, Gibbon, Reynolds, Goldsmith, Garrick, the Wartons, Fox, Dr. Percy, the flower of the literature and fashion of those times. They met at the Turk's Head in Gerrard Street, Soho, one evening in every week at 7 too, any time. In 1765 he made the acquaintance of the Thrales, and he soon had an apartment at the brewery in Southwark, and an apartment at their pleasant villa in Sheatham. Then there was that strange home of his in Fleet Street, comprised of Mrs. Anna Williams, blind and poor, and with a temper, we are told, marked with a Welch fire; Miss Polly Desmoulins, poverty-stricken, destitute damsel, whose family he had known in Stratfordshire; another destitute damsel named Miss Carmichael, and an old semi-quack doctor named Levett; Frank, a negro servant, whom he had rescued from the press gang, all of whom lived on his charity and worried his life out. For he says in one of his letters, "Williams hates everybody. Levett hates Desmoulins, and does not love Williams. Desmoulins hates them both. Paul loves none of them." Paul, it may be observed, was particularly trying. "I took to Paul," he said to Mrs. Thrale, "very well at first, but she won't do upon a near examination. We could spare her very well from us. Paul is a stupid slut. I had some hopes of her at first, but when I talked to her tightly and closely, I could make nothing of her. She was wiggle-waggle, and I could never persuade her to be categorical." Footnote: Boswell's Life of Johnson, for both quotes. End footnote. However, though there was much malice, as he says in another letter, there was no mischief, and so they managed to rub on together. Another of his haunts was the Mitre, to which he used to make his escape when feud waxed uncomfortably warm at home. A tour of the Hebrides in 1773, which produced two delightful works, one by himself and one by Boswell, a visit to Paris, a visit to Wales, and various jaunts to different places in England, diversified his own life. In 1775 the University of Oxford conferred on him the title by which we all know him, the title of Doctor. His literary works during this period were an edition of Shakespeare, which has certainly not added to his reputation, a few political pamphlets, all on the high Tory and wrong side, and the best of his prose works, the immortal Lives of the Poets. In 1783 came the signal that his days on earth were numbered, and it is gratifying to know that when this truly great and good man was actually in the presence of the dread power whom he had always regarded with so much terror and horror, he became perfectly tranquil and resigned. His last articulate words were, like those of Sir Walter Scott, a blessing. "God bless you, my dear." And so, on the evening of the 13th of December, 1784, Dr. Johnson ceased to be mortal. End of Chapter 3. Samuel Johnson, Part 1. Chapter 4 of the Posthumous Essays of John Churton Collins. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Posthumous Essays of John Churton Collins, Chapter 4. Samuel Johnson, Part 2. The great characteristic of Johnson is that he was the most English of Englishmen, a purely native and indigenous product, illustrating in their most emphatic, we may almost say exaggerated, expression the virtues as well as the defects of the English genius, temper, and character. And that it is which has always made him so great a favourite with his countrymen, and so little appreciated and relished by foreigners. Truthfulness and honesty, abomination of cant and pretense, and what the Germans so happily call Beermessenbiet, a man's measurement of himself, moral and physical courage, manliness and contempt unutterable for the meanness and paltriness of life, and yet all this tempered, not with a generous allowance for human frailty, but with the good nature that has its origin in a large, tender heart. "My dear sir," he once said to Boswell, "clear your mind of cant. You may talk as other people do. You may say to a man, 'Sir, I am your most humble servant.' You are not his most humble servant. You may say, 'These are bad times. It's a melancholy thing to be reserved to such times.' You don't mind the times. You tell a man, 'I am sorry you had such bad weather the last day of your journey and were so much wet.' You don't care sixpence whether he is wet or dry. You may talk in this manner. It is a mode of talking in society, but don't think foolishly." Boswell's Life of Johnson. So the abrupt way in which he declined to be praised for a virtue to which he didn't think he was entitled. He had been relating something he had done. "That, sir," said Boswell, "was great fortitude of mind." "No, sir," said Johnson, "stark insensibility." So a lady, thinking that of course he had some ingenious explanation to give, said to him, "Dr. Johnson, what makes you in your dictionary define the pastern of a horse as the knee?" "Pure ignorance, madame, pure ignorance," was the unexpected reply. When some of the pious friends of Dr. Dodd were trying to console the unhappy man just before his execution by saying that he was going to leave a wretched world, Johnson praised him for having honesty enough not to join in the cant, saying, "No, no, it has been a very agreeable world to me." On the same account he distrusted what we may call emotional virtues, that mere aesthetic sensibility which too often effervesces into nothing. "I told him," says Boswell, when they had been listening to a song, "Let ambition fire thy mind," that it affected me to such a degree as often to agitate my nerves painfully, producing in my mind alternate sensations of pathetic dejection, so that I was ready to shed tears, and of daring resolution, so that I was inclined to rush into the thickest part of the battle. "Sir," said Johnson, "I should never hear it if it made me such a fool." In a remark which he made on another occasion we have an admirable commentary on this unconscious form of insincerity. "Do not, sir, accustom yourself to trust in impressions. There is a middle state of mind between conviction and hypocrisy of which many are conscious. By trusting to impressions a man may gradually come to yield to them, and at length be subject to them, so as not to be a free agent, or what is the same thing in effect, to suppose that he is not a free agent. A man who is in that state should not be suffered to live. If he declares he cannot help acting in a particular way, and is irresistibly impelled, there can be no confidence in him, no more than in a tiger." Boswell's Life of Johnson, for both quotes. How profoundly true! What type of character is so absolutely hopeless as the purely emotional or aesthetic? But if he was English in these respects, he was English in his limitations, in his strong prejudices and political bigotry. And yet I think we may say at bottom he was far more tolerant and liberal than is commonly supposed. What could be broader, more liberal than this with respect to religion? For my part, sir, I think all Christians, whether Papists or Protestants, agree in the essential articles, and that their differences are trivial and rather political than religious. Boswell's Life of Johnson. And again, let us not be found, when our master calls us, ripping the lace off our waistcoats, but the spirit of contention from our souls and tongues. Alas, sir, a man who cannot get to heaven in a green coat will not find his way thither sooner in a grey one. Piozzi's Anecdotes of Johnson. How admirable, too, is his remark about a man choosing a party in politics. I can see that a man may do right to stick to a party, that is to say, he is a Whig or he is a Tory, and he thinks that one of those parties upon the whole the best, and that to make it prevail it must be generally supported, though in particulars it may be wrong. He takes its faggot of principles in which there are fewer rotten sticks than in the other, though some rotten sticks to be sure, and they cannot be separated. But to bind oneself to one man or to one set of them, who may be right today and wrong tomorrow, without any general preference of system, I must disapprove. Tour of the Hebrides. But it must be admitted that it was only in his higher moods that he talked like this. His general tone was quite otherwise. A Whig dog, a Whig blockhead, a Whig scoundrel, were expressions only too frequently on his lips. Mrs. Knowles, not hearing him distinctly, once asked him if he had called someone a prig. Johnson, worse, madam, a Whig, but he is both. It was not often that Johnson met his match, but he did once. To Dr. Crowe at Oxford he once asked, "Who was the first Whig?" "Don't know. I see, sir, that you are ignorant of the head of your own party. But I tell you, sir, the devil was the first Whig. He wanted to set up a reform, even in heaven." Dr. Crowe: I am much obliged to you for your information. I certainly did not think that you would go so far back for your information. Yet I rather fear that your argument makes against yourself. For if the devil was a Whig, you have admitted that while he was a Whig, he was in heaven. But you have forgotten that the moment he got into the other place, he set up for a Tory. I have been unable to trace the source of this story. Dr. Johnson was silent for the rest of the evening. But of all his unreasonable prejudices, that against the Scotch was strongest. One night at some party a Mr. Ogilvy was dilating on the glories of Scotland. He had been rather roughly treated by Goldsmith when he got on the richness of its land, so he shifted his ground and took his stance on what he called its many noble wild prospects. The company observed unmistakable ominous symptoms in Johnson, whose head was shaking, body moving to and fro, hands vigorously rubbing his knees, while various sounds, sometimes as the clucking of a hen and sometimes as of a half whistle, were proceeding from his mouth. At last he broke out: "I believe, sir, you have a great many noble wild prospects. Norway too has noble wild prospects, and Lapland is remarkable for prodigious noble wild prospects. But, sir, let me tell you the noblest prospect which a Scotchman ever sees is the high road that leads him to England." Boswell's Life of Johnson. Weaknesses of course they were, but the dear old doctor's very foibles endear him to us. Sound masculine common sense, shrewd and penetrating, moving within a somewhat limited sphere, it is true, but within that sphere irresistible because of the trenchant, inclusiveness with which it was expressed, is perhaps the most striking of his intellectual attributes. How often he pierces into the very core of a thing. Thus, when Boswell pointed to a splendid and sumptuous country house, observed how happy the proprietor must be. "Nay, sir," said Johnson, "all this excludes but one evil, poverty." Again, speaking of the importance of trifles: "Pound St. Paul's Church into atoms, and consider any single atom. It is, to be sure, good for nothing. But put all the atoms together, and you have St. Paul's Church. So it is with human felicity, which is made up of many ingredients, each of which may be shown to be very insignificant." Boswell's Life of Johnson. Take again this about suicide. "Suppose, sir," said Boswell, that a man is absolutely sure that if he lives a few days longer he will be detected in fraud, the consequence of which will be utter disgrace and expulsion from society. Then, sir, replied the sage, let him go abroad to a distant country. Let him go to some place where he is not known. Don't let him go to the devil, where he is known. Footnote: Boswell's Tour of the Hebrides. End footnote. So in his remark about gambling or gaming. Gaming is a mode of transferring property without producing any intermediate good. Footnote: Boswell's Life of Johnson. End footnote. Take again his shrewd common sense. I talked of the mode adopted by some to rise in the world by courting great men, and asked him whether he had ever submitted to it. Why, sir, I never was near enough to great men to court them. You may be prudently attached to great men, and yet independent. You are not to do what you think wrong, and you are to calculate and not pay too dear for what you get. You must not give a shilling's worth of court for 6 pence worth of good. But if you can get a shilling's worth of good for 6 pence worth of court, you are a fool if you do not pay court. How well he knew human nature! Take his instantaneous solution of Goldsmith's popularity in society. After he had observed that it was amazing how little Goldsmith knew, and that he seldom went where he was not more ignorant than anyone else in the company. Yet, said Sir Joshua Reynolds, there is no man whose company is more liked. To be sure, was the reply, when people find a man of the most distinguished abilities as a writer their inferior while he is with them, it must be highly gratifying to them. Again, a man should be careful never to tell tales of himself to his own disadvantage. People may be amused, laugh at the time, but they will be remembered and brought up against him upon some subsequent occasion. On another occasion, Boswell, to start a question, asked whether when a man knows that some of his intimate friends are invited to the house of another friend, with whom they are all equally intimate, he may join them without an invitation. No, sir, he is not to go when he is not invited. They may be invited on purpose to abuse him. Footnote: all quotes above from Boswell's Life of Johnson. End footnote. How excellent, too, is his remark upon the difference between a well-bred and ill-bred man. One, he said, immediately attracts your liking, the other your aversion. You love the one till you find reason to hate him. You hate the other till you find reason to love him. We do not usually associate the idea of what we call good breeding with Johnson, and yet it is remarkable that he exemplified it to the point of refined subtlety. When Johnson was asked whether he made any reply to a very high compliment which the king paid him, he replied, "No, sir. When the king has said it, it was to be so. It was not for me to bandy civilities with my sovereign." Both quotes above from Boswell's Life of Johnson. Another point which characterized Johnson was his extraordinary readiness in repartee. Sir Joshua Reynolds remarked that there was no flourishing with his sword, that he was through with you in a moment. "Oh, surely, sir," said Boswell of Mrs. Montague's work on Shakespeare, "it is a work which does her honour." Yes, sir, it does her honour, but it would do nobody else honour. "Dr. Johnson, do you advise me to marry?" said a young man who appears to have been worrying him with what he detested. Direct question. "Sir," replied the sage, "I advise no man to marry who is not likely to propagate understanding." Footnote: Piozzi's Anecdotes of Johnson. End footnote. When the last installment of the dictionary was over, he got this letter from Andrew Miller, the publisher. Andrew Miller sends his compliments to Mr. Samuel Johnson with the money for the last sheet of the dictionary, and thanks God he has done with him. The reply he got by return was, "Samuel Johnson returns his compliments to Mr. Andrew Miller, and is very glad to find, as he does by his note, that Andrew Miller has the grace to thank God for anything." Footnote: Hawkins' Life of Johnson. Boswell gives a different version of this story, the message being delivered by word of mouth. End footnote. Take the following lively passage. Johnson: To talk of respect for a player. Boswell: There, sir, you are always heretical. You will never allow merit to a player. Johnson: Merit, sir! What merit? Do you respect a rope dancer or a ballad singer? Boswell: No, sir, but we respect a great player as a man who can conceive lofty sentiments and can express them gracefully. Johnson: What, sir, a fellow who claps a hump on his back and a lump on his leg, and cries, "I am Richard the Third"? Nay, sir, a ballad singer is a higher man, for he does two things: he repeats and he sings. The player only recites. Boswell: My dear sir, you may turn anything into ridicule. A great player does what very few people are capable to do. His art is a very rare faculty. Who can repeat Hamlet's soliloquy as Garrick does it? Johnson: Anybody may. Jemmy there, pointing to a boy about 8 years old who was in the room, will do it as well in a week. Boswell: No, no, sir. And as a proof of the merit of great acting and of the value which mankind sets upon it, Garrick has got £100,000. Johnson: Is getting £100,000 a proof of excellence? That has been done by a scoundrel commissary. Footnote: Boswell's Life of Johnson. End footnote. Well might poor Boswell say, this was most fallacious reasoning. "I have found you in argument, sir," he once said to a man who was still taking exception. "I am not obliged to find you in understanding." Nothing irritated him more than people attempting to defend what was vicious and mischievous. Thus a gentleman was once defending drinking, adding to his other arguments this: "You know, sir, drinking drives away care, and makes us forget whatever is disagreeable. Would not you allow a man to drink for that reason?" "Yes, sir," was the reply, "if he sat next to you." He had an inimitable knack of insinuating sarcasm where it was not directly expressed, as where he said of the Irish are a fair people, they never speak well of one another. So too in his remark to Boswell, who had made, as was too common with that gentleman, one of his indiscreet confidences. One day I owned to him that I was occasionally troubled with a fit of narrowness. "Why, sir," said he, "so am I, but I do not tell it." Footnote: Boswell's Life of Johnson. A gentleman had once quitted a party where Johnson was, and the company were speculating as to who he was, and what was his profession. The doctor observed that he did not care to speak ill of any man behind his back, but he believed the gentleman was an attorney. So too, on a certain occasion, a gentleman introduced his brother to the doctor, this said brother being presumably a rather dull-looking man. "When we have sat together some time, Dr. Johnson, you'll find my brother grow very entertaining." "Sir," said Johnson, "I can wait." How witty, too, his illustrations sometimes are, as when he said on being told of some women preaching, "Sir, a woman's preaching is like a dog's walking on his hind legs. It is not done well, but you are surprised to find it done at all." Footnote: Boswell's Life of Johnson. End footnote. Again, on hearing of a gentleman who had been very unhappy in marriage, marrying immediately after his wife died, Johnson observed that it was the triumph of hope over experience. A very conceited, empty-headed fellow once met Johnson and lamented that he had lost all his Greek. "I believe it happened at the same time, sir," said Johnson, "that I lost all my large estate in Yorkshire." Footnote: Piozzi's Anecdotes of Johnson. It has been sometimes said that Johnson is now forgotten as a writer, and lives only in the pages of Boswell as a conversationalist. If this be so, it is our misfortune, and not his. Perhaps he is more attractive as a talker than as a writer, because the stateliness, not to say pomposity, of his style is not to the taste of these days, and is, it must be admitted, somewhat wearisome. But his works form a most important and precious contribution to English literature. His papers in the Rambler, the Idler, and the Adventurer are full of good things, great moral truths, penetrating remarks on life and men and books. His prefaces to his dictionary and his Shakespeare are, as compositions, noble pieces. His Rassalas does not present a very cheerful view of life, it must be admitted. We should remember the circumstances under which it was written, but it is one of the weightiest and wisest of moral tales. Of the Lives of the Poets, it would be no exaggeration to say that, with all its defects, some of them very serious, it holds one of the very first places in English critical literature. As a poet, Johnson has produced two masterpieces, London and The Vanity of Human Wishes, the latter perhaps the noblest moral poem of our literature, and indeed challenging the supremacy of the superb poem of Juvenal's on which it is modelled. Footnote: 10th Satire. End footnote. In conclusion, few men who have ever lived are so well worth knowing intimately as Samuel Johnson, as the Socrates of Fleet Street, especially in these days. It is our lot to be living in an age when many of us, perhaps most of us, don't well know where we are. So busy everywhere is the spirit of transition, so bewildering the revolution which seems to be changing the face of everything. But here was a man who knew where he was, and spoke with no uncertain voice. As every age has its own needs, moral and spiritual, so every age creates its own teachers, and Johnson is very far indeed from being able to supply us with everything we require in the way of guidance and admonition. But we can go to him for much which every age must require, and should be grateful for: a noble example of self-subjugation, of heroic endurance, of duties faithfully fulfilled, of honesty, sincerity, humanity. All that common sense and mother wit in unusual measure, immense information, ample experience of men and life, tempered with a reverent and pious spirit, can under their time limitation teach us, shall we learn from him. If mere amusement and recreation be our object, what book in the world, since Plutarch's Lives, can match with the work in which Boswell tells Johnson's story, that Odyssey, as it has been called, of the 18th century? No man in that or in any other age of our literature has such a charm, such a singular attraction to us. In intellectual power, in grasp, fertility, and eloquence, Burke was undoubtedly his superior. In mere learning, he was no match for Gibbon. In charm of style, no match for Goldsmith. But they have not got hold of us as he has done. They have not his commanding personality. They have not his character. And the last few years have shown that his fame, so far from decreasing, is growing still, have shown that Mr. Austin Dobson's words do not express what all of us who love and admire the dear old doctor will echo lustily back. You may talk of your Burkes and your Gibbons so clever, but I hark back to him with a Johnson forever. And I feel as I muse on this ponderous figure, though he's great in this age, in the next he'll grow bigger. Footnote. A postscript to retaliation. End footnote. End of Chapter 4. Samuel Johnson, Part 2. Chapter 5 of the Posthumous Essays of John Churton Collins. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Posthumous Essays of John Churton Collins. Chapter 5. Edmund Burke. The two most pathetic figures in political history are two of the greatest men who have adorned it, Demosthenes and Burke. Both, animated by the purest motives, patriots to the innermost fibre, with no thought, with no aim but for the public good, wore out their lives in leading forlorn hopes, and in fighting losing battles. Both were prophets with the curse of Cassandra upon them, to be found wise after the event, to be believed when all was lost. Who can read the Philippics and Olympiacs? Who can read the speeches on American taxation and on conciliation with America without indignant astonishment at the stupidity and supineness of those whom such irresistible logic could not convince, such overpowering eloquence arouse? But Demosthenes saw Athens at the feet of a Macedonian despot, and Burke saw England dismembered of America and at war with half the world. Of the superhuman efforts made by the great Athenian to retrieve the disasters in which the neglect of his warnings had involved his countrymen, there was not one which was not thwarted either by a cruel fortune or by the perfidy and levity of those whom he was striving in their own despite to save. Burke's failures and baffled virtues resulted in less tragical issues, it is true, but they must have been equally mortifying and grievous. To frame measures and propose schemes the nobleness and luminous wisdom of which posterity was to discover, and to see them ignored or defeated by corrupt and selfish factions and by his own timid colleagues. To address to empty benches masterpieces of political wisdom, eloquent with an eloquence the like of which mankind had never heard since Cicero. To be the one man who solved correctly almost every political problem of his time, only to find himself denounced as a visionary and fanatic. Such was Burke's experience of public life. On the losing side in every important action of his life, he was on the losing side to the last, perishing miserably amid the ruins of his party and the wreck of his hopes. If the closing scene of the life of Demosthenes is more awfully impressive, it is scarcely more pathetic than the scene on which the curtain fell at Beaconsfield. History has done justice to Demosthenes, it has not done justice to Burke. The Whigs have never forgiven him for creating a schism in the party, and have availed themselves of his grievous errors with regard to certain aspects of the Revolution to represent him, if they wish to speak tenderly of him, as a madman, if they wish to speak harshly, as an apostate. But he was neither a madman nor an apostate. He was a very wise and a very honest man. Assuming as he did that the revolution on the Continent was a precedent for a similar revolution in England, and that what was at stake was nothing less than the whole fabric of our social and political system, he was perfectly justified in taking, it was imperative on him as a patriot to take, the course he did. Once taken, and the fire kindled in him, the rest followed. He never deserted his party deserted him. Of all the charges which have been brought against Burke, the most baseless is the charge of inconsistency. Lord Bohun has said that it would be difficult to select one leading principle or prevailing sentiment in Burke's later writings to which something extremely adverse may not be found in his former. It may be at once conceded that on a superficial view of Burke's attitude towards the constitutional struggle of which Wilkes was the centre, towards the American Revolution, and towards economical reform, and of his attitude towards the Revolution in France and the Revolutionary party in England, there seems much to justify the charge. It would be very easy to marshal an array of sentiments and opinions drawn from the Thoughts on the Present Discontents, the American speeches, and the speech on economical reform against an array of sentiments and opinions culled from the Reflections and the Letters on a Regicide Peace, and ask triumphantly in what way they can be reconciled. It would be easy to point out that in 1772 he supported a bill for granting the dissenters privileges from which they were excluded by the Test Act, and that in 1790 he opposed a bill granting them those privileges. But if we look a little carefully into them, we shall find that these seeming inconsistencies are easily reconciled. That Burke's political creed in 1796 was precisely what it was in 1771, that it had changed in no article whatever. What had changed were circumstances, and the change in Burke was no change in principles and tenets, but in the part he was forced to play, the attitude he was compelled to assume for the conservation of those tenets and principles. A short sketch of his career. Footnote: he was born at Dublin, probably in 1729, but even the year of his birth is uncertain. End footnote. Till the breaking out of the Revolution will help us to understand how much of a piece that part of his life and conduct which those who taunt him with apostasy deplore and execrate, and excuse only on the ground that he had become half insane, was with that part of it to which they point with pride and gratitude. Few men have entered public life so admirably equipped for its duties, and so peculiarly predisposed, both by circumstances and training, to approach it in a large and liberal spirit. His father was a Protestant, his mother a Roman Catholic, and his first teacher a Quaker. He was not only entirely free from religious prejudices, but, what was more important, had had it early brought home to him that truth, and fruitful truth, has many sides. These early surroundings certainly go far to account for one of Burke's most striking characteristics, his flexible and hospitable mind. The variety of his studies at Trinity College, Dublin, and the ardor with which he pursued them, we all know. How at one time he devoted himself to mathematics, and had his Furor Mathematicus, and then betook himself to logic, till the Furor Logicus yielded to a passionate devotion to history. The Furor Historicus yielded in return to the Furor Poeticus. Leaving Trinity College with immense stores of the most varied acquirements, having indeed surveyed within the measure of a youth's capacity almost the whole area of learning, he betook himself to London. There his literary occupations, among them the political survey of Europe in the Annual Register and a history of the American settlement, as well as his duties and opportunities while in the service of William Gerald Hamilton, were of invaluable service to him in his political education. In the year 1765 he was, by the influence of Lord Varney, returned to Parliament through the borough of Wendover. The party to which he attached himself, and in the cause of which he laboured so long as it retained its identity, was a party led by the Marquis of Rockingham. It was a party distinguished by its integrity, its disinterestedness, its moderation, and its consistency during a time of almost unexampled political profligacy and incompetence. It was the party which retained in their purity the principle of that great Whig party which had brought about the Revolution of 1688. With those principles it never paltered. It upheld them while the subserviency of a selfish faction to an obstinate and tyrannical king, and the feuds and dissensions of what should have constituted the opposition to this tyranny, imperiled our liberties, lost us America, and brought us to the lowest point of national depression. It upheld them when a third power, called into being by the natural course of progress and into importance through being made the counters with which these factions played their game, namely, what is now known as the democracy, was threatening to turn the scale to the opposite extreme. The Ark of the Covenant of this party was the Constitution of 1688, their aim the maintenance of a due equipoise between the principles represented by monarchy, aristocracy, and democracy. But we must guard carefully against attaching to democracy a sense it bears now. The "people" were then, politically speaking, non-existent, and were absolutely unrepresented, having no share at all in the direction of affairs. In fact, democracy in our sense of the term was an unknown quantity in the Constitution of 1688. The democratic element was represented by the Commons, and the Commons were, as political agents, the nominees either of the Crown or of the aristocracy and great landed classes, or members of these last bodies. It would be a great mistake to associate Burke at any period of his career with democratic ideas. The only parliamentary reform he and his party ever contemplated was to readjust the balance in the Commons between the representatives of the aristocracy and the representatives of the Crown, a balance which was then overwhelmingly preponderant on the Crown's side, and to infuse, but very cautiously, an element representing the interests of the great mercantile classes. His Ark of the Covenant was, let me repeat, the Constitution of 1688. That was his ideal. On the preservation of that depended, in his belief, the safety, the prosperity, the glory of the English nation. This places us in the very center of Burke's political ideals, explains his motives of action, and enables us to reconcile his policy and position between 1790 and 1796 with his policy and position between 1765 and 1789. As the Constitution, which he so nobly describes, had been the result of compromise, of a cautious and sober adjustment of the principles of prescription to the principles of progress, as it combined the results of purified experiment with the results of a spirit of reverent conservatism, so it became ideally, as he himself had said, a sort of Bible to him, and a Bible in a double sense. A Bible which he believed contained the gospel of England's political salvation, and a Bible out of which he derived the teaching which guided his actions and molded and colored the whole of his political conduct and policy. If we look at all the chief events with which he was associated before the breaking out of the Revolution, and note the part he played in them, we observe the same prudent moderation, the same spirit of compromise. Thus, with regard to the American Revolution, he upheld the imperial authority and maintained the right of England to tax, but deprecated the exercise of that right on the ground of inexpediency. Thus he was wholly in favor of relaxing the commercial and legislative restriction on the Anglo-Irish, and even lost his seat in supporting a bill in favor of alleviation. But though he tried to educate his party on the Irish question, he never pressed the matter further. Thus he at first supported Clarkson and his crusade against the slave trade, but abandoned the attempt for fear of injuring his party by alienating the West Indian interest. Then he opposed parliamentary reform on the ground that it would lessen the power of those orders in the state who had the greatest stake in the country. Thus in 1790 he refused the dissenters the relief he had been willing to give them in 1772, because the time was not propitious to such indulgence. The same moderation marked his scheme for economical reform. He resisted all attempts which involved radical changes in any essential part of the Constitution. "I heave," he said, "the lead every inch of the way I make." In his notes on the amendment to the address 1774, he has a typical passage. Quote, "Nothing is more beautiful in the theory of parliaments than that principle of renovation and union, of permanency and change that are happily mixed in their constitution, that in all our changes we are never wholly old or wholly new, that there are enough of the old to preserve unbroken the traditional chain of the maxims and policies of our ancestors and the law and custom of Parliament, and enough of the new to invigorate us and bring us to our true character by being taken from the mass of the people. And the whole, though mostly composed of the old members, have notwithstanding a new character, and may have the advantage of change without the imputation of inconsistency." He says in another place, "The old building stands well enough, though part Gothic, part Grecian, and part Chinese, until an attempt is made to square it into uniformity. Then indeed it may come down upon our heads altogether in much conformity of ruin, and great will be the fall thereof." Footnote: Observations on the present state of the nation. End footnote. And he has no objection to modification, and he would have the fabric elastic, for a state without the means of change is without the means of its conservation. His political philosophy is penetrated with the same spirit. It is of the essence of compromise. Its criteria are the possible, the expedient, the becoming. It is not concerned with abstract principles except in their bounded application to facts and circumstances. "Circumstances," he writes, "give in reality to every political principle its distinguishing color and discriminating effect. These circumstances are what render every civil and political scheme beneficial or obnoxious to mankind." Footnote: Reflections on the French Revolution. End footnote. As Mr. Paine has observed, what a German metaphysical theologian at the end of the last century, after many wearisome attempts to square religion with abstract principles, observed of Christianity. Das Christentum est keine Philosophie may be exactly applied to Burke's conception of politics. Die Politik ist keine Philosophie. It is merely empirical, not a matter of rules and ideas, but of observation and practice. It is a computing principle. What it has to deal with are differences of good, are compromises, sometimes between good and evil, sometimes between evil and evil, for it works, quote, "standing on earth, not wrapped above the pole." End quote. Hence his defense of party in answer to the rhodomontade of Bolingbroke, and his constant insistence on the necessity of fidelity to party interests at almost any cost, except when issues of important moment to the welfare of mankind are imperiled. "I can see," said his friend Dr. Johnson, "that a man may do right to stick to a party. That is to say, he is a Whig or he is a Tory, and he thinks that one of those parties upon the whole the best, and that to make it prevail it must be generally supported, though in particulars it may be wrong. He takes its faggot of principles, in which there are fewer rotten sticks than in the other, though some rotten sticks, to be sure, and they cannot well be separated. Footnote: Boswell's Tour to the Hebrides. End footnote. This was exactly Burke's view, and of Rockingham's party, in its faggot principles and aims. There were certainly far fewer rotten sticks than in the faggot of any other party in Burke's time. It is not, he contended, a question whether monarchy, whether oligarchy, whether democracy are in themselves desirable, but whether in their purity or their combination they are fitted to the needs of a particular community. Thus he argued of the Revolution that if a great change were to be made in human affairs, the minds of men would be fitted to it. The general opinions and feelings would draw that way, and that those who persisted in opposing this mighty current in human affairs would appear rather to resist the decrees of Providence itself than the mere designs of men. The late Lord Coleridge once said to a friend of mine, an enthusiastic young barrister, quote, "You cannot greatly help justice till you have ceased greatly to care for her." End quote. This was putting it a little cynically, but it exactly indicates Burke's conception of the relation of abstract ideals to the possibility of what can be realized. He had as little confidence as Bishop Butler in the perfectibility of man or of the world. Facts are facts, and they must be confronted. He had no sympathy with the democracy, and yet he wrote, "In all disputes between them, the people, and their rulers, the presumption is at least upon a par in favor of the people. The people have no interest in disorder." Footnote: Thoughts on the cause of the present discontents. End footnote. So with respect to the American colonists, he said, "The question with me is, not whether you have a right to render your people miserable, but whether it is not your interest to make them happy." Footnote: Speech on Conciliation with America. End footnote. And again, "I do not know the method of drawing up an indictment against a whole people." Footnote: Speech on Conciliation with America. End footnote. In temper and constitution, Burke was one of the noblest men who ever lived, a patriot as pure as Hampden and Washington, a philanthropist as ardent as Howard and Clarkson, as passionate a lover of liberty, justice, and light, as passionate a hater of all that impeded them as any man who has ever been in the van of aspiring humanity, as his career between 1765 and 1789 shows, and shows conclusively. But his sagacity and practical wisdom, his knowledge of human nature and of the conditions and laws under which life moves and men work, kept all this from wasting itself either in quixotic action or in quixotic speech. "I pitched," he said, referring to the outset of his political life, "my ideas of liberty low, that they might stick to me, and that I might stick to them to the end of my life." No man was ever more free from utopian delusions. No man ever so shy of drawing bills on hope for experience to discount. What had actually been achieved and what was demonstrably possible bounded the horizon of his political sympathies and of his political aspirations. It is in such passages as the peroration of his speech on conciliation with America that his greatness is seen. Here he burst into flame and blaze, for they could serve occasion. The patriotism, the philanthropy, the love of justice, liberty, and light, which ever glowed an intense but suppressed fire within him. Here pure reason, plain sense, and simple facts, penetrated with passion, and clad in glorious apparel, seemed like the raptures of the poet. The Revolution found Burke in the vigor of his genius and of his intellectual powers, but depressed, harassed, and broken by 24 years of almost superhuman labors. He had failed in everything except in bringing Warren Hastings to trial. He had seen America torn from England, government a chaos of factions, his party wrecked, its remnant hurried into follies and crimes which had first disgraced and then proscribed it. And now the last and saddest chapter in his troubled life was to open. In May 1789 met the States General. In July of the same year the Bastille was taken. Then followed the Declaration of the Rights of Man, and the decree of the 4th of August, and the irruption of the mob into the Palace of Versailles. These events drew from Burke in November 1790 his Reflections, though the work was directly called forth on account of an address given by Dr. Richard Price, a nonconformist minister to the Revolutionary Society. Contrary to the view taken by Price, Burke fiercely attacked the Revolution in these Reflections, and in his subsequent writings, viz., Thoughts on French Affairs, and a Letter to a Member of the National Assembly, in which he prophesied the course things were certain to take. Quote, "The shifting tides of fear and hope, the fight and the pursuit, the peril and escape, the alternate famine and feasts of the savage and the thief, after a time render all course of slow, steady, progressive, unvaried occupation, and the prospect only of a limited mediocrity at the end of a long labor, to the last degree tame, languid, and insipid. They will assassinate the king when his name will no longer be necessary to their designs. They will probably first assassinate the queen." Footnote: Letter to a Member of the National Assembly. End footnote. Meanwhile, he had set the kingdom on fire, having previously broken with Fox and Sheridan and split the Whig party in two. Then came out in answer to the numerous attacks on him, quote, "An appeal from the new to the old Whigs," end quote, 1791, in which he demonstrates that it is not he who has changed but they, that he remains true to the old flag, that of the true Whigs, while they have gone off into mad Democrats and incendiaries to break up and ruin the noble English Constitution, the Ark of the Old Covenant. The Whigs of this day, he concludes by saying, have before them in this appeal their constitutional ancestors. They have the doctors of the modern school. They will choose for themselves. The author of the Reflections has chosen for himself. The Conduct of the Minority, written 2 years later, is a defense of his own conduct, and an arraignment of that of Fox and his friends. Meanwhile, the Revolution had been proceeding just as Burke had prophesied, horror on horror accumulating. The king had been executed, war had been declared between England and France. The armed coalition was melting away. England and Austria were left alone. France was in the hands of the Directory, and everywhere triumphant. Fox and his party had, of course, opposed the war with France from the beginning. Pitt never loved it, and was now anxious for peace with the Directory. So in 1796, Pitt opened negotiations for peace with France. It was to oppose that peace that Burke wrote, and wrote in fire, the Letters on a Regicide Peace, those scathing philippics against what he called the pusillanimity and madness of England in attempting to establish friendly relations with a country which was aggressively republican and revolutionary. Identifying France with lawlessness and anarchy, with the principles of all that was base and brutal, with all that was inimical to civil order and private decency, denouncing her as the enemy of the human race, as a common and insufferable nuisance, stinking in the nostrils of Europe, as the blood-reeking, offal-loaded lair of robbers, pariahs, and assassins. He conjured his countrymen, as they valued the Constitution, as they valued the existence of their national life and church, throne, state, as they valued social order, honor, religion, reason, decency, to have no peace with France, not to condescend to recognize its existence as a political unit, to expunge it from the roll of nations, to obliterate it from the map. In no work's extent are there more manifest passages of sustained and fiery eloquence, invective more terrific, sarcasm more blasting, more jewels of rhetoric and felicitous expression, nay, and making all allowance for intemperance and extravagance, heat and fury, more jewels of crystallized wisdom. They were a voice from Burke's deathbed. They were written when he was reeling under the blow that broke him, the death of his son, when disease and anxiety and sorrow had bowed and broken him. A miserable triumph over miserable adversaries closes the scene. It was known that Burke was on the verge of actual beggary, and Pitt procured for him a pension without bringing the matter before Parliament. The Duke of Bedford and Lord Lauderdale, seeing in this a weapon for attacking Pitt, opposed the pension in the House of Lords. The head of the House of Bedford was not quite the proper person to oppose a grant from the Crown, and in the Letter to a Noble Lord, so justly described by Lord Morley as the most splendid repartee in the English language, Burke expresses his surprise that objection to his pension should have come from that particular quarter, for the pension was surely not altogether given without some equivalent, and was after all only a small one. But, quote, "The Duke of Bedford is the Leviathan among all the creatures of the crown. He tumbles about his unwieldy bulk. He plays and frolics in the ocean of the royal bounty, huge as he is, and whilst, quote, he lies floating many a rood, end quote, he is still a creature. His ribs, his fins, his whalebone, his blubber, the very spiracles through which he spouts a torrent of brine against his origin, and covers me all over with the spray. Everything of him and about him is from the throne. It is for him in italics, to question the dispensation of the royal favor?" Sadly, the old man pointed out how more than an equivalent might have been paid for the royal bounty. "Had it pleased God to continue to me the hopes of succession, I should have been, according to my mediocrity and the mediocrity of the age I live in, a sort of founder of a family. I should have left a son, who in all the points in which personal merit can be viewed, in science, in erudition, in genius, in taste, in honor, in generosity, in humanity, in every liberal sentiment, and every liberal accomplishment, would not have shewn himself inferior to the Duke of Bedford, or to any of those whom he traces in his line." Pathetic indeed. Pathetic beyond expression that it should have been in the midst of feuds like these, in the midst of gloom and storm like this, with no ray of the glory that was beyond even faintly perceptible to him, that the great soul of this man who had labored for England and for mankind, always in righteousness and sincerity, for 35 years, was to take its flight. We now know that Burke, with reference to the Revolution, was a false prophet. that if he discerned clearly the immediate consequences, he did not discern the ultimate consequences of that stupendous convulsion. He miscalculated on all sides. He miscalculated even ludicrously the power of France, and of those whom principles allied with her. He confounded what was accidental and what was essential. He did not perceive the solidity, steadiness, and good sense which underlay the superficial tumult and agitation in England. But let us not underrate the value of his anti-revolutionary writings. If we have outgrown much which he regarded with superstitious reverence, if the glamour with which in his eyes sentiment invested monarchy and aristocracy is now dimming and fading, if we are pressing to other goals than had defined themselves to him, if experiment and experience have justified us in feeling confidence where he doubted and mistrusted, we should do well to remember and find guidance in many of his characteristic precepts and warnings. That if we look forward to posterity, we should not forget to look backward to our ancestors. That prescription and tradition should neither be contemptuously ignored nor rudely violated. That what has grown up historically can only perish historically. That the application of abstract rights and principles to an organization so composite and artificial as political society and its economy is the most difficult and delicate of problems. That the only sure test of political wisdom is expediency. Expediency not in the narrow and selfish, but in the highest and most comprehensive sense of the term. End of Chapter 5. Edmund Burke. Chapter 6 of the Posthumous Essays of John Churton Collins. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Posthumous Essays of John Churton Collins. Chapter 6. William Godwin and Mary Wollstonecraft. Part 1. If you had dropped in at one of Lamb's Wednesday evenings in the Temple at about 10 o'clock p.m., you would most probably have seen at the whist table a somewhat remarkable-looking man, with a massive head altogether out of proportion to the insignificant body which supported it, with placid, benignant features, and with a particularly gracious suavity of manner. Had you requested to be introduced to him, you would have found him a man of few words, and, though plainly a philosopher, by no means disposed to talk of serious subjects. You would have been struck by the delicacy and precision of expression, bordering, you would have felt, on the finical, with which in the lowest of voices he delivered what he had to say to you. Could you have drawn him out of his shell, you would very soon have discovered that you were in communication with no common intellect, but with an intellect of steel, and steel of the ice-hook's temper, as hard and cold as it was keen and poignant, that neither passion nor sentiment, neither imagination nor fancy, no touch of humour, no suspicion of wit, had part in your strange companion's composition. Had you been a young gentleman of fortune, it is more than probable that your new friend would have solicited the honour of further acquaintance with you, and would have taken an early opportunity of communicating that he was in great straits for money, and that any loan from £5 to £500 would just then be particularly acceptable, and you would have noticed that he requested this rather as a right than as a favour. Whatever you might have thought of him, the one thing which you would have found it difficult to realize in relation to your composed and staid companion was that he was the high priest of anarchy and the author of a work at the potential effects which the maddest incendiary in Europe would have been appalled. Godwin presents the extraordinary anomaly, not of a philosopher among fanatics, for that is not uncommon, but of a fanatic among philosophers. Reason seems to have had the same effect on him as mere enthusiasm has on other men. What sobers most men intoxicated him. What quenches them gave him fire. At the point to which others are rapt by transporting excitement, he arrived by a cold process of mathematical calculation. The sensation which Burke's Reflections made among politicians was scarcely greater than the sensation which the Political Justice made in inquiring, philosophico-political circles. No work in our time, says Hazlitt, gave such a blow to the philosophical mind of this country. Tom Paine was considered for a time as Tom Fool to Godwin, Paley an old woman, Edmund Burke a flashy sophist. Truth, moral truth, had here taken up its abode, and these were the oracles of thought. It carried, said De Quincey, one single shock into the bosom of English society, fearful but momentary, like that from the electric blow of the gymnotus. But it did not meet with the approval of many friends of the Revolution. Horne Tooke pronounced it to be a bad book, which would do a great deal of harm, and even Holcroft said that though it was written with very good intentions, yet, to be sure, nothing would be so foolish. The poet Crabbe's remark about it was characteristic and hit it off in quiet humour. I have never felt before, nor, I am afraid, have I ever felt since, so strongly the duty of not living to oneself, but of having for one's sole object the good of the community. But to turn to its author. Born March 3, 1756, at Wisbeach in Cambridgeshire, his father being a dissenting minister at that place, he was brought up by an aunt who was a rigid Calvinist, and who dinned into him the religious views of that sect. He passed next into the tuition of one Samuel Newton, a minister of the Independent congregation at Norwich, whose creed, derived from the writings of Sandeman, had supplemented that of Calvin. For Calvin's creed, having damned 99 in 100 who were not Calvinists, this creed damned 99 in 100 who were Calvinists. He had thus, at the opening of life, laid an excellent foundation for that reaction which in his 31st year made him an unbeliever, and in his 36th an atheist. In 1773 he entered the dissenting college at Hoxton, where he spent 5 years, reading among other things all the authors for and against the Trinity, original sin, and the most disputed doctrines. But finding his understanding not sufficiently instructed for impartial decision, all his inquiries terminated in Calvinism. He had also, he says, adopted the principles of Toryism with regard to politics. In 1778 he settled as a dissenting minister at Ware in Hertfordshire. But now a great change was about to come over him, for he was brought into contact with the first of the 4 instructors to whom he tells us he felt his mind first indebted for improvement, namely Joseph Fawcett, Thomas Holcroft, George Dyson, and T.S. Coleridge. Fawcett, whose name is now forgotten, delivered the Sunday evening lectures at the Old Jewry. He had, according to Hazlitt, a singularly pure and noble character, and Hazlitt adds, he was one of the most enthusiastic admirers of the French Revolution, and I believe that the disappointment of the hopes he had cherished of the freedom and happiness of mankind preyed upon his mind and hastened his death. Thomas Holcroft, whom Godwin first met in 1786, and with whom 2 years afterwards he became on terms of brotherly intimacy, was a very remarkable man. The son of a shoemaker, he had been successively stable boy, shoemaker, actor, dramatist, and novelist. Stern, irascible, and perfervid, he carried revolutionary notions to excess. Rectitude and courage were, said Mrs. Shelley, the gods of his idolatry. He would contend that death and disease existed only through the feebleness of man's mind, and, happy man, that pain had no reality. In 1785 Godwin came up to London, dropped the title Reverend, betook himself to journalism and miscellaneous literature, and threw himself into the life of the time. Then came the great event that found him an unbeliever rapidly developing into an atheist. They are his own terms, in religion and a republican in politics. In his diary, 1789, he writes, "This was a year of the French Revolution. My heart beat high with great swelling sentiments of liberty. I had been for 9 years, in principles, a republican. I had read with great satisfaction the writings of Rousseau, Helvetius, and others, the most popular authors in France. I observed in them a system more general and simply philosophical than in the majority of English writers on political subjects, and I could not refrain from conceiving sanguine hopes of a revolution of which such writings had been the precursors. Yet I was far from approving all that I saw even in the commencement of the Revolution. I never for a moment ceased to disapprove of mob government, and the impulses which men, collected together in multitudes, produce on each other. I desired such political changes only as should flow purely from the clear light of the understanding and the erect and generous feelings of the heart." Footnote: See Kegan Paul's William Godwin. This puts comprehensively Godwin's attitude to the Revolution. In 1793 appeared Political Justice, which, if written in the interests of democracy, was certainly published at a very aristocratic price, 3 guineas. This is said to have been the reason that proceedings were not taken against it by the government, Pitt observing to the Privy Council that a 3-guinea book could never do much harm among those who had not 3 shillings to spare. Mrs. Shelley tells us, however, that the high price her father placed on the work was in strict conformity with his principles. He was an advocate for improvements brought in by the enlightened and sober-minded, but he deprecated abrupt innovations and appeals to the passion of the multitude. Political Justice was succeeded by Caleb Williams, published in 1794, designed to illustrate dramatically the doctrines inculcated in the former work, by a general review of the modes of domestic and unrecorded despotism, by which man becomes the destroyer of man, the hero being the victim of autocratic power and of mal-administered and tyrannical laws. As our business is with Godwin in direct relation to the French Revolution, it is not necessary to deal with his many other literary and historical works, produced between 1794 and 1834, or to enter into further details about his private life, beyond the period of his connection with Shelley. In January 1796 he met Mary Wollstonecraft. Footnote: apparently not for the first time. He had previously met her in 1791. End footnote. Born in 1759, this remarkable woman had illustrated in her own adventures the results of the application of ideal laws to human life and society as at present constituted. Thrown on her own resources at 18 years of age, she had been companion to a lady at Bath, and had then set up a school at Newington Green, where she became intimately acquainted with Dr. Richard Price. Failing there, she then became governess in a private family in Ireland, and had at last, in 1788, settled down to a literary life in London. Here she worked like a slave, battling very heroically both with poverty and ill health. Gradually she had found friends, and among them Fuseli and his wife. Here she was brought into contact with the reformers, as they called themselves, among them Tom Paine. When Burke's Reflections had set London on fire, and answers to it and apologies for it were pouring from every press, among the voices hers was one, and it found expression in a Letter to Burke, a running shriek of a painfully hysterical ring against Burke's arguments. On a very different order was the next work, The Vindication of the Rights of Women, but to that I shall recur. In the heated atmosphere in which she lived, she began now to lose her head, and not long afterwards her heart, for she fell frantically in love with Fuseli, Mrs. Fuseli not unnaturally perhaps objecting. So in 1792 this hyena in petticoats, this philosophizing serpent, for such, I grieve to say, were the terms in which Horace Walpole spoke of her, went off to Paris, which she found in all the throes of the crisis preceding the execution of the king, whose passage to the guillotine she witnessed. Here she met Gilbert Imlay, fell frantically in love with him, and became his wife in the eyes of heaven, as one of her friends piously observed, but unhappily not in the eyes of the world. Imlay, who appears to have been a selfish and good-for-nothing fellow, not long afterwards deserted her, so back she came to England with her child, a girl who was 22 years afterwards to die by her own hand. Maddened by Imlay's treatment, Mary threw herself into the Thames from Putney Bridge, but was rescued. Gradually she became calmer and resumed her literary work. Imlay was gradually forgotten, and Godwin slowly took his place in Mary's affections. Neither of them had believed in marriage, and though Mary had, he had not the courage to defy the world, so after living together for 7 months, they condescended to stoop to the marriage ceremony. Less than a year after, Mary died, leaving the daughter who links the name of Godwin with that of Shelley. Not long afterwards Godwin married again. Let us see how. Next door to him, in the Polygon, near Camden Towers, where he then had a house, a Mrs. Claremont with a son and daughter came to live. This lady fell in love with her illustrious neighbor, but did not know how to approach him, as his life was a very secluded one, and he was not a very accessible man, even though a neighbor. But she found that it was his habit to sit out on the balcony. Upon that she took to sitting out on her balcony, which adjoined his, where she would gaze at him, but the absorbed philosopher gazed not back. At last she took courage and spoke. "Is it possible that I behold the immortal Godwin?" It was so, as we know, and before the year was out the immortal Godwin was her own, and quite legally, for this terrible woman would not trifle with the law. This second Mrs. Godwin mismanaged his affairs, involved him in ruinous speculations, quarrelled with her own children, with his children, with him, and with his friends, had a strident voice, we are told, in incessant activity, wore green spectacles, and was altogether, said Charles Lamb in summary, a very disgusting woman. However, Godwin was a philosopher, and they managed to rub on together. And now came the most important event in Godwin's life. On January 3, 1812, Godwin received a letter. It informed him that the writer had been accustomed to consider him a luminary too dazzling for the darkness that surrounded him, that he had ardently desired to share on the footing of intimacy that intellect which he had delighted to contemplate in its emanations, but that he had long regarded him as a name enrolled in the list of the honorable dead, and had felt regret that the glory of his being had passed from this world of ours. Considering then these feelings, it said, you will not be surprised at the inconceivable emotions with which I learned your existence and your dwelling. I have but just entered on the scene of human operations, yet my feelings and my reasonings correspond with what yours were." And it concludes by imploring him to employ humanly half an hour in letting the writer know whether any hope could be held out to him of a personal interview. The writer of this letter was Percy Bysshe Shelley. Shelley was then in his 20th year. He had as yet produced nothing which has contributed to his fame, but was then engaged on the Retrospect, and was about to begin Queen Mab. Between January and October he continued to correspond with his idol, and at the beginning of October the master and pupil met. All that Bolingbroke had been to Pope, Godwin now became to Shelley. The philosophy of Godwin indeed stands in precisely the same relation to the poetry of Shelley as the philosophical writings of Bolingbroke stand to the Essay on Man, and as the writings of Democritus and Epicurus stood to the poem of Lucretius. A great part of Queen Mab is little more than a versification of political justice. The revolt of Islam is penetrated with the same influence, so is the Prometheus Unbound. It inspires the fragment of Charles I. It suffuses the Ode to Liberty. It was the mainspring of all his social and political philosophy. One of his prose essays, the fragment of A System of Government by Juries, is the commencement of a commentary on Godwin's theory of the application of a juridical system to government. Another, the fragment of the Essay on Christianity, was evidently designed to show that the chief value of Christian doctrines is that they anticipated many of the teachings of Godwin. Godwin was highly gratified by the homage paid to him and to his teachings by his fervid disciple. But when that homage took the form of a practical application of those teachings, he forgot his philosophy and became as angry as the most unphilosophic and commonplace person might be. It was not quite clear when Shelley first met Mary Godwin, but it is certain that on June 8, 1814, a thrilling voice was calling, "Shelley!" and a thrilling voice was answering, "Mary!" and that these were the thrilling voices of two who had, to employ Professor Dowden's phrase, become inexpressibly dear to one another. Footnote: Life of Shelley. End footnote. I need hardly remind you that at this time Shelley was the husband of a young wife with 2 children. But as he had learned, and nowhere so emphatically as from his master, that the marriage tie is mere degradation when love has ceased, as his for his wife had done, he had as little scruple about dissolving the old tie as he had about forming a new one. Accordingly, by the end of July, Mary and Shelley were on their way to the Continent. Godwin's rage knew no bounds. He pronounced Shelley's offence against virtue to be beyond forgiveness, and when 2 months afterwards the fugitives returned, he refused to have any intercourse with his too faithful disciple except through an attorney. But it must not be supposed that this intercourse through an attorney with the offender against virtue had any reference to the offence. It was simply because Shelley was assisting the philosopher with money-lenders and backing bills for him, and the philosopher fully appreciated the little services of this kind, which the prospective heir to a baronetcy and some £80,000 was able to do for him. Well might poor Mary, when commenting in her journal on her father's conduct, break into the exclamation, "Oh, philosophy!" And oh, philosophy indeed it was, and the results of philosophy were not to end here. Another inmate of Godwin's household, a young girl, a daughter of Mrs. Godwin by her first marriage, had also, like her half-sister, drunk deep from the fountains of the political justice. Meeting Byron, Byron had no difficulty in persuading her to follow in her half-sister's footsteps, though he did not think it necessary to persuade her to defy the world, and a miserable surreptitious intrigue was the result, till her shame could no longer be concealed. In September 1816, Fanny Imlay, Mary Wollstonecraft's natural daughter, hopelessly in love with Shelley, distracted by the miseries of her wretched home, in which the straits of poverty were aggravated by the strident turbulence of that very disgusting woman in green spectacles, terminated her troubles by poisoning herself at Swansea. A month after, Harriet Shelley drowned herself in the Serpentine. Early in the following year, Godwin's principles came into collision with the law and were submitted to the practical test of sanity and sound sense. Lord Eldon, in stating his reasons for deciding that Shelley's children were not to remain in the exclusive custody of their father, but were to be placed under the protection of the court, thus expressed himself: "This is a case in which, as the matter appears to me, the father's principles cannot be misunderstood, in which his conduct, which I cannot but consider as highly immoral, has been established in proof and established as the effect of these principles, conduct nevertheless which he represents to himself and others, not as conduct to be considered immoral, but to be recommended and observed in practice, and as worthy of approbation. I consider this therefore as a case in which a father has demonstrated that he must and does not deem it to be a matter of duty which his principles impose upon him to recommend to those whose opinions and habits he may take it upon himself to form, that conduct in some of the most important relations of life as moral and virtuous, which the law calls upon me to consider as immoral and vicious, conduct which the law animadverts upon as inconsistent with the duties of persons in such relations of life, and which it considers as injuriously affecting both the interests of such persons and those of the community." Godwin soon became reconciled with Shelley and Mary. In December 1816, little more than a fortnight after the inquest had been held on Harriet, they were duly married, and the philosopher was highly pleased. And this reconciliation was the more acceptable to him, as a year before Shelley had come to terms with his father, who had consented to pay his debts and to allow him 1,000 a year. As it was one of the fundamental principles of Godwin's philosophy that he who has should give to him who has not, and that there should be community of goods between those who were capable of profiting from them, and as the disciple had already proved himself so loyal, he naturally thought that things would begin to look up in Skinner Street. But unfortunately Godwin had many rivals. Peacock wanted 100 a year. Leigh Hunt wanted all he could get. Charles Clairmont had formed a scheme to live a Wordsworthian life among the Pyrenees, plus, I regret to say, a Miss Jean Morel. And "Do I dream, my dear Shelley," writes this youth, "when a gleam of gay hope gives me reason to doubt of the impossibility of my scheme?" But loud above all these voices, which were after all pleading soft and low for luxuries, rose the piercing cry, and it was always rising from Skinner Street. £500! A struggle sometimes almost beyond human strength. "Once every 3 months," he wrote to Shelley, "do I throw myself beneath the feet of Taylor of Norwich and my other discounting friends, protesting that this is absolutely for the last time. Shall this ever have an end?" Footnote: Dowden's Life of Shelley. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of the Posthumous Essays of John Churton Collins. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Posthumous Essays of John Churton Collins, Chapter 7. William Godwin and Mary Wollstonecraft, Part 2. Godwin certainly worked hard, but he imposed unmercifully upon Shelley, and not on Shelley alone, but on anyone he could get at. Shelley will meet us no more. But who can take leave of his early associations, his informing surroundings, without calling to mind Matthew Arnold's commentary? What a set! What a world! Is the exclamation that breaks from us as we come to the end of this history of the occurrences of Shelley's private life. Godwin's house of sordid horror, and Godwin's preaching, and holding the hat, and the green-spectacled Mrs. Godwin, and Hogg, the faithful friend. You will remember that he had attempted to induce Harriet to leave Shelley, and Hunt, the Horace of his precious world, and Lord Byron, with his deep grain of coarseness and commonness, his affectation, his brutal selfishness. What a set! Footnote. That's from Matthew Arnold's Essays in Criticism. End footnote. What a set, we may add, for that bird of paradise to have got his radiant wings entangled with. And now to pass to Godwin's work, the inquiry concerning political justice and its influence on morals and happiness. I may mention in passing that I shall deal, not with the first edition in quarto, which appeared in 1793, and which contained much that was altered and very much that was modified afterwards, but with the second edition in octavo, which appeared in 1796, and may be regarded as Godwin's final gospel. By political justice he means, he tells us, the adoption of any principle of morality and truth into the practice of a community. And the inquiry instituted was therefore an inquiry into the principles of society, of government, and of morals. The first part deals with principles, the second with the mode in which those principles should be applied in politics and in society. The general purport of the work is indicated in the fourth book. The adherents of the old systems of government affirm, that the imbecility of the human mind is such as to make it unadvisable that man should be trusted with himself, that his genuine condition is that of perpetual pupilage, that he is regulated by passion and partial views, and cannot be governed by pure reason and undiluted truth, that it is the business of a wise man not to subvert either in himself or in others delusions which are useful and prejudices which are salutary, and that he is the worst enemy of his species who attempts in whatever mode to introduce a form of society where no advantage is taken to restrain us from vices by illusion, from which we cannot be restrained by reason. Tenets of the opposite of these constitute the great outline of the present work. As I am not dealing with this book in detail, a succinct review of some of its leading doctrines must suffice. Locke has observed that the difference between the reasoning of a fool and of a madman is that a fool reasons incorrectly on just data, and that a madman reasons correctly on absurd data. No one can accuse Godwin of any inconsistency in his reasoning, of any flaw in his logical process. Grant his hypothesis, and his conclusions follow, as necessarily as the conclusion follows the premise in the syllogism, follows as certainly as the arithmetic fact that 2 and 2 make 4. But his hypotheses involve not merely the demolition and reconstruction of the whole fabric of society and government, but of human nature itself. His leading assumptions are perfectibility of man and the omnipotence of reason. He contends that that noble animal man, so far from being what religion and law had assumed him to be, a fallen creature saturated with original sin and desperately wicked, so far from being what every political community in the world had assumed him to be, a thing to be coerced and restrained, a very devil in a straitjacket, was by instinct and nature precisely the opposite of all this. Leave him to himself, and his will would secrete virtue as naturally as his liver secretes bile. Remove the restrictions and impediments which have been placed in the way of his upward aspiring instincts and impulses, his natural benevolence, humanity, and unselfishness, and the millennium would be realized. Reason is omnipotent. It should be the sole motive of action, the sole guide of action, the sole criterion of truth and virtue. All other motives, guides, and criteria are illusions. Man being, as he naturally is, a virtuous and reasonable creature, an appeal to his reason not only ought to be the only form which coercion should assume, but it would be an appeal which would be infallibly successful. Two other fundamental propositions are the natural equality of rights consequent on natural equality at birth, and the idea of the general good capitalized, as the supreme tribunal at which everything is to be tried. Now it is not difficult to see how every human institution and system, political, moral, and religious, is likely to fare when cast into this metaphysical crucible. Society is reduced to an aggregate of independent individuals, with no respect for tradition, with no prescriptive rights and privileges, bound by no pacts. Each his own legislator, each free and indeed bound to act just as his particular measure of reason directs. Hereditary titles become mere gewgaws. Hereditary property dissolves into, to employ Godwin's words, a mouldy patent shown as a right to extort from neighbors what the labor of those neighbors has produced. Every form of coercive government becomes immoral and iniquitous, any form of government an evil, a usurpation, as he puts it, upon the private judgment and individual conscience of mankind. Religious establishments mere insults to human intelligence, designed to perpetuate a system of blind submission and abject hypocrisy. Morality dissolves itself into the correct calculation of consequences, the beneficial or pernicious tendency of any action alone constituting it virtuous or vicious. No institution or system indeed survives the test of Godwin's remorseless analysis. But to his condemnation of one institution a particular interest is attached. The institution of marriage is a system of fraud, and men who carefully mislead their judgments in the daily affair of their life must always have a crippled judgment in every other concern. We ought to dismiss our mistake as soon as it is detected, but we are taught to cherish it. Marriage is now understood as a monopoly, and the worst of monopolies. So long as two human beings are forbidden by positive institution to follow the dictates of their own mind, prejudice will ever be alive and vigorous. So long as I seek by despotic and artificial means to engross a woman to myself and to prohibit any neighbor from proving his superior claim, I am guilty of the most odious selfishness. Over this imaginary prize men watch with perpetual jealousy, and one finds his desire and his capacity to circumvent as much excited as the other is excited to traverse his projects and frustrate his hopes. As long as this state of society continues, philanthropy will be crossed and checked in 1,000 ways, and the still augmenting stream of abuse will continue to flow. The abolition of marriage in the form now practiced will be attended with no evils. Political Justice, Chapter 8:8. End of footnote. He then goes on coolly to discuss whether a universal system of free love would be preferable to a system in which a man will select for himself a partner to whom he will adhere as long as that adherence shall continue to be the choice of both parties. That was a quotation. He is inclined on the whole to think the latter course would be the most conducive to the public good. The imperturbable serenity with which Godwin lays down his monstrous hypotheses and pursues them to their equally monstrous conclusions is perhaps the most extraordinary feature of his work. This is partly to be attributed to his own abnormal temperament, and partly perhaps to the utter absence in him of any sense of humor, if it had not a more vulgar origin, mere indulgence in paradoxical vanity. He was himself a person of frigid temper and signally deficient on the side of the emotions, without what Coleridge calls, "the illumination of the heart." It never seems to have occurred to him that man cannot by any process be transformed into a logical mill for grinding out philanthropical virtues, and that, even if he could, the result would only be the petrification of life. Let us examine for a moment the unit of Godwin's ideal state. He would be without passion, without emotion, without sentiment. His God would be the public good, and every act of his life would be a sacrifice to that idol. To that he would refer everything. If he had the alternative of saving a mother, a wife, a father, a child, or a perfect stranger from death, and he were satisfied that the life of the stranger was far more important to mankind, he would save the stranger and leave those who were bound to him by mere claims of affection to perish. He would form or dissolve ties on a similar principle. He would make love for the public good, or for the public good he would remain celibate. He would be Scævola and Curtius, Brutus and Cato in quintessence. He would neither feel gratitude nor expect it, knowing that what he received merely as the proper recipient, and what he gave for the same reason. He would not raise a glass of wine to his lips or annex an ornament to his person without satisfying himself that their production had involved no unjust condition of labor. Personal sympathies or personal antipathies he would have none. He would be one whom no intimacy could endear, no kindness attach, no injuries provoke, no beauty charm. Such is Godwin's ideal unit. And would you have the picture of the millennium which the aggregation of these units will realize? Here it is in his own words. The men, therefore, whom we are supposing to exist when the earth shall refuse itself to a more extended population, will probably cease to propagate. They will no longer have any motive, either of error or reason, to induce them. The whole will be a people of men and not of children. Generation will not succeed generation, nor truth have in a certain degree to recommence her career at the end of every 30 years. There will be no war, no crimes, no administration of justice, as it is called, and no government. Besides this, there will be no disease, no anguish, no melancholy, and no resentment. Every man will seek with ineffable ardor the good of all. Mind will be active and eager, yet never disappointed. Men will see the progressive advancement of virtue and good, and feel that if things occasionally happen contrary to their hopes, the miscarriage itself was a necessary part of that progress. They will know that they are members of the chain, that each has his several utility, and they will not feel indifferent to that utility. They will be eager to inquire into the good that already exists, the means by which it was produced, and the greater good that is yet in store. They will never want motives for exertion, for that benefit which a man thoroughly understands and earnestly loves, he cannot refrain from endeavoring to promote. Footnote: Political Justice, Book 8, 9. End footnote. We contemplate Godwin's Utopia with its ideal unit and its polity of ideal units with something of the feeling with which Macbeth contemplated the spectre of Banquo. It cannot indeed be said that this frigid phantasma of the pure reason, this stark and pallid mockery of life, has no speculation in the eyes to which it glares into the inquirer. But for the rest it is certainly all Banquo. Avaunt! We cry, thy bones are marrowless, thy blood is cold. Footnote. Macbeth 3:4. End footnote. Godwin's ruthless reduction of all that gives life its grace, its color, its charm, nay, its real meaning, into the caput mortuum of mere reason, is not only in the highest degree repulsive, but absurd and ridiculous. Hobbes and Swift had attempted to do the same thing before him, and if the Leviathan had succeeded, the Revolution and the creator of the King of Brobdingnag had, under the same impulse, tried his hand at the Utopia. Literature might have witnessed the singular spectacle of the extremes of cynicism passing by precisely the same process into the extremes of optimism. Godwin never seems to have reflected that pure reason in the application to conduct and life is a very insufficient and treacherous guide. It conducted him to the perfectibility of man and to the millennium. It conducted Falstaff to the rejection of honor. Remove all that Godwin removed, transcendental and sentimental considerations, and how unanswerable is Falstaff's logic with the unanswerableness of Godwin's own. Honor pricks me on. Yea, but how if honor pricks me off when I come on? How then? Can honor set a leg? No. Or an arm? No. Or take away the grief of a wound? No. Honor hath no skill in surgery then? No. What is honor? A word. What is in that word honor? What is that honor? Air. A trim reckoning. Who hath it? He that died, O Wednesday. Doth he feel it? No. Doth he hear it? No. Is it insensible then? Yea, to the dead. But will it not live with the living? No. Why? Detraction will not suffer it. Therefore I'll have none of it. Honor is a mere scutcheon, and so ends my catechism. Footnote. King Henry IV, Act 1, Scene 1. End footnote. Well might Troilus say, nay, if we talk of reason, let's shut our gates and sleep. Manhood and honor should have hare hearts, would they but fat their thoughts with this crammed reason. Footnote. Troilus and Cressida, Part 2, Act 2. End footnote. But it would be doing Godwin great injustice not to acknowledge that there is much in his work which is of real value. It is well that the institutions which he arraigns should be submitted to such tests as he applies to them, not as a test of their title to existence, but as a test of their applicability to modification. It is well that the questions which he discusses should be approached on the side on which he approaches them, lest one good custom should corrupt the world. Many of his remarks on aristocracy, on the restrictions laid upon the virtuous energies of man, on free will and necessity, on revolutions, on good and evil, are excellent, and his note is sometimes really noble, as read his reply to those who would not assist in Negro emancipation on the ground that the slaves are contented. It is not very material to a man of liberal and enlarged mind whether they are contented or no. Are they contented? I am not contented for them. I see in them beings of certain capacities equal to certain pursuits and enjoyments. It is of no consequence in the question that they do not see this, that they do not know their interests and happiness. They do not repine, neither does a stone repine. That which you mention as an alleviation finishes in my conception the portrait of their calamity. Abridged as they are of independence and enjoyment, they have neither the apprehension nor the spirit of men. I cannot bear to see human nature thus degraded. It is my duty, if I can, to make themselves 1,000 times happier than they are. Footnote. Political Justice, Book 6, 11. End footnote. Again, in the same chapter, the man who has sought to benefit nations rises above the mechanical ideas of barter and exchange. He asks no gratitude. To see that they are benefited, or to believe that they will be so, is its own reward. He ascends to the highest of human pleasures, the pleasures of disinterestedness. He enjoys all the good that mankind possesses and all the good that he perceives to be in reserve for them. No man so truly promotes his own interest as he that forgets it. No man reaps so copious a harvest of pleasure as he who thinks only of the pleasure of other men. It must be admitted that nothing leads itself so easily to eloquence that finds a response in every liberal mind as the themes of the political justice, and that passages like these, and they are many, do not compensate the radical unsoundness and pernicious tendency of this most extravagant work, a work of which it may be said, as was said with less truth of another, that a foolish man could not have written it, and that a wise man would not. But to turn from Godwin to Mary Wollstonecraft and her work. I have already given a sketch of her life and shown how the Revolution affected her, and how she wrote her foolish and intemperate letter to Burke. This subject was followed up 4 years later by the first volume of An Historical and Modern View of the French Revolution. Neither of these works is of any interest now, and therefore I shall say no more about them, merely remarking that the second is of a very different character from the first, being comparatively sane and sober. But the work by which she is remembered, and which deserves to be remembered, is the work which we will now consider. On July 3, 1790, she drew up a petition pleading for the admission of women to the right of citizenship. And on July 12, an assembly at the Palais Royal, the Abbé Flochet, accompanied by a Dutch lady, Madame Pomme Edler, addressed the assembly in an eloquent speech on the subject. For some months women had not only been present at the meetings of the Jacobins in the Rue des Honors, but had taken part in the debates of Madame Pomme Edler, supported by Condorcet and Flochet, now determined to press for their right to engage in public affairs, not as mere interlopers and accidents, but as having authority. But the movement was not successful. In a pamphlet published by Talleyrand, who was not in favor of the admission of women to these rights, he had conceded that to see one half of the human race excluded by the other from all participation of government was a political phenomenon that, according to abstract principles, it was impossible to explain. On that hint Mary Wollstonecraft spoke, and she dedicated her Vindication of the Rights of Women to Talleyrand, whom she had met in London in 1792, just before the book was published. It was to induce Talleyrand to support the movement in France, where the question was the political equality of the sexes, hoping no doubt that it would form a precedent and extend to England. This plea is included in her Vindication, but no stress is laid on it, the stress being laid only on educational equality. The purport of her work she describes in summary herself. Contending for the rights of woman, my main argument is built on this simple principle, that if she not be prepared by education to become the companion of man, she will stop the progress of knowledge and virtue. For truth must be common to all, or it will be inefficacious with respect to its influence on general practice. And how can woman be expected to cooperate unless she know why she ought to be virtuous? Unless freedom strengthen her reason, till she comprehend her duty, and see in what manner it is connected with her real good. If children are to be educated to understand the true principle of patriotism, their mother must be a patriot, and the love of mankind from which an orderly train of virtues spring can only be produced by considering the moral and civil interest of mankind. But the education and situation of woman at present shuts her out from such investigations. Footnote: Dedication to Talleyrand. End footnote. She then proceeds to say that she shall consider women, in the grand light of human creatures who in common with men are placed on the earth to unfold their faculties. Footnote from her introduction. and that her exhortation will not be addressed to "ladies" only, to whom such serious instruction as has hitherto been conferred on woman has now practically confined, but more particularly to those of the middle class. She then reviews the prevalent theories about the education proper for women, giving especial prominence to Rousseau, who in his Emile had contended that women were constitutionally unfitted for studies which tend to generalize ideas, such as the exact sciences, that works of genius are beyond their capacity, that their sphere is the heart, not the head, their spring impulse, not reason, and that their chief study should be man, to understand him and to please and fascinate him, that they are essentially unreasoning creatures, but the more charming and delightful because of that. The other writers whom she reprobates are Milton, but more especially Dr. Gregory, Dr. Fordyce, and Mrs. Barbauld, who were then great authorities on women's education. They had inculcated just the conventional notions about woman and her relation to man and to the scheme of life, which may be said to be summed up in the pretty lines which Dryden puts to the mouth of Raphael when addressing Adam and Eve. Thy stronger soul shall her weak reason sway, and then through love her beauty shall obey. Thou shalt secure her helpless sex from harms, and she thy cares shall sweeten with her charms. Dryden's State of Innocence, Act 2, Section 1. All this, she contends, had tended to degrade women, to place them in a most false and unworthy position, and all this she illustrates comprehensively by citing a copy of verses by Mrs. Barbauld, indignantly emphasizing portions by italics. Flowers to the fair, to you these flowers I bring, and strive to greet you with an earlier spring. Flowers sweet and gay and delicate like you, emblems of innocence and beauty too, flowers the sole luxury which nature knew. In Eden's pure and guileless garden grew. To loftier forms are rougher tasks assigned. The sheltering oak resists the stormy wind. The tougher yew repels invading foes, and the tall pine for future navies grows. But this soft family to cares unknown were born for pleasure and delight alone. Gay without toil and lovely without art, they spring to cheer the sense and glad the heart. Nor blush, my fair, to own you copy these. Your best, your sweetest empire is to please. To a lady with some painted flowers. Not till women come to understand that this sort of thing is the grossest insult that can be offered them, the kind of homage which they ought indignantly to repudiate, there will be small hope of their becoming what God and nature had fitted them to become. It was no doubt very gratifying to the tyrant man to find that he had a monopoly in all that makes life important and honorable, very gratifying to be looked up to as a demigod, and to have these lovely creatures, these emblems of innocence and beauty too, clinging helplessly to him for support, he supporting them just as long as it happened to be agreeable to him to support them, and then when the parasite ceased to be lovely or attractive, letting it drop and collapse in ruin, or how it might. She complains that the whole education of women tends in this direction to make them fine by defect and amiably weak, to make them believe seriously that their end and aim had been summed up in Lord Lyttelton's precept, "One only care your gentle breast should move, the important business of your life is love." Advice to a lady. Wholly erroneous notions of what constitutes modesty, decorum, and propriety, tending rather to the corruption of woman than to her enlightenment, cry aloud for reformation. She is very severe on the weak institutions, the sentimentalism, the over-attention to dress, the ignorance of all that concerns the rearing and education of children, then prevalent among women, all of which she attributes to absurdly mistaken notions as to the discipline proper for them. Her remarks on education are very sensible, and in her scheme for combining what was best in public and what was best in private education, contending that it should be undertaken by government, she anticipated what is with some modification our present national school system, just as in her scheme for the education of young women she anticipated the Froebel system. In a word, she would have training directed to fitting a woman for the severe duties of life. Let their constitution be braced by athletics and such pursuits as gardening, their minds by the study of experimental philosophy and serious literature, their character by free intercourse with the world. Let such professions be open to them as they are fitted to fill, especially medicine, surgery, and the care of the sick. All this is expressed, it may be owned, in a style which is too often exceedingly slipshod, and too often offensively bombastic, and, what is worse, with touches of coarseness, which plainly indicate that, in acquiring the virtues of man, woman is in some danger of acquiring them at a heavy loss. Like most reactionists, she goes too far. She underestimates, and that contemptuously, all that constitutes the charm of woman, in making "reason" the criterion and standard of everything. She lays herself open to refutation by nature herself. Nature is capitalized. But on the whole it may be pronounced to be an admirable work, temperate, reasonable, and eloquent, with the eloquence of rare rational enthusiasm. It certainly marked and contributed to initiate a new era in the history of woman. It gave a great impulse to that movement, which has been one of the most striking and important movements of the present age, the higher education of women, and the vindication of woman's right to share and assist in all these aspirations, aims, and achievements which constitute the dignity of human nature and are the glory of the human race. One of the rights for which she pleaded still remains unattained. More than one half of every political community is still excluded from all participation in its government. Woman has not yet the suffrage. But patience, ladies, your time is coming, and is probably now hard at hand. But whether for good or whether for the opposite, that same time alone can tell. To the two writers whom we have been considering, great and permanent interest attaches itself quite apart from any question of the intrinsic value of their works. For the teachings of the one, humanized, beautified, consecrated, have been embodied in poetry, which is among the glories of our language, and can only perish with the language. And to the other belongs the honor of sounding the trumpet for the most important social revolution of modern times. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of the Posthumous Essays of John Churton Collins. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Posthumous Essays of John Churton Collins. Chapter 8. Wordsworth as a Teacher, Part 1. Man in action, and in relation to action and time, is the theme of Shakespeare. Man in spirit, and in relation to spirit and the eternal, is the theme of Wordsworth. The least transcendental of poets is Shakespeare. Of all poets, the most purely transcendental is Wordsworth. Shakespeare, in a phrase which was applied to Aristotle, is the secretary of nature who dipped his pen in mind. This and much else, but this primarily. He is preeminently the poet of this world, spectator ac particeps, in relation to its doings and struggles. Above it, by virtue of the comprehensiveness and completeness of his vision, by virtue of his seeing life steadily and seeing it whole. But the highest conclusion to which he has given direct voice finds its expression in humorous irony on the one side and in majestic threnody on the other. "Lord, what fools these mortals be," is the note of the first. And the note of the second is: "The cloud-capped towers, the gorgeous palaces, the solemn temples, the great globe itself, yea, all which it inherit, shall dissolve, and like this insubstantial pageant faded, leave not a rack behind. We are such stuff as dreams are made of, and our little life is rounded with a sleep." Tempest, Act 4, Scene 1. And, like nature in Tennyson's personification, he knows no more. We feel that, could we have questioned him as to the fate of what death dissolves, and asked him in his inspiration, "Can these live?" the answer would have been the answer of the Hebrew prophet, "O Lord God, thou knowest." But where Shakespeare is silent, there Wordsworth speaks. A rapt enthusiast, a contemplative philosopher and seer, living by admiration, hope, and love, breathing in worlds to which the heaven of heavens is but a veil, not with Arato or Clio, but with Urania as his guide. He aspires to enter and unlock that world, the world of form, of essence, of ideas. Of all poets the most spiritual and transcendental, with him the celestial and the terrestrial are as essentially blended that the latter is only in so far as it reflects the former, related as intimately as shadow is related to substance. All great poets are divine, but to Wordsworth is the title preeminently applicable. In relation to the to theon, to divinity, does he read life? Does he interpret life? Does he speculate on life? The life of the past, of the present, of the future. Let us think of Shakespeare and Wordsworth together, of Shakespeare as the poet of man and the world drama, of Wordsworth as the poet of nature, of the world, of essence and spirit. A time will come, indeed it will, when to many thousands those two names will stand at the head of English poetry. Matthew Arnold has already given him the first place among English poets after Shakespeare and Milton, for reasons which do not take into consideration some of the highest qualities of his poetry. It is difficult to understand Matthew Arnold's silence about the significance of Wordsworth's metaphysical philosophy, and his prophetic insight gives him that place simply because of the extraordinary power with which he feels the joy offered to us in nature, the joy offered to us in the simple primary affections and duties, and because of the extraordinary power with which in case after case he shows us this joy, and renders it so as to make us share it, gives him this place mainly on the strength of the unique power found in such poems as Michael, the Fountain, and the Solitary Reaper. What will become more and more detractive from Milton's influence as time goes on, and the world sweeps more and more into the broader day, will be the hideous and revolting anthropomorphism of much of his theology, an anthropomorphism not like that of the Greeks, sanely, soundly, nobly symbolic, but often, and more than accidentally, unsane, unsound, not noble. In the serene region in which the genius of Wordsworth dwelt, how often, how habitually he came on that which is and caught the deep pulsations of the world. Footnote: Tennyson's In Memoriam, 95:39. End footnote. To him, rather than to Shakespeare, may we say that the prophetic spirit spoke articulate things, no vision of future utopia. None of those visions which even now we have seen realized seem to have been unfolded to Shakespeare. He appears to have no conception of the immense future of the people, of times when the individual within and the world is more and more, of the new majesties of mighty states, of the power and the triumphs of enthusiasm in things spiritual as in things temporal, of what, in a word, has been wrought since 1790, of what is now in course of certain evolution, not a whisper of all this. If this is to be explained historically, so be it, but it is a fact. But the future will find in Wordsworth its forerunner and its prophet. Paradise and groves, Elysian, fortunate fields like those of old, sought in the Atlantic main, why should they be a history only of departed things, or a mere fiction of what never was? For the discerning intellect of man, when wedded to this goodly universe, in love and holy passion, shall find these a simple produce of the common day. I long before the blissful hour arrives, would chant in lonely peace the spousal verse of this great consummation. Descend, prophetic spirit, that inspirest the human soul of universal earth, dreaming of things to come. Footnote: from the first book of The Recluse. See preface to The Excursion. End footnote. No, we have not done justice to Wordsworth. We have not done him justice because we have not taken him seriously enough. We have treated his great poem, all his poetry is one great poem, just as we generally treat God's great poem, the world, yielding ourselves to the sensuous charms, busying ourselves with its accidents and phenomena, enjoying a landscape here, a pretty dell there, a picturesque object, a delicate blossom, a stately tree, chipping rocks about, plucking flowers and delighting ourselves with the perfume in them in the case of the one, in the case of the other, culling out a fine passage, a graceful sonnet or lyric, a felicitous expression, a dainty touch. And this it is quite right that we should do. The first object of poetry is to give pleasure. The chattering schoolmaster abroad in nature and the poet is apt to be an annoying superfluity. But let us remember this, and if the schoolmaster reminds us of it, let us be very grateful, that the measure of our enjoyment of these things is proportioned to our power of really understanding, is proportioned to our serious striving to get true insight into them. Let us try to read God's poem in the spirit of Tennyson's lines. Flower in the crannied walls, I pluck you out of the crannies. I hold you here, root and all, in my hand. Little flower, but if I could understand what you are, root and all in all, I should know what God and man is. Footnote: flower in the crannied wall. End footnote. And in like manner we should, in reading Wordsworth's great poem, try to penetrate his full meaning, to feel his full meaning, say, in such passages as these. To me the meanest flower that blows can give thoughts that too often lie too deep for tears. Footnote: Ode to Immortality. End footnote. Or, all things, responsive to the writing, there breathed immortality, resolving life, and greatness still revolving, infinite. There littleness was not, the least of things seemed infinite. Footnote: Excursion, I. 227. End footnote. Truly we may apply to Wordsworth his own lines. A mind that feeds upon infinity, that broods over the dark abyss, intent to hear its voices issuing forth to silent light in one continuous stream. A mind sustained by recognitions of transcendent power, in sense conducting to ideal form in soul of more than mortal privilege. Footnote: The Prelude, 1470. End footnote. To console the afflicted, to add sunshine to daylight, to make the happy happier, to teach the young and the gracious of every age to see, to think and feel, and therefore to become more and more actively and securely virtuous. This is their office, he referring to his poems, which I trust they will faithfully perform long after we, that is, all that is mortal of us, are mouldered in our graves. Footnote: Letter to Lady Beaumont, May 21st, 1807. This, then, was what he aimed at, and what he aspired to. We are to look on all Wordsworth's poems as forming parts of one vast design, having a great central purpose. It was to deal with man and the world, on nature, and in human life, of truth, of grandeur, beauty, love, and hope, and melancholy fear subdued by faith, of blessed consolations in distress, of moral strength and intellectual power, of joy and wildest commonality spread, of the individual mind that keeps her own inviolate retirement, subject there to conscience only, and the law supreme of that intellect which governs all. Footnote: From the first book of The Recluse. The mind of man is to be the haunt and main region of his song. He should descend on earth or dwell to highest heaven, and breathe in worlds to which the heaven of heavens is but a veil. Footnote: From the first book of The Recluse. End footnote. But if so mighty a work was to be accomplished, the first thing to be ascertained was whether he was equal to the task. He must first know himself. He must take a review of his own mind, and examine how far nature and education has qualified him for this employment. And so he proceeded to write his autobiography, recording his experiences, positive, metaphysical, and moral. And this self-anatomy is embodied in the Prelude, 14 books begun in 1799 and completed in 1805. This preliminary work, which was to have stood in the same relation to the work following it as the antechamber to the body of a Gothic church, having been finished, was to have been followed by The Recluse. This poem was to have been completed in 3 parts. Of the first part only the first book was completed, and that remained in MS. Fragments only have been published till 1888. The second part is represented by the Excursion in 9 books, and the Excursion forms a part of the dramatic portion of the design. That is to say, characters are introduced recording their experiences, sentiments, and reflections. In the other portions of the work the poet only speaks. Now no serious student of Wordsworth will hold these poems lightly. They contain some of the most precious teaching, but we all feel that they are a failure. Failure in italics. That on the whole they are bald, prosy, and dull. The thoughts are often flat and commonplace, and inordinately spun out. The style is often harsh and jejune, often on the other hand turgid and verbose. Homer sometimes nods, but Wordsworth snores, and he is capable of snoring on for 300 or 400 lines. There is one stretch of 700. Go to the Prelude and Excursion, O younger student of Wordsworth, only when you have become initiated. Wordsworth probably felt himself that this enormous philosophical poem was and would be a veritable failure, and appears himself to have got weary of it. But now let us turn to the part of the great design which was not a failure, not in italics. In his preliminary account of the design, after comparing the Prelude in its relation to the Recluse, to the antechamber to the Gothic cathedral, he had said, continuing this illusion, he (the author) may be permitted to add that his minor pieces, when they shall be properly arranged, will be found by the attentive reader to have such connection with the main work as may give them claim to be likened to the little cells, oratories, and sepulchral recesses ordinarily included in those edifices." We shall do well to remember this. We need not press too closely, for, of course, Wordsworth composed fragmentarily as the mood and the incident inspired, and we need not let any continuous attention to the relation in which particular poems stand to the whole to interfere with our enjoyment. But for all that, it is well to remember, just as it is very easy to see, that all his poems are parts of one great whole. Nature and man, then, are his themes. We have learnt to associate him so entirely with nature, as nature is generally understood, that it is well for us to bear in mind that his poems exhibit man in his essentially human character and relations as child, as parent, as husband, i.e., the qualities which are common to all men as opposed to those which are distinguished one man from another. This is undoubtedly one great and important feature in his work, a feature which is easily overlooked, and worthy, therefore, of all emphasis with which Wordsworth has directed attention to it. But this is very far from being its predominant feature. This will account for the attractiveness of much of his work, just as his faculty of catching and rendering so wonderfully the power and charm of nature will account also for another part of that attractiveness. But we know, just as he knew, that 9/10 of his readers would not know that that was not his grand mission. In the preface to the "Lyrical Ballads," he said in effect of the poet that he is an inspired philosopher, the interpreter of nature and of human life to the uninitiated, that it is his function to discover spiritual and moral significance in objects and incidents, where the common eye sees neither the one nor the other. In his own magnificent phrase, true poets are "lords of the visionary eye," and the work of the poet, in its most exalted activity, is to pierce through the obscuring veil of mere phenomena to essence, spirit to spirit, soul to soul. So over and over again he has thanked God for having given him the power to free himself, if only at rare intervals, from the shackles of sensuous existence and catch glimpses of the world of being. There are two powers in the world about which a word or two may be appropriately said by way of prelude to Wordsworth's philosophy. The one is Platonism, the other is Stoicism. Of Wordsworth's relation to Platonism, the point to note is that it was conscious. Wordsworth had read Plato, the Phaedo, certainly, and had adopted as much of the doctrine of the ideal, I put it comprehensively, as seemed to him compatible with truth. But the interest of his relation to Stoicism is much greater, for there do not appear to be any traces of his having paid any attention to it. I can find no indication in his biography that he had read a word of Seneca, or Epictetus, or Marcus Aurelius. It would not be too much to say that the germ of very many of the leading and distinguishing philosophical tenets of Wordsworth, ethical and metaphysical alike, will be found in the writings of the Stoical school, and where he is not Stoical he is Platonic. Let us take first one of his leading characteristics, his pantheism, pantheism in italics. Wordsworth is a pantheist in one sense, and is not a pantheist in another. This will be explained presently. The pantheism of the Stoics may be thus summed up. The universe is one great animal pervaded by the whole, pervaded by one soul or presence of life. Into man as a fraction of the whole, as a limb of its body, is transfused a portion of the universal spirit. The individual soul bears the same relation to the soul of the universe that a part does to the whole. At the end of the world's course, the individual soul will be resolved into the primary substance, into the divine being. God is the soul, the mind, the reason of the world, as being a united whole containing in himself the germ of all things. The world is the sum of all real existence, and all real existence is originally contained in God, who is at once universal matter and the creative force which fashions matter into the particular elements. In point of being, God and the world are the same. The 2 points, it will be seen, in which this differs from Wordsworth is, first, in its gross materialism, and in the absence of any distinction between the existence of God and external nature. In all other respects, the poet and the philosopher are at one. But what a divine enthusiasm animates the poet! This is an important point, and let me give 1 or 2 illustrations. To every form of being is assigned an active principle, however removed from sense and observations. It subsists in all things, in all natures, in the stars of azure heaven, the unending clouds, in flower and tree, in every pebbly stone that paves the brooks, the stationary rocks, the moving waters, and the invisible air. Spirit that knows no insulated spot, no chasm, no solitude, from link to link it circulates, the soul of all the worlds. So capitalized. Footnote. Excursion 9:1. End footnote. Again, in Tintern Abbey, I have felt a presence that disturbs me with the joy of elevated thoughts, a sense sublime of something far more deeply interfused, whose dwelling is the light of setting suns, and the round ocean and the living air, and the blue sky, and in the mind of man, a motion and a spirit that impels all thinking things, all objects of all thought, and rolls through all things. And so again in the lines written in early spring, to her fair works did nature link the human soul that through me ran. End of that quote. Everything is alike, through all runs the same soul, and 'tis my faith that every flower enjoys the air it breathes. Footnote. Lines written in early spring. End footnote. So in the poem entitled Nutting, where he tells us, the shady nook of hazels and the green and mossy bower, deformed and sullied, patiently gave up their quiet being. Then, dearest maiden, move along these shades in gentleness of heart, with gentle hand touch, for there is a spirit in the woods. So we can understand his mystic love of bird and flower, the significance of nature's meanest and humblest objects. We can understand the meaning of those lines in the old Cumberland Beggar. 'Tis nature's law that none, the meanest of created things or forms, created the most vile and brute, the dullest or most noxious, should exist divorced from good. A spirit and pulse of good, a life and soul to every mode of being, inseparably linked. And now we come to the second great point of Stoicism in connection with Wordsworth, the living according to nature. This is the virtue of Stoicism, the Zen kataphysis. This was to bring man's action into harmony with the rest of the universe and with the general order of the world. And it was a virtue which implied 2 things. On the one hand, the resignation of the individual to the universe, obedience to the universal law. On the other hand, it involves the harmony of man with himself, the dominion of his higher over his lower nature, of reason over passion, and the rising superior to everything which does not belong to his true nature. So too, when Chrysippus tells us that all ethical inquiries must start with considering the universal order and arrangement of the world, and that it is only by a study of nature and of what God is that anything really satisfactory can be stated about good and evil. we see how near we are to Wordsworth. It is exactly, one impulse from a vernal wood may teach you more of man, of moral evil and of good, than all the sages can. Footnote: the tables turned. End footnote. To Wordsworth the Stoic would present himself as one of whose smooth-rubbed soul can cling nor form, nor feeling great or small, a reasoning, self-sufficing thing, an intellect all in all. Footnote: a poet's epitaph. End footnote. And perhaps in that verse he had the Stoic in his mind. Of course, in many essential points Wordsworth differs from the tenets and ideals of Stoicism. Nothing, for example, could be further removed from it than his inclination of humility, his insistence on man's walking by admiration, love, and faith, his spiritualistic, as determined from materialistic, pantheism, the distinction which he tacitly draws between the deity and external nature, his sentimentalism, his fervid humanity, his sympathy, all in fine that makes and marks the poet's heart. From Platonism he adopts the use he has made of the doctrine of anamnesis, or the remembrance of what was experienced in a pre-existent state, and the doctrine of ideas or essence, as in the "Ode on the Intimations of Immortality," in the "Evening Ode," and in the sonnets which begins, "I heard, alas, 'twas only in a dream," where the note proves his acquaintance with the fatal, while its sublime influence pervades his poems. We see it directly in his habitual employment of the term "shows," as in the poet's epitaph. The outward shows of sky and earth, of hill and valley he has viewed. The impulses of deeper birth have come to him in solitude. And in the sublime passage, in the Excursion, that what we feel of sorrow and despair from ruin and from change, and all the grief that passing shows of being leave behind. Being is capitalized. Footnote: the poet's epitaph, 948. End footnote. Or again, where he speaks of reading the shows of things with an unworthy eye. But I need not multiply instances. Platonism permeates his highest work, and, mixed with Stoicism, is in truth the basis of his metaphysics. Wordsworth's philosophy would have been quite possible without Stoicism. As it is, it was probably altogether independent of it, but it would not have been possible without Platonism. Some people have tried to make out that Wordsworth was a Hegelian. He probably never read a line of Hegel in his life. Wordsworth was not a learned man. He was one of the most original men who ever lived. All that he got from outsiders in the way of philosophy was probably, I say probably, because it is not known, what he might have picked up from others, and from Coleridge particularly, a slight acquaintance with some of the dialogues of Plato. End of chapter 8, part 1. Chapter 9 of the Posthumous Essays of John Churton Collins. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Posthumous Essays of John Churton Collins, Chapter 9. Wordsworth as a Teacher, Part 2. Was Wordsworth a pantheist? Certainly not in the strict acceptation of the term. A pantheist explains away, as the Stoics did, the existence of God by identifying him with matter. But Wordsworth gives life and expression to matter by representing every object as full of God. True it is that Wordsworth's best and most characteristic work is entirely independent of Christianity, and could quite as well have been produced had Christianity never been. The lines on Tintern Abbey, Laodamia, the Ode on the Intimations, the Ode to Duty, the Happy Warrior, Yarrow Revisited, and all such work as is essentially characteristic of him has more affinity with what is best in paganism than in what is peculiar to Christianity. But he was, we know, a devout and strictly orthodox Christian, and it would probably have pained him to read what has just been written. But I should have had to tell him that I am writing not what I should like to write, but what I believe to be the truth. And then, though he had not much sense of humor, he would very probably have smiled. He would have known that if we will only tell the truth about him, he had not much to fear. Wordsworth, I repeat, was an orthodox Christian. When he heard that his enunciation of the doctrine of pre-existence had shocked some people, he wrote, quote, "I think it right to protest against the conclusion that has given pain to some good and pious persons, that I meant to inculcate such a belief. It is far too showy a notion to be recommended to faith," end quote. In italics by the author, but observe, end italics, quote, "as more than an element in our instincts of immortality." But, he adds, "let us bear in mind that though the idea is not advanced in revelation, there is nothing there to contradict it, and the fall of man represents an analogy in its favor." It's the end of that quotation. He wrote, we must remember, the Ecclesiastical Sonnets, the Evening Voluntaries, the 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th books of the Excursion, and those two beautiful poems, The Norman Boy and The Poet's Dream. Like Bishop Butler, Wordsworth pleaded that religion should, quote, "fix itself in form," end quote, and that great importance should be attached to ceremony and ritual. But no poet has expressed more beautifully the common sentiment of antiquity which the Stoic Seneca has put so well. Quote, "God is not to be worshipped by sacrifices and ceremonies, but by purity of life, not in temples of stone, but in the shrine of the heart. Would you propitiate the gods? Be good. We worship them best by imitating them." End quote. Following is a quote from The Poet's Dream by Wordsworth. "He sees the bending multitude, he hears the choral rites, yet not the less in children's hymns and lonely prayers delights. God for his service needeth not proud works of human skill. They serve him best who labor most to do in peace his will." End of quotation. In dealing with the Platonism of Wordsworth, especially in the great Ode, it is best not to press it too closely. If we do, we shall be in danger of feeling that there are inconsistencies, and that positions are maintained which appear to contradict experience. We may smile, for example, at the apostrophe to the baby, and find it difficult to reconcile the commencement with the end of the Ode. But let us remember that such truths as are there embodied can only be expressed in symbol, and evade concrete expression, just as they evade sensual apprehension. A sort of midpoint between what may be called the esotericism of the teaching and its popular intelligibleness would be afforded by Henry Vaughan's poem. "Happy these early days when I shined in my angel infancy, when yet I had not walked above a mile or two from my first love, and looking back at that short space could see a glimpse of his bright face." His is capitalized. And the lines which follow. That's from The Retreat by Henry Vaughan. And now let me state categorically, as it were, the leading teachings of Wordsworth's philosophy, giving a few illustrations of each. 1. that the material universe is not inert matter, but a vast living entity, endowed with sentiment and intelligent life, having soul and reason, that the physical phenomena of the universe are to the soul of it what the body is to the soul of man, that the same soul runs through all. This has been already illustrated. 2. That the soul in man can be brought into harmony with the soul in nature, and can, if properly trained, respond to the life of nature, and grow into intimate sympathy with her, that there is in it a majestic faculty, a purified imaginative power which can harmonize the thoughts, the feelings, the passions of men, elevating them above the regions of sensual dominion, above the clouds and mists of the body's life. This is the beginning of a quotation. Within the soul a faculty abides, that with interpositions which would hide and darken, so can deal that they become contingencies of pomp, and serve to exalt her native brightness. As the ample moon in the deep stillness of a summer even, rising behind a thick and lofty grove, burns, like an unconsuming fire of light, in the green trees, and kindling on all sides their leafy umbrage, turns the dusky veil into a substance glorious as her own, yea, with her own incorporated by power capacious and serene. Like power abides in man's celestial spirit, virtue thus sets forth and magnifies herself, thus feeds a calm, a beautiful and silent fire, from the encumbrances of mortal life, from error, disappointment, nay, from guilt, and sometimes, so relenting justice wills, from palpable oppression of despair. Footnote: The Excursion, 4, 1058-77. End footnote. 3. That a man possesses the power of responding to nature, possesses a soul which can be brought into harmony with the soul of nature. He can be educated and molded by nature. She can lead him to peace and perfect contentment and satisfaction. He can live her life, can be, as it were, one with her. This is the most purely beautiful and precious portion of Wordsworth's teaching, and it is exemplified in the poem beginning, 3 years she grew in sun and shower, and in Tintern Abbey, and again in the remembrance of Collins composed upon the Thames near Richmond. O glide, fair stream, for ever so, thy quiet soul on all bestowing, till all our minds forever flow as thy deep waters now are flowing. So too the 3 poems of Yarrow and the lines at the end of the first book of the Excursion. He has been hearing, you will remember, the sad story told by the old man, and is very sorrowful. The beginning of a quote from the Excursion. Why then should we read the form of things with an unworthy eye? She sleeps in the calm earth, and peace is here. I well remember that those very plumes, those weeds, and the high spear grass on that wall, by mist and silent raindrops silvered o'er. At once I passed, into my heart conveyed so still an image of tranquillity, so calm and still, and looked so beautiful, amid the uneasy thoughts which filled my mind, that what we feel of sorrow and despair from ruin and from change, and all the grief that passing shows of being leave behind, appeared an idle dream. Being was capitalized. Once more, in the Song at the Feast in Brougham Castle, when the good Lord Clifford was restored to his ancestors. Happy day and mighty hour, when our shepherd in his power, mailed and horsed, with lance and sword to his ancestors restored, like a reappearing star, like a glory from afar, first shall head the flock of war, and so also of himself. If in this time of dereliction and dismay, I yet despair not of our nature, but retain a more than Romish confidence, a faith that fails not, in all sorrow my support, the blessing of my life. The gift is yours, ye winds and sounding cataracts. 'Tis yours, ye mountains, thine, O Nature. Thou hast fed my lofty speculations, and in thee, for this uneasy heart of ours, I find a never-failing principle of joy and purest passion. Footnote: Prelude, Book 2, 440-51. End of footnote. And he tells us, too, in what way this electric cord between the soul that is within us and the soul of the world is struck. There was a boy, ye knew him well, ye cliffs and islands of Winander. Many a time at evening, when the earliest stars began to move along the edges of the hills, rising or setting, would he stand alone beneath the trees or by the glimmering lake. Then sometimes, in that silence, while he hung listening, a gentle shock of mild surprise has carried far into his heart the voice of mountain torrents, or the visible scene would enter unawares into his mind. Footnote: There was a boy. End of footnote. It is interesting to compare with this a passage in the 7th epistle of the Pseudo-Plato, section 10. He is speaking of the intuition of idea or intellectual form. He says it cannot be taught, but from long converse with the thing itself, accompanied by a life in conformity to it. Quote, On a sudden a light, as if from a leaping fire, will be enkindled in the soul, and there nourish itself. End of footnote. Wordsworth is always insisting on the necessity for man keeping himself, as far as possible, pure and unspotted from the world. If he would have nature, if he would have poetry be to him what they can be, he must wean himself from the gross and the material. We all know the sonnet, "The world is too much with us." But there is also a passage which deserves pondering over in one of his letters to Lady Beaumont. Quote, It is an awful truth that there neither is nor can be any genuine enjoyment of poetry among 19 out of 20 of those persons who live, or wish to live, in the broad light of the world, among those who either are or are striving to make themselves people of consideration in society. This is a truth and an awful one, because to be incapable of a feeling of poetry in my sense of the word is to be without love of human nature and reverence for God. Footnote: May 21st, 1807. End footnote. As a moral teacher, Wordsworth's teaching is closely linked to his spiritual. But 3 poems deserve special attention, and in all of these he is rigidly stoical. Laodamia and the Ode to Duty, the 2 sublimest moral poems in our literature, and the character of the happy warrior, that grand picture of the man, who if he be called upon to face some awful moment to which heaven has joined great issues, good or bad for humankind, is happy as a lover, and attired with sudden brightness, like a man inspired. And though the heat of conflict keeps the law in calmness made, and sees what he foresaw. Laodamia is the sort of poem which the first Brutus might have written. The point is the subordination of the sensual to the spiritual, the subjection of passion to reason. Noble as the woman was, how noble we may gather from the sublime unselfishness of the praise she lavishes on the husband, who preferred glory and honor to her love. She yet allows mere human affection to assert itself. Jove frowned in heaven. The conscious Parse threw upon these roseate lips a Stygian hue. And then again, as Hermes appears to escort her husband to Hades, a passion of grief possesses her. The second sin. Thus all in vain exhorted and reproved, she perished. And as for a wilful crime, by the just gods whom no weak pity moved, was done to wear out her appointed time, apart from happy ghosts that gather flowers of blissful quiet mid unfading bowers, yet tears to human suffering are due. And observe how not men only, but the trees on the tomb of Protesilaus pay a natural homage to the affections. The same lofty and austere morality animates the noble poem of Dion. The Ode to Duty may similarly be compared with the Orphic Hymn to Law. Note too how he strips the tinsel off life, as well in his estimates as in his generalizations, yielding homage only to eternal laws. No conventional standards and touchstones are his. And lastly, let us notice his glorious optimism, his cheerful faith that all that we behold is full of blessings. This is perhaps his greatest charm as a poet, the extraordinary power with which he feels the joy offered to us in nature, the joy offered to us in the simple primary affections and duties, and the extraordinary power with which in case after case he makes us share it. The poetry of Wordsworth is a reflection of the most purely ideal life, rounded and complete in all its harmonious proportions, of which biography has record. No man was ever more nobly true to himself, or more completely fulfilled himself. Sanity, purity, simplicity, sincerity, elevation characterized the man, and characterize his work. As we follow his career in the record of his poems, we see his powers broadening and deepening and mellowing as decade succeeds decade. The perfervid enthusiasm of the days when the sounding cataract haunted me like a passion, the tall rock, the mountain, and the deep and gloomy wood, their colors and their forms were then to me an appetite, a feeling and a love that had no need of a remoter charm. Tintern Abbey, 76. Passes into the calmer moods when he had learnt to look on nature, not as in the hour of thoughtless youth, but hearing oftentimes the still, sad music of humanity. Tintern Abbey, 89. On to the maturer years when the clouds that gather round the setting sun do take a sober colouring from an eye that hath kept watch o'er man's mortality. Ode to Immortality, 11. And then we see him as an old man, solitary amid the memories of the past. When last along its banks I wandered through groves that had begun to shed their golden leaves upon the pathways, my steps the border minstrel led. The mighty minstrel breathes no longer, mid mouldering ruins low he lies, and death upon the braes of Yarrow has closed the shepherd poet's eyes. Nor has the rolling year twice measured from sign to sign its steadfast course, since every mortal power of Coleridge was frozen at its marvellous source. The rapt one of the godlike forehead, the heaven-eyed creature sleeps in earth. The lamb, the frolic, and the gentle has vanished from his lonely hearth. Like clouds that rake the mountain summits, or waves that own no curbing hand, how fast has brother followed brother from sunshine to the sunless land. Our haughty life is crowned with darkness. On the death of James Hogg. But what of all this to one to whom all was but a wind-swept meadow mimicking a troubled sea? Such is life, and death a shadow from the rock eternity. Hermit's Cell. All here but as the passing shows of being. How perfect was the close! How in the Yarrow revisited is the whole of life contemplated through an atmosphere by which all is reconciled and harmonized. Had he not learned to look on nature and man as each is contemplated in the epilogue to the Duden Sonnets? I see what was, and is, and will abide. Still glides the stream, and shall forever glide. The form remains, the function never dies, while we the brave, the mighty, and the wise, we men who in our morn of youth defied the elements, must vanish. Be it so. Enough if something from our hands have power to live and act and serve the future hour. And if, as toward the silent tombs we go, through love, through hope, and faith's transcendent dower, we feel that we are greater than we know. Of all this, and of how much more, is his poetry the record. How immense, how incalculable is our debt to him! It may be said of him, as of the poet, whom he loved so reverently, Spenser, that he has consecrated life by revealing and interpreting its dignity, its beauty, its importance. It would hardly be exaggeration to say that we cannot see the sun shine or look on any of nature's works with the same eyes as before he spoke. How better can we take our leave of him than in the lines in which another poet addressed a spirit power? The voice is on the rolling air. I hear thee where the waters run. Thou standest in the rising sun, and in the setting thou art fair. Far off thou art, but ever nigh. I have thee still, and I rejoice. I prosper, circled with thy voice. I shall not lose thee, though I die. Tennyson's In Memoriam, 130. It may be interesting to compare what may be called the last message of three of the world's greatest poets, the record of the completed vision. They are to be found in the Oedipus Coloneus of Sophocles, the Tempest of Shakespeare, and Yarrow Revisited of Wordsworth, and they deliver the same message, which in its general conclusion Tennyson has so beautifully summarized. And all is well, though faith and form be sundered in the night of fear. Well roars the storm to those that hear a deeper voice above the storm. Tennyson's In Memoriam, 127. End of chapter 9. Wordsworth as a Teacher, Part 2.
Chapter 10 of The Posthumous Essays of John Churton Collins. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Posthumous Essays of John Churton Collins. Chapter 10. Emerson. O monstrous, dead, unprofitable world, that thou canst hear, and, hearing, hold thy way, a voice oracular hath pealed to-day. To-day a hero's banner is unfurled. Hast thou no lip for welcome? So I said. Man after man the world smiled and passed by, a smile of wistful incredulity, as though one spoke of life unto the dead, scornful and strange and sorrowful and full of bitter knowledge. Yet the will is free, strong is the soul, and wise and beautiful. The seeds of godlike power are in us still. Gods are we, bards, saints, heroes, if we will. Dumb judges, answer, truth or mockery. So wrote Matthew Arnold when he was a young man in a volume of Emerson's essays, and when he was in the maturity of his powers, not very long before he passed away, he said deliberately, As Wordsworth poetry is, in my judgment, the most important work done in verse in our language during the present century, so Emerson's essays are, I think, the most important work done in prose. And yet, in the same address in which he had thus expressed himself, he has excluded Emerson from a place among the great writers, the great men of letters, and he gives us types: Cicero, Plato, Bacon, Pascal, Swift, Voltaire. What does he mean, then, by saying that Emerson's work in prose is the most important work done in prose in the 19th century? This is a question into which we must presently inquire, for it takes us into the very heart of our subject. And beside this testimony of Matthew Arnold, let us place that of an eminent countryman of Emerson. Theodore Parker used to say that he thanked God for three things particularly: the sun, the moon, and Ralph Waldo Emerson. And Emerson had this distinction also, that he shared with Goethe the honor of being the only man in the 19th century who fascinated Carlyle. Here, surely, then, we have a remarkable and most memorable man, whether he appeals to us or not, and to many of us he will not appeal. To many a cultivated and intelligent man and woman, his work will mean very little. It will even, perhaps, ring false. To many, his volumes will be a very Barmecide's feast. Emerson is the apostle. It would perhaps be begging an important question to say the author of a gospel, the seer and promulgator of ideas or truths so exalted and divine, so essentially transcendental, that they may be compared to the Holy Grail. Nor would it be fanciful to compare those who explore Emerson's volumes for his spiritual message, that they may take it for their guide, with those who, in Tennyson's poem, set out on the quest of the Grail. You remember their fortunes. To see it, Galahad, perfect purity, and Percival, perfect holiness, and both are lost to the world and pass respectively into the spiritual kingdom and into contemplative seclusion. Honest, plain Sir Bors gets a cheering glimpse of it while imprisoned. Lancelot sees it, but, half blinded and half distracted, sees it veiled. Godwin soon gives up the quest, takes to frivolities, and sees it not at all. Now I had better confess at once that my fortune in the quest of the Emersonian Grail has been partly that of Sir Bors and partly that of Sir Lancelot. The reader's fortunes will also, no doubt, vary according to temperament and according to sympathy and taste. Some will perhaps enjoy with Galahad and Percival the full vision, but all I can do is to start you fairly on the quest. How the student of Emerson is likely to fare, as well as the reasons of his thus faring, are so clearly indicated by Emerson himself that I cannot do better than quote the passage at once, as the best way of opening the subject. In his lecture on The Transcendentalist, he thus writes: he begins by saying that what is popularly called Transcendentalism is idealism, and he prefers the terms idealism and idealists to transcendentalism and transcendentalists, and then continues, quote, "As thinkers, mankind have ever divided into two sects, materialists and idealists. the first class founded on experience, the second on consciousness. The first class beginning to think from the data of the senses, the second class perceive that the senses are not final, and say the senses give us representations of things, but what are the things themselves they cannot tell. The materialist insists on facts, on history, on the force of circumstances, and the animal wants of man. The idealist on the power of thought and of will, on inspiration, on miracle, on individual culture. The materialist takes his departure from the external world and esteems a man as one product of that. The idealist takes his departure from the consciousness and reckons the world an appearance. His thought, that is the universe. End quote. Emerson is preeminently and essentially an idealist. He surveys everything, man, mankind, nature, the universe, all that pertains to the human, all that pertains to the divine, from the ideal point of view. His touchstone is the ideal, his standard is the ideal. What is material and carnal, what is anthropomorphic, is with him mere dross. And in this spirit we must study him. To the materialist he will be simply unintelligible or absurd. What reason is in the study of most other philosophers, sympathy and sympathetic insight are in the study of Emerson. Wordsworth says of his poet, "You must love him ere to you he will seem worthy of your love." And of Emerson this is equally true. Our appreciation of him will be in exact proportion to our capacity of sympathy. Without such sympathy, much of his most characteristic teaching will be unintelligible, will be simply rhapsody. That sympathy, therefore, if we do not already possess it, we must acquire. And it is not difficult to acquire it. In the first place, the personality of Emerson is a singularly attractive one. The philosopher of the ideal illustrated it in his character and in his life. Sincere and modest, benevolent and gentle, all who knew him loved him, and all who loved revered him, for, indifferent to ambition and the world's rewards, and wholly unselfish, he dedicated himself, like Socrates, to the ungrateful task of attempting to kindle the spiritual life in a great, intelligent, sensual, avaricious people, and to the disinterested and single-hearted pursuit of truth and virtue. Secondly, however unintelligible, however unsatisfactory, if you like, much of his esoteric philosophy may be, he reinterpreted for the modern world, in language which all can understand, great, inspiring, illumining, consoling truths, which deeply concern and come home to all of us. And he preached with the most impressive power, lucidity, and eloquence, a gospel sorely needed in these latter days, the gospel of cheerfulness and courage, of hopeful patience, of confidence that the power to which we owe our instincts and our aspirations will not suffer those instincts and aspirations to be frustrate. And thirdly, his writings, both in verse and in prose, sparkle with gems of thought, of sentiment, of expression, which arrest and charm at once and forever, which, once read, are never forgotten. Such, to give one example in verse and one in prose, would be: So nigh is grandeur to our dust, so near to God is man. When duty whispers low, "Thou must," the youth replies, "I can." And that which befits us, embosomed in beauty and wonder as we are, is cheerfulness and courage and the endeavor to realize our aspirations. Shall not the heart, which has received so much, trust the power by which it lives? To the ancestry, parents, and surroundings, using the word in its most comprehensive sense, of men of genius are almost always to be traced not only the general characteristics of their genius, but the explanation of the turn it took, and Emerson was no exception. He was descended from a long line of earnest and serious preachers. One of his ancestors was the Reverend Peter Bulkeley, rector of Wood Hill, in Bedfordshire, and Fellow of St. John's College, Cambridge, who, in consequence of Laud's persecutions of the Nonconformists, emigrated to New England in 1634. He was one of the fathers of nonconformity in America, and was the author of a celebrated work, Gospel Covenant, one of the sentiments in which anticipates a leading tenet of his illustrious descendant. The Church is built on the foundations of prophets and apostles, not in regard of their persons, but of their doctrines. His grandfather built the old manse of Concord, celebrated by Hawthorne, and was a chaplain in the army which fought for independence, dying in 1776. His father, a very eloquent preacher and a locally distinguished man of letters, in whom we trace many of the characteristics of the son, was pastor of the First Unitarian Church at Boston. Of his mother nothing remarkable is recorded, but she was a serious, pious, good woman. Ralph Waldo was born May 25th, 1803, at Boston, within a kite string's distance of the birthplace of Benjamin Franklin. His father died prematurely 8 years later, leaving Mrs. Emerson very ill provided for with 6 children, all under 10 years of age. She brought up her children well under the severe discipline of poverty, so that they had to work as servants, chopping wood, lighting fires, and doing what they could to help their mother. Thus was young Emerson strengthened in frugality and self-denial by what he describes as the iron hand of poverty, of necessity, of austerity. He was a serious and thoughtful child, early encouraged to read good books, Shakespeare, Milton, Addison, and the like, by his aunt, Mary Moody Emerson. This aunt must certainly be reckoned among the formative influences of Emerson's life. He said himself many years afterwards, quote, "She must always occupy a saint's place in my household, and I have no hour of poetry or philosophy, since I knew these things, into which she does not enter as a genius." End quote. She was a curious saint, for she was a woman of a most imperious temper, alternately grim and rigid, and most affectionate and tender, partly a tenaciously conservative Puritan, and partly in responsive sympathy with the new ideas. As a boy and at school, Emerson came perilously near to being a prig, being, we are told, quite faultless, never joining in games and amusements, keeping to himself, and most studious and quietly observant, but without any airs of superiority and without any conceit, and so, whatever may have been the proximity, not a prig. In August 1817 he entered Harvard University. Here he in no way distinguished himself. He seems to have shirked the serious study of serious subjects, and chiefly employed his time in what may be called contemplatively lounging, and reading such books as interested him, and they were always good books, such as Chaucer, Shakespeare, Swift, Addison, Sterne, and Plutarch and Montaigne in translations. Of the classics in the original he knew next to nothing, and never made himself a scholar. In April 1824 he began to read to qualify himself for the ministry. "I am," he wrote, "beginning my professional studies. In a month I shall be legally a man. I cannot dissemble that my abilities are below my ambition. I have or had a strong imagination, and consequently a keen relish for the beauties of poetry. My reasoning faculty is proportionately weak, nor can I ever hope to write a Butler's Analogy or an essay of Hume. I burn after the aliquid immensum infinitumque which Cicero desired." And this indicates that Emerson had at least one of the attributes of genius as distinguished from talent. He took correctly his own measure. It was not a good start in life, this loose and desultory education, and it cannot be disguised that Emerson's work has been most seriously affected by it. It is this want of discipline and severe systematic training which makes such a gulf between Emerson and the classics of philosophy. He speaks himself of his cardinal vice of intellectual dissipation, sinful strolling from book to book, from care to idleness, a malady that belongs, he adds, to the chapter of incurables. After taking his degree, he taught for some months in a school, reading meanwhile in divinity that he might qualify himself for a license to preach. He was approbated, as it was called, in October 1826, and on the 10th of that month preached his first sermon. After remaining a year at Divinity Hall, he became the ordained colleague of Henry Ware, pastor of the Second Unitarian Church of Boston, and shortly afterwards succeeded Ware as sole incumbent. This is the beginning of Emerson's public career. And now he began seriously to think for himself, and gradually to formulate the opinions and doctrines of which he was to become the prophet. The crisis came in 1832 when, on conscientious grounds, he resigned his pastorate. As pastor, he had to celebrate the rite of the Lord's Supper in the sense of regarding it as a sacrament established by Christ and in his name by the Church. As a sacrament, he could not regard or celebrate it. He was willing to continue the service, provided the rite was regarded as merely one of commemoration. To this the committee appointed by the congregation would not submit, and Emerson therefore resigned his cure. His explanation of his objection is so significant and characteristic that it may be quoted. "The use of the elements, however suitable to the people and the modes of thought in the East, where it originated, is foreign and unsuited to affect us. The Jewish was a religion of forms. It was all body, it had no life, and the Almighty God was pleased to qualify and send forth a man to teach men that they must serve him with the heart, that only that life was religious which was thoroughly good, that sacrifice was smoke, and forms were shadows. This man lived and died true to this purpose, and now, with his blessed word and life before us, Christians must contend that it is a matter of vital importance, really a duty, to commemorate him by a certain form, whether that form be agreeable to their understandings or not. Is not this to make vain the gift of God? Is not this to turn back the hand on the dial? Footnote: The Lord's Supper. From his sermon on resigning his pastorate, delivered September 9, 1832. He took the text from Romans chapter 14, verse 17. The kingdom of God is not meat and drink, but righteousness and peace and joy in the Holy Ghost. End footnote. The truth is that Emerson had convinced himself of what is embodied in his own saying, "Let every man be his own church," that all forms of faith, whether Christian or pagan, whether Calvinist or Unitarian, are merely versions, so to speak, of the moral law, that if men are to be saved, they cannot be saved miraculously or vicariously, but by their own God-directed efforts. It was a serious step for him to take, and the anxiety involved in it was complicated by the distress occasioned by the death of his wife, whom he had married about 2 years before. His health was seriously affected, and a voyage to Europe was recommended. So on Christmas Day, 1832, he sailed for Europe. Of this visit to Europe he has given a short but vivid account in the first chapter of his English Traits. In Italy he met Landor, in London Coleridge, at the Lakes Wordsworth, who told him that he thought Carlyle was sometimes insane, at Craigenputtock Carlyle, this same Carlyle who was sometimes insane, and this was his most memorable experience. The two men laid the foundation of an intimate, lifelong acquaintance which has its record in the correspondence edited by C. E. Norton, the first letter being dated May 14, 1834, the last April 1872. There was much in Emerson's nature and temperament which went out to meet Carlyle. Carlyle was the more potent spirit, but Emerson was no idolater, nor can he be called even a disciple of Carlyle. Though mutually attracted, each moved in his own orbit. Emerson returned to America with his health reestablished, his mind enlarged, his powers rapidly maturing, his convictions confirmed and hardened into fanaticism. "I thank the great God," he wrote in his diary, "who has led me through this great European scene, this last schoolroom in which he has pleased to instruct me. He has thereby comforted and confirmed me in my convictions. Many things I owe to the sight of these men." But what he had learnt negatively, the limitations of the great, the littleness of the famous. He had learnt that fame is a conventional thing, that man is a sadly limitary spirit. He had learnt the folly of prematurely canonizing. In 1835 he married again and settled at Concord, in the Coolidge House, a peaceful, beautiful spot, where he remained to the end of his days. The house in which he lived, let us note in passing, is Hawthorne's Old Manse, in which was written, "Mosses from an old manse." And now Emerson's career began in real earnest. It was initiated by a great sorrow, the death of his beloved brother, Charles. In such sorrow is the baptism of genius unto spiritual power. For is it not truthfully written, "Who ne'er his bread in sorrow ate, who ne'er the mournful midnight hours, weeping upon his bed has sate, he knows you not, ye heavenly powers." Footnote: Longfellow's Motto Hyperion, Book 1. End footnote. To 1836, 1837, and 1838 belong Emerson's three most comprehensively characteristic works, the works which at once initiated and fulfilled, at least in embryo, his gospel to his countrymen and to the world. The first was a little book of less than 100 small pages, entitled Nature, which may be described as a mystic prose poem or rhapsody in 8 chapters. It is, says Holmes, a kind of New England Genesis in place of the Old Testament one. "I call it," says Carlyle, "the foundation and ground plan on which you may build whatsoever of great and true that has been given you to build." And this it verily was, and on this foundation Emerson did build ever afterwards. The next performance was The American Scholar, an oration delivered before the Phi Beta Kappa Society at Cambridge, August 31st, 1837. This was a trumpet call to young America. Its note is struck at the opening. Quote, "Our day of dependence, our long apprenticeship to the learning of other lands, draws to a close. The millions that around us are rushing into life cannot always be fed on the sere remains of foreign harvests. Events, actions arise that must be sung, that will sing themselves. Who can doubt that poetry will revive and lead in a new age, as the star in the constellation Harp, which now flames in our zenith, astronomers announce shall one day be the pole star for 1,000 years." End quote. It is a plea for spiritual and intellectual emancipation, for generous liberal culture. The great destinies of the future are in the hands of the scholar, not the scholar as the past understood the word, but as the future must understand it, the scholar as representing a man who must take up into himself all the ability of the time, all the contributions of the past, all the hopes of the future. He must be a university of knowledges. He must represent the full development, not of one or two, but of all man's faculties and capacities. He must not be the slave of tradition and authority. He must not anchor in the past. He must sail onward in the present to the future. And he concludes in summary, quote, "We will walk on our own feet. We will work with our own hands. We will speak our own minds. The study of letters shall be no longer a name for pity, for doubt, and for sensual indulgence. The dread of man and the love of man shall be a wall of defense and a wreath of joy around all. A nation of men will for the first time exist because each believes himself inspired by the divine soul which also inspires all men." End quote. Such was the oration which Lowell calls "an event without any former parallel in American literary annals," and which Holmes describes as "our intellectual Declaration of Independence." Emerson's third memorable discourse was "An Address before the Senior Class in Divinity College, Cambridge," delivered on Sunday evening, July 15th, 1838. In this he dealt as freely and boldly with religion as in the former discourse he had with education. It was a plea for the broadest latitudinarianism, a plea for private right of judgment as against all historical creeds, Bibles, churches, exalting individual consciousness above all authority, making the individual soul supreme arbiter in spiritual matters, a plea for absolute spiritual emancipation. Without bitterness or levity, without any irreverence, he takes exception to historical Christianity, because, he says, it exaggerates the personal, the positive, the ritual, because it monopolizes what is general and common. It assumes, he complains, that the age of inspiration is past, that the Bible is closed, that God was rather than is, that he spake, not that he is speaking. He complains that the doctrine of inspiration is lost, and that the base doctrine of the majority of voices usurps the place of the doctrine of the soul. Great exception was taken to this discourse, and his former colleague, Ware, both wrote and preached against it. Emerson's letter to him in reply is an example of his modest and amiable, but at the same time firm and uncompromising temper. And now, as I have explained Emerson's position and work when he was fully started on his career, we may pause for a moment to glance at his surroundings and at what had preceded his appearance. The chief activity in America was mercantile. The general tone and character of life and society grossly material. Absorbed in business pursuits, the majority cared nothing for culture, or indeed for anything which was not conducive to what was called practical success. Higher education was scarcely in its infancy. A national literature could hardly be said to exist. What literature existed was imitative and commonplace, modeled on that of the Old World. In religion, Puritanism prevailed, and Puritanism was as hostile to belles lettres, philosophy, and art as the coarser Philistinism of the mart, exchange, and workshop. While public life was industrial and utilitarian, private life stagnated in dull and colorless conventionality. But signs of a reaction were at hand. In religion, Unitarianism had been for some time gaining ground, but it had as little vitalizing power as its grimmer rival. In 1815 was started the North American Review, and with this review the dawn of American literature broke. Among Emerson's predecessors may be specified his divinity teacher, Dr. Channing, one of the most eloquent of American pulpit orators and writers, and William Cullen Bryant, whose two poems, Thanatopsis and The Forest Hymn, fairly entitle him to the honor of being called the American Wordsworth, and whose essay and popular history of the United States give him a distinguished place among masters of prose. The greatest names in American literature, Edgar Allan Poe, Longfellow, Hawthorne, Prescott, Lowell, Motley, were his contemporaries and among his audience. The transcendental movement with which Emerson is so prominently associated had defined itself before his earliest writings appeared. It was the result partly of the inevitable reaction against materialism, partly of the peculiar conditions of the time. A passion for facts, for what is intelligible and tangible, for what can be formularized and presented definitely and concretely, had come into collision with the powers which were dissolving the old regime. Criticism was beginning to demolish the bases of the old religion. Science was becoming restlessly active. The long dominion of Puritanism had induced a serious, earnest spirit, and though it had ceased to satisfy the intellectual and spiritual needs of men, it had prepared them to welcome an attempt to reconstruct life on an ideal basis. And so it was that all that was tending in this direction throughout Europe became influential in America. The wild and extravagant visions of Swedenborg, the cloudy reveries of Coleridge, the noble idealism of Wordsworth, the new bases for speculation supplied by philosophers like Kant, Fichte, Schelling, the intense spiritualism of Richter, Novalis, all that Schiller, all that Goethe, all that Herder had contributed to the widening of the intellectual and spiritual horizon. Nor must we omit Carlyle, who, just before Emerson had begun his career, had published his essay on Characteristics and his Signs of the Times, as well as his Sartor Resartus. Of this movement, Emerson, after the publication of the works to which I have referred, became the acknowledged leader, became the prophet, the apostle. And he led not merely by virtue of the power and eloquence of his addresses, lectures, and writings, but by the influence and charm of his personal character and example. His simplicity, his sincerity, his unselfish devotion to the work which he had set himself to do appealed to everyone. His words had power, says Hawthorne, because they accorded with his thoughts, and his thoughts had reality and depth because they harmonized with the life that he always lived. Emerson never posed, was never aggressive. He was always reverent, he was always modest, he never argued. A serene smile was all that an opponent, as a rule, got from him as reply. And all felt his personal charm. He had, as the Spanish phrase so beautifully puts it, a face like a blessing. For 40 years he lectured and published lectures, peddling out, he said, all the wit I can gather from time or from nature, and am pained at heart to see how thankfully that little is received. As a lecturer and writer he was very poorly paid, and was never in easy circumstances till he was nearly 70 years old. But he never complained, he practiced what he preached, plain living and high thinking. An epoch in the history of the movement led by Emerson was marked in July 1840 by the establishment of The Dial, a magazine which continued to appear quarterly till April 1844. For the first 2 years it was edited by that most remarkable woman, Margaret Fuller, and after April 1842 by Emerson. Here the Transcendentalists gave expression to their faith in ideas, their reactionary protests against the doctrines of the philosophy of the senses, their strenuous assertion of the principle that the forms of one age are inadequate to express the wants of another, their contention that it is not in commercial and material prosperity, but in spiritual and intellectual activity, that human success and man's true beatitude consist. Its spirit was Catholic and cosmopolitan. All the creeds of the world were canvassed and criticized. Philosophic works were reviewed. It illustrates all that is best and all that is most extravagant in the movement. Emerson extensively contributed, so also did Theodore Parker, Alcott, Ripley, and Thoreau. Carlyle wrote, "I love your Dial, and yet it is with a kind of shudder. You seem to me in danger of dividing yourselves from the fact of the present universe, in which alone, ugly as it is, can I find any anchorage, and soaring away after ideas, beliefs, revelations, and such like, into perilous altitudes, as I think, beyond the curve of perpetual frost for one thing. I know not how to utter what impression you give me." Another result of the Transcendental movement was the famous Brook Farm experiment, founded in 1842 by George Ripley. It was an attempt to reconcile labor, capital, and culture, partly based on Fourierism and partly on the general impulse to universal reform. In a letter written in 1841, Dr. Channing had said, "I have for a long time dreamed of an association in which the members, instead of preying on one another after the fashion of this world, should live together as brothers, seeking one another's elevation and spiritual growth." This was to be realized. A farm of about 200 acres was purchased in West Roxbury, about 9 miles from Boston, a most charming spot. The original pioneers were about 20, growing at last, when the fullest number was reached, to 150. Everyone was to labor at some trade or give some equivalent in labor for the privilege of belonging to the community. A fair price would be paid for that labor, which would thus purchase leisure to live in all the faculties of the soul. The highest activity of the settlement was education, and there were teachers in almost every subject. These teachers found recreation in such useful pursuits as pleased them, farming, gardening, or some other branch of domestic service. Ripley himself, for example, who taught intellectual and moral philosophy and mathematics, liked to milk cows, finding such occupation favorable to contemplation, particularly when the cow's tail was looped up behind. Or he would help to clean out the stables, because he found sordid and dirty work, done against the grain, conducive to moral improvement, to say nothing of its usefulness. The religion of the place was absolutely cosmopolitan. Everyone could believe what he pleased, and practice the rites of his creed if he had any. Some were Swedenborgians. One died in the Episcopal faith and was buried in accordance with its rites. Many were Unitarians, but all called themselves Christians, because all reverenced the character and example of Christ. In fact, the ideal was to lead a pure, moral, useful, healthy life, untrammeled by any creeds, any forms of intellectual, political, and social coercion, beyond what respect for the higher self and the interests of humanity imposed. Ripley did all in his power to induce Emerson to join a community some of the leading principles of which he had done so much to inspire. But he resolutely declined, and his letter to Ripley illustrates that shrewd and practical good sense which generally underlay his most extravagant transcendentalism. He had owned that it was a noble and generous movement on the part of its projectors to try an experiment of better living, but he writes, quote, "I am in many respects placed as I wish to be. I cannot accuse my townsmen or my neighbors of my domestic grievances. It seems to me a circuitous and obverse way of relieving myself to put upon your community the emancipation which I ought to take upon myself. The institution of hired service is to me very disagreeable. I should like to come one step nearer nature than this usage permits. But surely I need not sell my house and remove my family to Newton in order to make the experiment of labor and self-help. I am already in the act of trying some domestic and social experiments which would gain nothing." End quote. So tactfully and so courteously did he wave Brook Farm aside. And indeed he had important work to do. The establishment of the Dial, and what culminated in the Brook Farm experiment, had the effect of leading to movements which reduced transcendentalism to an absurdity. In 1840 and 1841 a convention for universal reform was assembled at Churton Street, Boston, and a most motley group it was, consisting, in Emerson's own words, of madmen, mad women, men with beards, Dunkers, Muggletonians, Come-outers, Groaners, Agrarians, Seventh-day Baptists, Quakers, Abolitionists, Calvinists, Unitarians, and philosophers. His hope was in young America. His task was to control and discipline the enthusiasm excited. He preached against extravagance and the abuse of energy, inculcating that it was more true and noble to live than to theorize and speculate. He discountenanced the withdrawal from public and domestic duties. He pointed out that there was practical work to do, while the colossal wrongs of the Indian, of the Negro, of the emigrant remained unmitigated, and the religious, civil, and judicial forms of the country are confessedly effete and offensive. In 1841 he published the first volume of his collected essays. It contained two of his most extravagant, namely Oversoul and Circles, two of his wisest, Self-reliance and Compensation, one of his most poetical, Love. In January 1842 a great sorrow befell him, a sorrow which haunted his life, the loss of his dear little son, his eldest son, who was only 5 years old. Nearly the last connected words which he spoke on his own deathbed 41 years later were, "Oh, that beautiful boy!" And this loss inspired his poem, the threnody. In 1844 he delivered the address, "The Young American," in which he, the most American of Americans, exhorted the Americans to be Americans, to develop on their own lines, to fulfill themselves. Quote, "If only the men are employed in conspiring with the designs of the Spirit who led us hither and is leading us still, we shall quickly enough advance out of all hearing of others' censures, out of all regrets of our own, into a new and more excellent social state than history has recorded." End quote. The delivery of this address was succeeded by the publication of his second collection of essays. The most remarkable essays in the volume are Character, Manners, and Gifts, but two are of particular interest as throwing light on his relation to his country and his countrymen, namely Politics and New England Reformers. In Emerson may be said to have been combined many of the characteristics of Berkeley, Wordsworth, and Franklin, and whenever he deals with social and political questions in their practical aspect, comes out invariably the Franklin side of him, shrewdness, level-headedness, common sense. In politics he had no confidence either in the Democrats or in the Conservatives, whose characteristics he admirably analyzes. The New England Reformers is an equally admirable commentary on the virtues and defects of the Transcendentalists and Reformers. Though he had the greatest sympathy with their ideals, sympathy never misled him. In 1847, Emerson, having been invited to give a series of lectures before the Mechanics' Institutes of the Northern and Midland counties, sailed for England in October of that year. His experiences, the friends he made, the great men he met, he has himself recorded in a series of notes which on his return to America he expanded into lectures, and afterwards published in the most concrete and popular of his books, English Traits. Over Emerson's judgments on England and the English we need not pause. He certainly found no heroes among us, and no studies for a social and political utopia. He praises what all the world has praised in us, and makes such deductions as a man of his temper and ideals would be likely to make. He was a genial and kindly observer, but as a delineator and critic given to exaggeration, and somewhat loose in his assertions and generalizations. On his return to America, he had added very little, if anything, to his stock of ideas, and not a touch of Anglicism modified his essentially American temper. His cosmopolitanism had perhaps become more confirmed, but that is all that can be said. From the lectures which he delivered in England, which were no doubt suggested by Carlyle's Heroes and Hero Worship, he selected some for publication. They make up what he calls his representative men: Plato, Swedenborg, Montaigne, Shakespeare, Napoleon, Goethe. As criticisms of these great men, his lectures are, it is needless to say, mere absurdities, save here and there for flashes of penetrating insight. Each represents a congeries of ideas, of intensely Emersonian ideas, and on these he discourses. But they are full of inspiration, fertilizingly suggestive. Nowhere has Emerson preached his gospel with more eloquence and emphasis. He says in the opening address on the uses of great men, quote, "Within the limits of human education and agency, we may say, great men exist that there may be greater men." End quote. And on this text he preaches. Reading these essays is like receiving a series of galvanic shocks, and the reader is fortunate if he does not emerge from their perusal a nervously mental wreck. Of personal details little remains to be told. A central figure in a society the members of which were some of the most brilliant representatives of American literature, revered and beloved by a large circle, incessantly lecturing and writing, in every way furthering the cause of truth, justice, and liberty as he conceived them, though cautiously refraining from all association with extravagance and abuse, his life glided on to honored old age. The steady and vehement friend of Negro emancipation, he was on the side of the Northerners in the war, having before proposed to buy the slaves from the planters for 2,000 millions, which he, poor visionary, thought would be enthusiastically subscribed. A third visit to Europe in 1872, in which he saw for the last time his old friend Carlyle, preceded the final decade of his long life. He was much gratified by the honors and recognition given him by Harvard University, and for his nomination in 1874 for the Lord Rectorship of Glasgow, where he obtained 500 votes against Lord Beaconsfield's 700. His life had been so full and so vigorously energetic that as years advanced he found it difficult to realize that he was getting old. In one of his poems, Terminus, he gives beautiful expression to the resignation and tranquillity with which he accepted the inevitable. Quote, "As the bird trims her to the gale, I trim myself to the storm of time. I man the rudder, reef the sail, obey the voice at eve, obeyed at prime. Lowly faithful, banish fear, right onward drive unharmed. The port, well worth the cruise, is near, and every wave is charmed." End quote. As long as his faculties served him, he continued to be usefully busy on the platform and with his pen, protesting against utilitarian ethics, against materialism in philosophy, against formality in religion, against blind submission to tradition and authority. His decline was gradual and placid. Latterly his memory entirely failed him as to facts and details, and though it had never been accurate with regard to them, it had done him loyal service. Impressions were what he valued. Ideas were everything to him. Facts and particulars mere husks. O. W. Holmes tells a characteristic and pathetic anecdote illustrating this. "The last time I saw him living," he says, "was at Longfellow's funeral. I was sitting opposite to him, when he rose and, going to the side of the coffin, looked intently upon the face of the dead poet. A few minutes later he rose again, and looked once more on the familiar features, not apparently remembering that he had just done so. Then he said to a friend near him, 'That gentleman was a sweet, beautiful soul, but I have entirely forgotten his name. He died on April 27th, 1882, in his 80th year, and we cannot better take our leave of him than in his own words, for in those words, we may be sure, he would have wished us to take our leave of him. Voice of earth to earth returned, prayers of saints that in thee burned, saying, what is excellent, as God lives, is permanent. Hearts are dust, hearts' loves remain. Heart's love will meet thee again. House and tenant go to ground, lost in God, in Godhead found. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of The Posthumous Essays of John Churton Collins. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Posthumous Essays of John Churton Collins. Chapter 11. Emerson's Writings. In Emerson's writings there is no system, and if we accept the loose unity of certain leading and all-pervading ideas and teachings, no unity. He has left no great work, no work which sums up or comprehensively illustrates his philosophy. Everything he has left in prose resolves itself into lectures and essays. In verse, into short lyrics or epigrams. Tabulated, his writings may be thus arranged. First, the little treatise, or, as it might be more properly described, the reflective prose poem, entitled Nature, in 8 sections, the most mystic and extravagant of all his writings. Secondly, the orations and addresses, the most remarkable of which are The American Scholar, a trumpet note to the Americans to awake from intellectual and spiritual torpor, to trust themselves and become spiritually and intellectually what they could and ought to become. An address to the senior class in Divinity College, Cambridge, a plea for the individual consciousness as against all historical creeds, Bibles, churches, a plea for the soul as the supreme judge in spiritual matters, Holmes. Literary Ethics, a plea for emancipation, self-reliance, sincerity, and the disinterested pursuit of truth. Man the Reformer, a very noble oration, the key to which is, quote, we are to revise the whole of our social structure, the state, the school, religion, marriage, trade, science, and explore their foundations in our own nature. We are to see that the world not only fitted the former men, but fits us, and to clear ourselves of every usage which has not its roots in our own mind. What is a man born for but to be a reformer, a remaker of what man has made, a renouncer of lies, a restorer of truth and good, imitating that great nature which embosoms us all, and which sleeps no moment on an old past, but every hour repairs itself, yielding us every morning a new day, and with every pulsation a new life. End quote. The guides of men must be faith and hope. The Transcendentalist describes what is meant by the term. the ends and aims of transcendentalism. Thirdly, there are the essays, 20 in number, the most remarkable of which, History, illustrates his absurd exaggeration in exalting the importance of the individual as being the whole in epitome, and his contempt for concrete facts. Self-reliance is one of his very best. Trust yourself. Compensation is perhaps his soundest essay, whilst Spiritual Laws is notable as containing one of his most beautiful passages. Footnote. Probably this passage, quote, "A little consideration of what takes place around us every day would show us that a higher law than that of our will regulates events, that our painful labors are unnecessary and fruitless, that only in our easy, simple, spontaneous action are we strong, and by contenting ourselves with obedience we become divine. Belief and love, a believing love, will relieve us of a vast load of care. O my brothers, God exists. There is a soul at the center of nature and over the will of every man." End quote. End footnote. Prudence and Heroism are well worth reading, the one illustrating his shrewd good sense, the other his nobility of character. Oversoul illustrates his rhapsodical extravagance. In Character we have one of his best and most characteristic. Manners gives us a picture of the ideal gentleman. Nature is comprehensively characteristic on one side. Politics, an excellent analysis of what ought to be meant by them. Then come the lectures. Of those on representative men, that is to say, Plato the philosopher, Swedenborg the mystic, Montaigne the skeptic, Shakespeare the poet, Napoleon the man of the world, Goethe the writer, with the introductory lecture on the uses of great men. It may be said that they are simply studies of the fictions of Emerson's own imagination, of the incarnations of Emersonian ideas, and it is not without impatience and irritation that anyone who is conversant with the works of those great men can read these lectures, to say nothing of the introduction of such a person as Swedenborg into their company. Next comes the collection of discourses ranged under the title of The Conduct of Life. Among these we need not discriminate, and there is nothing to linger over. Next comes the collection entitled English Traits, the most concrete and popularly intelligible of Emerson's works. And lastly come the poems, which will be dealt with later. The minimum for a student wishing to get an idea of Emerson would be a careful perusal of these pieces: The Transcendentalist, with which he should begin, The American Scholar, The Address to the Divinity College Class, Self-Reliance, Man the Reformer, Character, Nature, the Essay, not the Treatise, Compensation, Spiritual Laws. Emerson is preeminently and essentially a transcendentalist. What is the meaning of the term? He has himself explained it. Quote, "The idealism of the present day acquired the name of transcendental from the use of that term by Immanuel Kant, of Königsberg, who replied to the skeptical philosophy of Locke, which insisted that there was nothing in the intellect which was not previously in the experience of the senses. by showing that there was a very important class of ideas or imperative forms which did not come by experience, but through which experience was acquired, that these were intuitions of the mind itself, and he denominated them transcendental forms. Whatever belongs to the class of intuitive thought is popularly called, at the present day, transcendental." End quote. He tells us himself that he preferred the terms idealist and idealism, which he therefore employs. The idealist is the exact opposite of the materialist. The materialist takes his departure from the external world and esteems a man as one product of that world. The idealist takes his departure from his own consciousness and reckons the world an appearance. The materialist respects sensible masses, society, government, social art, and luxury, every establishment, every mass, whether majority of numbers, or extent of space, or amount of objects, every social action. The idealist has another measure, which is metaphysical, namely, the rank which things themselves take in his consciousness. To him the only reality is mind, of which men and all other natures are better or worse reflectors. He is himself the measure and the sum of all things. To him the parts, particles, and varieties of nature and of man are one. He is a portion of the universal spirit, the essence of genius, of virtue, of life, of beauty, of goodness, the supreme critic of the past, the sole prophet of the future. His instincts are his guides. Through these instincts God speaks, and has never ceased to speak. Thus, as God is in him, he is a law to himself. He has only to surrender himself and be loyally obedient to his instincts, and he is godlike. Man, therefore, has only to be true to himself and to trust himself. And when in innocency, or when by intellectual perception, he attains to say, "I love the right. Truth is beautiful within and without forevermore. Virtue, I am thine. Save me, use me. Thee will I serve day and night, in great, in small, that I may be not virtuous, but virtue." Then is the end of his being attained. Thus, in Emerson's philosophy, the only faculty which is of any avail is intuitive insight. The only knowledge which avails is what intuitive insight reveals and teaches. God, who spoke in the past, is speaking in the present. God, who spoke to Moses, to Socrates, to Jesus, speaks to every one of us, if we so rule our lives that we are fit to receive his message. Revelation and God's gospel are the monopoly of no man and of no form of creed. Man is his own church. If we obey perfectly the laws and conditions of our own being, we have no need to model ourselves or regard with superstitious reverence any other man, whether Moses or Christ, whether Zoroaster or Socrates. Christ indeed was a noble example, inasmuch as he did what we as men may do. Footnote: read the remarkable passage in the Divinity Address at Cambridge, July 15, 1838, beginning, "Jesus Christ belonged to the true race of prophets," etc. End footnote. This will explain the enormous importance which he attaches to the individual man worked out in the essay on Self-Reliance. As this immense importance attaches itself to the individual must know and feel the necessity for fitting himself for these responsibilities by proper culture. And on this culture, in other words, on what constitutes education, Emerson has much to say. And what he has to say is practically summed up in these pieces: the American scholar, culture, behavior, manners. The end and aim of education are self-reliance and character. Its means are, first, the study of nature, the realization that nature is the counterpart of man's soul, answering to it part for part, its beauty, the beauty of the individual mind, its laws, the laws of that mind. Secondly, the records of the past, whether preserved in literature, art, or institutions, rationally, not superstitiously studied. Thirdly, action and experience. Quote, "So much only of life as I know by experience, so much of the wilderness have I vanquished and planted, or so far have I extended my being, my dominion." End quote. The least important of these means is the second, and it is here that Emerson reacts, and reacts extravagantly, against the ordinary conception both of the means and ends of education. To mere book learning he attaches scarcely any importance. Quote, "Meek young men," he contemptuously observes, "grow up in libraries, believing it their duty to accept the views which Cicero, which Locke, which Bacon have given, forgetful that Cicero, Locke, and Bacon were only young men in libraries when they wrote those books." End quote. Books are for nothing but to inspire. It is absurd to make fetishes out of the literature of the past, for each age, it is found, must write its own books, or rather each generation for the next succeeding. The books of an older period will not fit this. No, let us learn to walk on our own feet. Let us work with our own hands. Let us speak our own minds. Books, he says, are for the scholar's idle times. Why should we bow down before Plato or Shakespeare? What is immortal in them belongs to us. The power which inspired them inspires us. Great men appear that greater men may succeed them. Quote, "There is one mind," he says in his essay on history, "common to all individual men. Every man is an inlet to the same, and to all of the same. What Plato has thought, he may think. What a saint has felt, he may feel. What at any time has befallen any man, he can understand. Who hath access to this universal mind is a party to all that is or can be done, for this is the only and sovereign agent." End quote. Believing that man is essentially progressive and in process of creation, he has no superstitious reverence even for humanity's highest products. Quote, "What we once admired as poetry," he says in his lecture on Poetry and Imagination, "has long since come to be a sound of tin pans, and many of our later books we have outgrown. Perhaps Homer and Milton will be tin pans yet." End quote. If these are his views with regard to the demigods of his race, it is not surprising that he looked down on mere learning, on scholarship, on the acquisition of facts and knowledge, on all that study and memory can acquire, with something very like contempt. His educational theory appears to proceed on the vast assumption that every youth is an Emerson, and to take no account at all of any youth who is not an Emerson. He quotes with approval the saying, "He that would bring home the wealth of the Indies must carry out the wealth of the Indies." He does not take into consideration the many who have not the wealth of the Indies, and the many who are quite content to bring home much less than the wealth of the Indies. Now from all this it will be seen that we cannot go to Emerson for practical, methodical advice. He will supply us with wings, but he ignores the dead weight which those wings have to support. He will furnish us with a balloon, but what he does not supply is an atmosphere to float it. We feel that as a practical teacher he is the architect of a noble fabric, pinnacled deep in the intense inane. He postulates the existence of the results of education as the basis on which education must rest. He disdains a knowledge of grammar, of philology, of languages, as the mere exercises of pedants. He disdains a knowledge of the facts of history, and yet we are to be familiar with the quintessence of what has been produced by Homer and Plato, and by the great poets and thinkers of all nations and of all ages, and expatiate through the whole reel of the philosophy of history. Indeed, Emerson stands in the same relation to education in its practical aspects as Ruskin stands to political economy as a branch of science. In both, transcendentalism is reduced to an absurdity. But all this shows what all his writings show, that we must go to Emerson not for practical direct guidance, but for suggestion, inspiration, impulse, leaving our common sense to adjust the balance, and he becomes the more helpful the nearer he approaches spiritual truth, the truths discernible by spiritual insight. Take, for example, the following, in which insight, wisdom, and audacity go hand in hand. Quote, "The religion which is to guide and fulfill the present and coming ages, whatever else it be, must be intellectual. The scientific mind must have a faith which is science. There will be a new church founded on moral science, at first cold and naked, a babe in a manger again, the algebra and mathematics of ethical law, the church of men to come, without shams or psaltery or sackbut, but it will have heaven and earth for its beams and rafters, science for symbol illustration. It will fast enough gather beauty, music, picture, poetry." End quote. Footnote: Essay on Worship. End footnote. Again, quote, "Hitch your wagon to a star. Let us not fag in paltry works which serve our pot and bag alone. Let us not lie and steal. No God will help. We shall find all their teams going the other way. Charles's Wain, Great Bear, Orion, Leo, Hercules, every god will leave us. Work rather for those interests which the divinities honor and promote: justice, love, freedom, knowledge, utility." End quote. Footnote: Civilization. End footnote. Or take again his opinions on a subject on which, as certainty is impossible, consistency is impossible. The immortality of the soul in the sense of the protraction of the individual consciousness after physical dissolution. Quote, "I think all sound minds rest on a certain preliminary conviction, namely, that if it be best that conscious personal life shall continue, it will continue; if not best, then it will not; and we, if we saw the whole, should of course see that it was better so." End quote. Footnote: Essay on Immortality. End footnote. Again, quote, "Everything is prospective, and man is to live hereafter. That the world is for his education is the only sane solution of the enigma." End quote. But observe his honesty and consequent inconsistency. He must have known that, assuming the world is for man's education, and that everything is prospective, this is no argument for the immortality of the individual man. For the race and type it may be, but not for the individual. And so, in the same essay he writes, quote, "I confess that everything connected with our personality fails. Nature never spares the individual. We are always balked of a complete success. No prosperity is promised to our self-esteem. We have our indemnity only in the moral and intellectual reality to which we aspire. That is immortal, and we only through that. The soul stipulates for no private good. That which is private I see not to be good. If truth live, I live. If justice live, I live," said one of the old saints, "and these by any man's suffering are enlarged and enthroned." End quote. There is just the same inconsistency, if inconsistency it really be, in Aristotle, in Shakespeare, in Goethe, and in Shelley. And when Emerson adds, quote, "I am a better believer, and all serious souls are better believers, in the immortality than we can give grounds for. The real evidence is too subtle, or is higher than we can write down in propositions, and therefore Wordsworth's Ode is the best modern essay on the subject." End quote. When he adds this, he not only indicates the reasons for such inconsistencies, but he assigns this question to its proper sphere, that imperial region where reason, definition, logic, and every purely intellectual faculty alike fail us. In his views on this great question, we have in epitome, as it were, all that constitutes the great charm and power of Emerson as a seer, prophet and teacher, his essential and pellucid honesty, his cheerful optimism, the dignity, serenity, and elevation of his temper, his complete emancipation from all the shackles of the senses and the carnal world, the faithfulness with which he strove to realize the aim of Plotinus, that is, to bring the God which is within man into harmony with the God which is in the universe. A beautiful soul, a beautiful example, a beautiful gospel. We are naturally tempted to institute a comparison between him and his great friend Carlyle. In three great and fundamental points they were alike. Both were tremendously in earnest, both were entirely and essentially honest, and both were transcendentalists. But for the rest, the comparison lies in contrast. Emerson is an optimist, serene and unfalteringly; Carlyle a pessimist, fierce, turbulent, and perverse. To Carlyle, the world was peopled mainly with fools and shams. To Emerson, the average man had in him the germs and potentialities of the demigods of our race. Carlyle was so diseased and wilful an egotist that though he preached duty and practiced what he preached, he neither found any comfort or happiness in it himself, nor did he promise any comfort or happiness in it to anyone else. By Emerson's side stood hope and faith, transforming duty and labor into radiant happiness. Carlyle practically eliminates happiness as a factor in human energy. Work, strive, endure. What have you to do with happiness? What if thou wert born and predestined not to be happy, but to be unhappy? With Emerson, happiness in the true sense of the term is to be sought, to be cherished. It is very sunlight to the soul. It is always to the dark side that Carlyle leans. But instinctively as a plant makes for the light, does Emerson make for the sun. As a preacher and commentator, Carlyle exhausts the vocabulary of intolerance, despair, and contempt. Nothing is so rare in Emerson as any indication of irritability, of intolerance, of sarcasm. Emerson too often misses his mark because he is so vague, so abstract, because he aims too high. But Carlyle's blows have the precision and force of a blacksmith's hammer on his anvil. Carlyle's presentation and expression might be compared to meteoric flashes, lurid, wild, and grand. But we should not go to elementary forces for a simile to apply to presentation and expression in Emerson. Rather, we should go to a cabinet of gems, finely cut, coldly finished, most exquisitely polished. Into a comparison of the quality and tenor of their writings we need not enter. As a poet, Emerson cannot be said to hold a high place even among the poets of his country. He fails in some of the primary qualifications for producing really good poetry. His rhythm, particularly in the blank verse poems, is often intolerably harsh and dislocated, and very seldom, even at its best, has it any charm. The utmost that can be said for it is that it is mechanically correct when it follows the conventional form. His grammar is often involved, and his style cumbrous. Of evolution he has no sense. His poems are jerky, scrappy, and often exceedingly obscure. His poetry has no passion, little of the sensuous element, little simplicity. It has not the concreteness of effective poetry. So that Matthew Arnold has said, and who could be a better judge, that the Bridge of Longfellow, or the School of Days of Whittier, is of more poetic worth than all the verse of Emerson. His best poem so far as poetic quality and execution are concerned is probably the hymn sung at the completion of the Concord Monument, beginning, "By the rude bridge that arched the flood, their flag to April's breeze unfurled. Here once the embattled farmers stood, and fired the shot heard round the world." Undoubtedly, we do come across single stanzas and passages which are excellent alike in conception and expression, like, "Though love repine and reason chafe, there came a voice without reply. 'Tis man's perdition to be safe, when for the truth he ought to die." Sacrifice. But if we take a criterion of poetry with which Emerson has himself somewhat ambiguously furnished us, the great poets are judged by the frame of mind they induce. Preface to Parnassus. If we take this, then we must give him a higher place, for his poetry is penetrated by the noble ideas which pervade his prose. It moves, as Oliver Wendell Holmes truly says, in a world of symbolism. The sense of the infinite fills it with its majestic presence. He is always seeing the universal in the particular. It is pervaded with the spirit of what Wordsworth indicated when he wrote, "To me the meanest flower that blows can give thoughts that do often lie too deep for tears." Ode to Immortality. But this emotion with Emerson is spiritual, not aesthetic. His most indulgent critic, I mean of critics entitled to serious consideration, O. W. Holmes, advises the reader of Emerson's poetry to begin with "The Problem," and go on to "Each and All," "The Humble Bee," "The Snowstorm," "Monadnock," and after this, "Wood Notes." He also greatly admires the paragraph in May Day, beginning, "I saw the bud-crowned spring go forth." But above all he draws attention to the beauty of the Threnody, the poem written by Emerson on his son's death, though when he places it beside the finest memorial poems in our language, I think many of us can only listen in respectful amazement, and be confirmed in what on the face of it seemed probable, that Matthew Arnold is a more trustworthy critic of Emerson's poetry than Oliver Wendell Holmes. Emerson, like all men of true genius, took his own measure. He is not a great writer. He is not a great philosopher. He lacks concentration, architecture, symmetry, unity. "Expect nothing more of my power of construction," he said, "no shipbuilding, no clipper smack, nor skiff even, only boards and thongs, tied together." End quote. Again he says, quote, "Here I sit and read with very little system, and as far as regards composition, with the most fragmentary result. Paragraphs incompressible, each sentence an infinitely repellent particle." End quote. He has left us no sustained composition, no regularly evolved thesis or essay. His sentences and paragraphs resemble mosaic work, or perhaps his essays and lectures may be compared to cabinets of gems, gems generally brilliant, often of the first water, always exquisitely polished, but unstrung and unset. He himself speaks of his lapidary style. He is not only a plagiarist in the sense of appropriating the thoughts, the sentiments, and the phrases of other writers, but he glories in the plagiarism. He says of Plutarch, quote, "In his immense quotation and allusion, we quickly cease to discriminate between what he quotes and what he invents. We sail on his memory into the ports of every nation, enter into every private property, and do not stop to discriminate owners, but give him the praise of all." End quote. And this is exactly true of himself, but what he borrowed he made his own by its collocation, its purpose, its application. He treated books as he treated nature. He Emersonized both. As a master of style and composition, he must be judged not by the total impression of any given piece, but by its sentences and paragraphs. He must be judged by fragments, and with the composition of these he took immense pains. He is a master of epigram, terse, lucid, incisive, but he aims too much at dazzling and surprising, and not always legitimately and in good taste, and so he is sometimes cheaply smart, and even flippant, resorting to paradox, forced antitheses, affected quaintness, and the grossest exaggeration. But at his best he is really eloquent, clothing his conceptions worthily and nobly. His sketches from nature are often masterpieces of poetic prose, in rhythm exquisitely musical, in diction most felicitous. His style has always the mark of distinction, but it is not the distinction of the great classics of prose. He has not their power of evolution, of combination, of subduing their material to literary expression in its most effectively appropriate forms. Emerson, then, is not a classic as a literary artist, either in verse or in prose. And so we come round to what we started with. We are in the presence of a seer, of a prophet, of the preacher of a most inspiring gospel. He cannot better be summed up than in the words of Oliver Wendell Holmes, who fancifully represents Emerson as starting on life, the recipient of certain sealed orders, which, when he was about 30 years of age, he was to open and read. They ran, quote, "Thou shalt not profess that which thou dost not believe. Thou shalt not heed the voice of man when it agrees not with the voice of God in thine own soul. Thou shalt study and obey the laws of the universe, and they will be thy fellow servants. Thou shalt speak the truth as thou seest it, without fear, in the spirit of kindness to all thy fellow creatures, dealing with the manifold interests of life and the typical characters of history. Nature shall be to thee as a symbol. The life of the soul, in conscious union with the Infinite, shall be for thee the only real existence. This pleasing show of an external world, through which thou art passing, is given thee to interpret by the light which is in thee. Its least appearance is not unworthy of thy study. Let thy soul be open, and thine eyes will reveal to thee beauty everywhere. Go forth with thy message among thy fellow creatures. Teach them that they must trust themselves as guided by that inner light which dwells with the pure in heart, to whom it was promised of old that they shall see God. Teach them that each generation begins the world afresh in perfect freedom, that the present is not the prisoner of the past, but that today holds captive all yesterdays. To compare, to judge, to accept, to reject their teachings, as these are shown by its own morning sun. To thy fellow countrymen thou shalt preach the gospel of the New World, that here in our America is the home of man, that here is the promise of a new and more excellent social state than history has recorded. Thy life shall be as thy teachings, brave, pure, truthful, beneficent, hopeful, cheerful, hospitable to all honest belief, all sincere thinkers, and active according to thy gifts and opportunities. Footnote: From O. W. Holmes, Ralph Waldo Emerson. The extract is given by kind permission of Messrs. Kegan, Paul, Trench, Trubner, and Company. Such were Emerson's sealed orders, and he obeyed them to the letter. And because he obeyed them so loyally and so fearlessly, he is and will long be a power, and a great power, among the young and impressionable. He will contribute much to mold those powers which, in their maturity, mold the world. End of chapter 11.
Chapter 12 of the Posthumous Essays of John Churton Collins. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Posthumous Essays of John Churton Collins. Chapter 12. Matthew Arnold, Part 1. In striking contrast to the transcendentalist whose career and work we have been considering, stands Matthew Arnold. Here all is balance, sobriety, and measure. Here refined good sense, precision, lucidity, all that a temper and genius finely touched, delicate, sensitive, pure, nourished, and inspired by intimate, habitual, and most sympathetic communion with what is excellent and classical in the leading and master literatures of the world. All that such a temper and genius, thus educated and disciplined, might be expected to achieve. But in character, to employ the word in the Emersonian sense, strangely and significantly deficient. Having the power to charm, but not to impress and inspire. Appealing rather to what is implied in taste than to what is implied in soul. As a critic, exquisite and within certain consummate limits unrivaled among his countrymen. As a satirist, quite delicious and worthy to stand as a master of irony beside the author of the Lettres Provinciales. As a poet, in poetic quality as well as in fascinating felicity of expression, second only among his contemporaries to Tennyson. But he aspired to be a reformer and teacher. He waged a lifelong war against Philistinism, the curse of our nation. That quality which he himself defined as, quote, on the side of beauty and taste, vulgarity. On the side of morals and feeling, coarseness. On the side of mind and spirit, unintelligence. Footnote. Introduction to Celtic Literature. End footnote. But here he failed in character. He was not made of the stuff out of which reformers are made. He had no enthusiasm, nothing of the magnetism which intensity of conviction and intensity of purpose inspire. He was timid, sensitive, and self-conscious, afraid of ridicule, and especially of the ridicule which earnestness and emphasis so easily excite in superior people. He was not one of those who can lose themselves to find themselves. Perhaps the nearest analogy to him among reformers is Erasmus. Like Erasmus, he had no taste for martyrdom, for leading desperate charges or forlorn hopes. Like Erasmus, he was deficient in moral courage. Like Erasmus, he fought with weapons too light and finely tempered to make any impression on his pachydermatous adversaries. And when he entered the arena of theological controversy and pleaded against the orthodox party for the reinterpretation and reconstruction of Christianity, he failed equally. He carried little weight and no authority, partly for the same reasons that he failed as an anti-Philistine, but partly, and here perhaps mainly, for another reason. He had not the requisite credentials. In the conflict with Philistinism, no one could question his right to speak with authority on all that pertained to belles lettres. But in theology he was no scholar, and its pundits remained contemptuously indifferent to an adversary who knew nothing of Hebrew, nothing of the Oriental languages, little of patristic literature, little of the vast literature which has gathered round the subject in modern times, and whose knowledge was somewhat superficial. And here he made many grave mistakes, mistakes arising not merely from insufficiency of learning and information, but mistakes of temper. At his best, Matthew Arnold may be regarded as the crown and flower of our old academic culture. Newdigate Prizeman, Fellow of Oriel, Professor of Poetry, his genius took its ply and colour from academic society and associations, when that society was, in the Oxford of 1843, at the acme of its potentiality and accomplishment, and when the common room at Oriel was in its glory, when Newman was preaching at St. Mary's, and Church, and Stanley, and Clough, and Froude, and Jowett, whereas Arnold's coevals or seniors, all busy and all influential in their several spheres, when Oxford was still aristocratic and conservative, still, in Arnold's own words, whispering the last enchantments of the Middle Ages, still true to the ideal, still true to the beautiful, still standing foursquare to the aggressions and menaces of the democracy, the Philistines, in Das Gemini. It is all gone now for good or evil, some of us think for evil, that Oxford of Arnold's youth and apprenticeship. It produced a type of men which is now all but obsolete, and which will soon be as extinct as the dodo or the ichthyosaurus, the type that gave us the scholar gypsy and Thyrsis, and the essays on criticism, and friendship's garland and Ionica. As Dante summed up in the most comprehensive sense the Middle Ages, as well on the side of achievement as on limitation, so Matthew Arnold may be said as comprehensively to sum up, in his character and in his writing, academic Oxford at its acme, not in its relation to learning, but in its relation to life. His life was singularly uneventful. Born at Laleham, near Staines, on Christmas Eve 1822, he was the eldest son of Thomas Arnold, afterwards the famous headmaster of Rugby, and Mary his wife, who was a Miss Penrose, belonging to a most scholarly family, and a woman of distinguished intellect and character. At 13½ years of age he was sent to Winchester School, then under a most accomplished classical scholar, Dr. Moberly, afterwards Bishop of Salisbury. But after remaining at Winchester for about a year, he was removed to Rugby, that he might be under the surveillance of his father. At Rugby, Clough, the poet, and Thomas Hughes, the author of Tom Brown's School Days, were his schoolfellows. In 1840 he gained the Balliol Scholarship, and went into residence at Balliol in 1841. After winning the Newdigate Prize poem on Cromwell in 1843, and obtaining a second class in the Litera Humanarius School, for which, had his father been alive, he would probably have been sternly rebuked, he was elected Fellow of Oriel, then a very great honour, in 1845. For a time he returned to Rugby as an assistant master under Dr. Tate, teaching classics to the fifth form. But in 1847 he was made private secretary to Lord Lansdowne, then president of the council. In 1849, in his 27th year, he published his first volume of poems, The Strayed Reveller and Other Poems, by A., which fell stillborn from the press. On April 14, 1851, began his long connection with education, the official business of 35 years of his life. For in that year he was appointed one of the inspectors of schools. The drudgery involved in this office must have been very galling and irksome to him, and indeed it reminds us of Schiller's Jeu d'Esprit, Pegasus in harness, to see the poet of Thyrsis and the scholar Gypsy dragging in such a yoke. But he was neither recalcitrant nor complaining. He was not, as Sir Joshua Fitch once sighed to me, an ideal school inspector, and all that the fancy of his official superiors and coadjutors could paint, but he was a more conscientious drudge than Caliban, and in the higher and more ornamental departments of his calling he did splendid services to education, as is proved by his work as Foreign Assistant Commissioner on Education, to visit France, Holland, Belgium, Switzerland, and Piedmont in 1859, embodied in a parliamentary blue book, published afterwards in 1861, as Popular Education in France, with notices of Holland and Switzerland. By his services as a critic of the Revised Code of 1862, by his report upon schools and universities on the Continent, and by his report on the education of Germany, published 1874. Just after the initiation of his official life, he made a very happy marriage, and if the burden of much which life entailed on him was heavy, it was lightened by being shared. In 1852 appeared Empedocles on Etna and Other Poems, by A. Again the poems fell quite flat, though his volume contained some of the best things he had ever wrote. In 1855 appeared a second series of poems, this time under his own name. In 1857 he was elected Professor of Poetry at Oxford, an office which he held for a double term of 10 years. As Professor of Poetry he produced much of his best critical work, initiated in 1858 by his drama of Merope, with its elaborate Preface justifying classicism. This was followed in 1861 by his 3 lectures on translating Homer, supplemented in the following year by a 4th. These are among his most valuable critical essays. In 1865 appeared what is probably his masterpiece in criticism and in style, the Essays in Criticism. His last lectures as professor of poetry were the 4 on Celtic literature, published in 1867. This is perhaps Matthew Arnold's most comprehensively representative work in criticism, as well on the side of limitation and defect as on the side of excellence. The same year saw the appearance of New Poems, which, with much which did not add to his reputation, contained also one of the most exquisite of his poems, and perhaps his masterpiece, the memorial verses on Clough, entitled Thyrsis. In 1869 appeared the Manifesto, his first serious and systematic attack on Philistinism and plea for sweetness and light in Culture and Anarchy, a series of essays reprinted from the Cornhill, while between 1866 and 1870 he was running a series of letters through the Pall Mall Gazette, dealing chiefly with the Franco-Prussian War, afterwards republished as Friendship's Garland. In 1870 his theological works began with St. Paul and Protestantism, in which he may be said to have broken with orthodoxy. This was succeeded in 1873 by Literature and Dogma, in which he was even more outspoken, protesting against the anthropomorphic idea of God and reliance on miracles as supports of Christianity, and sometimes in a spirit of levity which, to say the least, was exceedingly unbecoming. 2 years afterwards, in God and the Bible, a series of essays reprinted from the Contemporary Review, he gave what was at once a sequel to the former work and a reply to its critics. With his last Essays on Church and State, his theological writings closed. Over his contributions to current politics we need not linger. The best, the only permanently valuable work of his last days, as indeed of his whole life, belongs to literary criticism, to essays scattered through what he calls the mixed essays, and to what is included in the posthumous volume, the second series of Essays in Criticism, and in what is included in the American Discourses. He died with appalling suddenness at Liverpool, April 15, 1888. When we say that Matthew Arnold had his full share of sharp and bitter domestic sorrow in the loss of loved children, that his services as a public servant met with the most niggard recognition, and that his application for posts which might have relieved him from repulsive drudgery and given him leisure for more congenial pursuits, he was always disappointed, that during the greater part of his life he had neither fame nor authority nor influence, filling a subordinate position and, if not actually poor, always grazing embarrassment, that his literary work was not easy to him, but that it was the result of very severe labor, that he felt and acknowledged that he had not been what men call a success in life, though he would gladly have shared life's honors, rewards, and vantage grounds, for he was neither an enthusiast nor recluse, but quite a man of the world and of society, or at least affected to be such. Yet for all this he was never other than cheerful, genial, playful, and uncomplaining, the most delightful of companions, the most affectionate of husbands, of fathers, and of friends. A single sentence in one of his letters is so significant both of his position and of his temper that it may be quoted. Writing to Mr. John, now Lord Morley, he says, "I announced yesterday at the office my intention of retiring. Gladstone will never promote the author of Literature and Dogma if he can help it, and meanwhile my life is drawing to an end, and I have no wish to execute the dance of death in an elementary school." See end of that quote. It was indeed sufficiently disgraceful to England that he should have had to execute some of the most beautiful poems and some of the most precious critical essays in our language, as he actually did, in elementary schools. But this is only very partially the Arnold who concerns us. This is the Arnold who is lying in Caleham churchyard, The Arnold who concerns us is the Arnold of the personality impressed on his writings, and more especially on his poetry. As a prose writer, Matthew Arnold comes before us in four distinct capacities: as a critic of modern life and society, as a critic of literature, as a critic and reconstructor of popular theology, and as a critic of the theory and practice of education. An account of his work in relation to education will not come within the scope of this essay, but those who are interested in it may consult with advantage Sir Joshua Fitch's monograph on the Arnolds in the series on Great Educators, published by Mr. Heinemann. I shall not so much criticize as interpret Matthew Arnold's attitude, tenets, and opinions, and therefore, with as little critical commentary as possible, I propose to review his chief writings in each of the divisions under which those writings may be arranged. In dealing with modern life and society he was, as we shall see, more successful as a critic and satirist than as a reformer, or even as one who contributed in any way directly to reform. It is not in my nature, he said of himself, to dispute on behalf of any opinion, even my own, very obstinately. Hence he never inspired enthusiasm. He never even succeeded in creating the impression that he was in earnest. An incomparable master of persiflage and irony, the rival of Lord Beaconsfield as a coiner of delicately felicitous phrases and turns of sarcasm. Most urbane when most irritating, most pleasant when most caustic. He seemed to revel in season and out of season in the display of these accomplishments. A reformer who begins by resolving his reformees into barbarians, Philistines, and populace, each analyzed into caricatures which are masterpieces of satire and ridicule, and then in the way of admonishment and advice assumes toward them the attitude assumed by Shakespeare's touchstone towards Corin and Audrey, is hardly likely to furnish the cause of reform. And this was too often Matthew Arnold's attitude and method, and therefore he carried little weight in the conflict in which he engaged. He failed in impressiveness and authority, and a reformer who fails in these qualities is pretty sure to fail in his object. The main object and purport of Culture and Anarchy, which appeared in 1869, is described by himself. This is a quote from the preface. The whole scope of the essay is to recommend culture as the great help out of our present difficulties. Culture being a pursuit of our total perfection by means of getting to know on all matters which most concern us the best which has been thought and said in the world, and through this knowledge turning a stream of fresh and free thought upon our stock notions and habits, which we now follow staunchly but mechanically, vainly imagining that there is a virtue in following them staunchly, which makes up for the mischief of following them mechanically. End of that quote. It will be seen that the most importantly significant words here are our present difficulties. Matthew Arnold's urbane expression for what he will presently analyze in a very irritating manner, our stock notions and habits, which he will submit to a similar analysis, and lastly, what he means by culture. Our present difficulties are the predominance of such ideas as Bright's, who believed that the people of the United States have offered to the world more valuable information during the last 40 years than all Europe put together, and who had defined culture as a smattering of the two dead languages of Greek and Latin. The predominance of an impression that England is great and admirable because of its machinery, because everyone can say what he pleases, because we can do as we like, because of our coal supply, our wealth, our population, and our good health. In other words, the predominance of the doctrines preached by such men as Roebuck, Udgar, Bradlaugh, Hepworth, Dixon, Robert Buchanan, and other radicals, nonconformists, and agnostics, and roared out each morning to an approving and admiring nation by the young lions of the Daily Telegraph. If to these be added the ingrained Philistinism of the typical Englishman, on the side of beauty and taste, vulgarity; on the side of morals and feeling, coarseness; on the side of mind and spirit, unintelligence," and the fact that in a country the very breath of whose being is freedom, there are no bodies, no institutions, no sort of organization of sufficient weight and authority to counteract this anarchy. If we remember this, we shall have no difficulty in understanding the origin of what he calls our present difficulties. With regard to our stock notions and habits, they may be deduced from the causes, for their predominance constitutes the causes of our present difficulties. The remedy lies in culture, and the great men of culture are those who have had a passion for diffusing, for making prevail, for carrying from one end of society to the other the best knowledge, the best ideas of a given time, who have labored to divest knowledge of all that was harsh, uncouth, difficult, abstract, professional, exclusive, to humanize it, to make it efficient outside the clique of the cultivated and learned, yet still remaining the best knowledge and thought of the time, and a true source, therefore, of sweetness and light. And culture in itself is a study of perfection, the harmonious expansion of all the powers which make the beauty and worth of human nature. It is what the Greeks call inphnia, the possession of a finely tempered nature, a harmonious perfection, a perfection in which the characters of beauty and intelligence are both present, which unites, as Swift calls them, the two noblest of things, sweetness and light. In analyzing English society, as he does in the 3rd chapter, into barbarians, for example, the aristocrats, Tennyson's broad-shouldered, genial Englishmen; Philistines, the average members of the middle class; the populace, the British workmen, and the patrons and admirers of such prints as the British Banner, he shows how deplorably deficient all are in the remotest appreciation of such ideals as culture implies, how ugly, how dismal, how cheerless their lives. Look, he says, at the life of the aristocracy, with their culture all external, their gifts and graces in looks, manners, accomplishments, prowess, their field sports, their capacities and potentialities as compared to what they are. Look at the life imaged in such a paper as the Nonconformist, a life of jealousy of the establishment, disputes, tea meetings, openings of chapels, sermons. From sweetness and light. Look at the suicide of a Mr. Smith, secretary to some insurance company, who, it was said, labored under the impression that he would come to poverty and that he was eternally lost. Porro unum est necessarium. In a most interesting chapter, chapter 4, he analyzes the characteristic of the two great powers in culture and moral influence, Hebraism and Hellenism. The essentials of the first he sums up admirably in the preface. To walk staunchly by the best light one has, to be strict and sincere with oneself, not to be of the number of those who say and do not, to be in earnest. This is the discipline by which alone man is enabled to rescue his life from thraldom to the passing moment and to his bodily senses, to ennoble it and to make it eternal. And this discipline has been nowhere so effectively taught as in the school of Hebraism. But it is time, he says, to Hellenize and to praise knowing, for we have Hebraized too much, and have overvalued doing. And what is Hellenizing? Striving to see things in their true nature, and as they really are, insisting on perfection, not on one side of our nature, but on all sides, cultivating a full harmonious development of our humanity, a free play of thought upon our routine notions, spontaneity of consciousness, sweetness and light, understanding what is implied in the true saying that no man who knows nothing else knows even his Bible, acquiring measure, balance, symmetry, avoiding fanaticism and extravagance, through the attainment of epikeia, sweet reasonableness, the being possessed by a disinterested desire to converse with what is excellent and beautiful, with what expands, elevates, and refines our nature. This is Hellenizing. This is culture. And when we have learned to temper with this the Hebraizing which we have too exclusively cultivated and admired, then we may hope that if any of us have the misfortune to commit suicide, it will not be for the reasons that impelled poor Mr. Smith to take that unfortunate step. Then we may hope that Philistinism will at least cease to be influential. Men seldom respect those who amuse them, and are never docile when irritated, and as culture and anarchy had both these effects, it made very little serious impression on Arnold's contemporaries. Now, however, we see how much wisdom underlay its persiflage and satire, and can only regret that what it pleads for and suggests should have had so little effect on those who regulate our systems of higher education. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of the Posthumous Essays of John Churton Collins. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Posthumous Essays of John Churton Collins, Chapter 13, Matthew Arnold, Part 2. Culture and Anarchy was succeeded in the following year by St. Paul and Protestantism, which is, in a sense, supplementary to Culture and Anarchy. It is the application of the culture for which he pleaded, and in which alone he saw salvation, to dogmatic theology. In speaking of Hebraism, he had especially identified it with Puritanism, in which he found its completest and most emphatic expression. Renan, in his work on St. Paul, had summed up his review of the great apostle's life and teachings by observing that Paul is now coming to the end of his reign. Throughout his work, Renan had associated St. Paul indissolubly with Protestantism, and as he had a strong distaste for Protestantism, it was with much satisfaction that he could pronounce that St. Paul was coming to the end of his reign. Matthew Arnold entered the arena in defense of St. Paul, contending that what was coming to the end of its reign was the form of Protestantism which had abused and misrepresented St. Paul, not St. Paul himself, who was, on the contrary, the most influential and vital force in true Christianity. The great object of the work was to dissociate the apostle from the Puritanism which had claimed him for its great pundit. And this Arnold does by maintaining that the three essential terms of Pauline theology are not, as popular theology makes them, namely, calling, justification, sanctification, but dying with Christ, resurrection from the dead, growing into Christ. And these terms he rationalizes by insisting that they should be understood in a symbolic sense, though he admits that St. Paul accepted the physical miracle of Christ's resurrection and ascension as a part of the signs and wonders which accompanied Christianity. But it is not within the scope of this essay to discuss the contentions of this most unsatisfactory book, which, while it revolted the orthodox, pleased no one. Wholly devoid of any, even of literary charm, without unction, without humor, a quality which is not perhaps to be expected on such a subject, its attraction lies partly in its pathos, and partly because it introduces an important group of Arnold's writings. I use the word pathos because of the sympathy which most people would feel with anyone who would spring to arms in defense of the author of the Epistles to the Romans and the Corinthians. Still, we feel it would have been better to have let St. Paul alone. We cannot deal with him as we do with Plato. We know, we feel, that he would have repudiated his champion. The Puritans understood him much better than Arnold. It is not fair and honest to resolve into mere symbol what to St. Paul was most certainly not symbol, but fact. St. Paul was not a poet. The next work, Literature and Dogma, applies to Christianity generally the same methods and the same aims. It is in effect addressed, as God and the Bible was afterwards, not to the man still striving to be content with the received theology. Neither is it intended for a frivolous upper class in their religious insensibility, nor for a raw lower class in their religious insensibility, nor for liberal secularists at home or abroad, nor for Catholics who are strangers, or very nearly so, to the Bible. It is meant for those who, won by the modern spirit to habits of intellectual seriousness, cannot receive what sets these habits at naught, and will not try to force themselves to do so. Footnote: Preface to God and the Bible. This quotation and such others are still protected by copyright, have been retained in this essay by kind permission of Messrs. Macmillan and Company. End footnote. Arnold proposes to throw over every theological dogma based on supernaturalism, and to resolve God into the manifestation of an eternal power, not ourselves making for righteousness and perfection. We are to regard all these texts and portions of Scripture on which the teachings of what is called Orthodox Christianity are based as either symbolic or irrelevant, and set stead only on those, and a strange jumble of Old and New Testament he makes in selecting them, which have spiritual significance, such as trusting God, but he would prefer to substitute for God the eternal. Righteousness tendeth to life. As the whirlwind passes, so is the wicked no more, but the righteous is an everlasting foundation. Footnote: Proverbs 10:25. Learn of me that I am mild and lowly in heart, and ye shall find rest unto your souls. Footnote: Matthew 11:39. To him that ordereth his conversation right shall be shown the salvation of God. Footnote: Psalm 50, verse 23, and the like. The quotations are as given in Culture and Anarchy. Christianity is the revelation, because Jesus Christ came to reveal what righteousness really is, to show that nothing will do except righteousness, and that no other conception of righteousness will do except Jesus Christ's conception of it, his method, his secret, and his temper. His method being the setting up of a great unceasing inward movement of attention and verification in matters which are 3/4 of human life, where to see true and to verify is not difficult. The difficult thing is to care and to attend. His secret being spiritual insight, the discovery of the new man which, after God, is created in righteousness and true holiness. His temper being his sweet reasonableness, the fullness in him of humility, grace, and truth. It is not to be denied that in this most unsatisfactory book there is much which is helpful and beautiful and eloquent. Perhaps the best criticism of it would be what one Dr. Couff said of Bacon's Novum Organum, that a foolish man could not, and a wise man would not, have written it. It certainly does not appeal to logic, for if the supernatural elements in Christianity are fictions and fables, no other conclusion can be drawn than that those who reported them were either impostors or deluded fanatics, and therefore as untrustworthy in what eclecticism accepts from them as in what it rejects. It could scarcely fail to offend and irritate, for it is disfigured by many passages more than bordering on flippancy, many hundreds at least as intelligent and cultivated as its author, and lastly, it was somewhat premature. What has grown up historically can only dissolve historically, and Arnold served the cause he had at heart much more effectually in pleading the cause in general culture. Religion is the poetry of morality. It neither springs from the reason, nor does it appeal to the reason. Its seat is in the imagination, the affections, and the conscience, and if it is to be modified, it is through their education that modification must be effected. It is in forgetting this that the great mistake of the author of such works as Literature and Dogma lies. Education must precede the work of demolition and reconstruction, the education of the zeitgeist. All demolition, perhaps all reform before this, must be premature. Literature and Dogma was immediately succeeded by God and the Bible, which is partly a reply to those who had objected to the former work, and partly an expansion of it. Again, the key is in the preface. This is a quote. At the present moment, two things about the Christian religion must surely be clear to anybody with eyes in his head. One is that men cannot do without it, the other that they cannot do with it as it is. End quote. Again, he essays to show the truth and necessity of Christianity, and also its charm for the heart, mind, and imagination of man, even though the supernatural, which is now its proper sanction, should have to be given up. He defends it against the rabid hostility of Professor Clifford, who had called it that awful plague which has destroyed two civilizations, and against such grotesquely anthropomorphic conceptions of it as found expression in the sermons of Moody and Sankey fame. In 2 chapters he deals with the question of the personality of God, demolishing in the first the God of miracles, in the second the God of metaphysics, in the third dealing with the God of experience, all very polemical and wearisome, and to anyone with a sense of humor most indecently grotesque. In a 4th chapter, the Bible Canon, he defends what he had said about the insufficiency of the record on which what we know of Jesus rests. The last 2 chapters are occupied with an elaborate dissertation on the 4th Gospel, written with the object of showing that the 4th Gospel was not written by St. John, and that though St. John is not responsible for some of the sayings attributed to our Lord, he was the chief source of most of them. It is with far more satisfaction that we turn to Matthew Arnold as a literary critic. Here he was at his best, and could speak with an authority which none could dispute. It is by this work and by his poetry that he will live, but larger deductions perhaps must be made from the value of his work as a critic than from the value of his work as a poet. Matthew Arnold's master and model in criticism, as he owned and repeatedly averred, was Sainte-Beuve, who occupies a rare, a most distinguished, a unique place in the history of criticism. In Arnold we English might have had our Sainte-Beuve, and that he does not fill a place in our own literature corresponding to the place filled by Sainte-Beuve in French literature is one of the greatest misfortunes which have befallen English letters. But unhappily the necessity for earning a livelihood in his professional calling, the labor and time expended on his official reports on educational questions, and above all the dissipation of his energy in his various contributions to theology, social questions, and politics, effectually prevented this. In such a life concentration was impossible. The varied extensive Catholic learning, the knowledge requisite for the equipment of a great critic he had no time to acquire, nor had he leisure to digest and meditate, so that all his work was more or less occasional and fragmentary, and some of it very superficial, and to himself, as he often said, most unsatisfactory. Sainte-Beuve dedicated his whole life, his whole energy, to literary criticism, to preparation, to production. When in the maturity of his powers and of his attainments, the composition of one of the Causeries de Lundi occupied him exactly the whole of 6 days every week. "I never," he wrote, "have a holiday. On Monday, towards noon, I lift up my head and breathe for about an hour. After that, the wicket shuts again, and I am in my prison cell for 7 days." And he is represented by upwards of 40 volumes octavo. 2 volumes would easily contain all that Matthew Arnold has left as a critic. Before discussing his indebtedness to Sainte-Beuve and his general characteristics as a critic, let me briefly review his chief critical essays. First would come the preface to the poems of 1853, in which he explains why he excluded Empedocles on Etna from the poems which he wished to preserve, and in which he discusses the materials proper for sound poetry and the characteristics of the grand style. Then the preface to Merope, in which he explains and justifies the canons of Greek tragedy and pleads the cause of classicism as opposed to romanticism. Next comes one of his chief and most characteristic works, indeed his masterpiece of criticism, namely the Essays of Criticism, published in 1865, and which may be regarded as a connecting link between his writings dealing with social criticism and those dealing with literary subjects. We may note especially its inimitable preface, its admirable chapters on the function of criticism at the present time and literary influence of academies, the sympathetic insight which distinguishes the almost epoch-making critiques on Heine, on Joubert, and on Marcus Aurelius, the finely discriminating perception of the essential differences between pagan and religious sentiment displayed on the essay on that subject. Next would come the lectures on translating Homer, with their masterly analysis of the essential attributes of the genius which gave us the Iliad and the Odyssey, and the light thrown on the true principles of translation. Next come the lectures on the study of Celtic literature, the most brilliant, the least satisfactory of all his critical writings. The least satisfactory because, without having any pretension to being a Celtic scholar, without in fact being able to construe a sentence of the original languages, he generalized not only on the spirit and tone, but on the style of the Celtic writers. Because, having no critical knowledge of Celtic literature, he hopelessly jumbled up what was genuine and spurious, what was ancient and modern, and sometimes attributed exclusively to the Celts what were not their exclusively peculiar characteristics. The most brilliant because, speaking generally and broadly, he did bring out some of the differentiating characteristics of the 3 racial elements which enter into the British Constitution, temper and genius, and consequently into the English literature, and because the lectures are full of the finest critical insight, full of precious suggesting, full of rare and sound instruction, exquisitely felicitous in expression, masterpieces of style. Among his miscellaneous critical essays, prominence must be given to the introduction to Mr. Humphrey Ward's British Poets, which, being a review of the history and evolution of British poetry, is the most comprehensive of his critical essays. To his review of Mr. Stopford Brooke's Primer, with its somewhat inadequate appreciation of Shakespeare, who is called to account on the score of style and efficiency as an artist. To his essay on A French Critic on Milton, with its strange insensibility to the moral greatness of the mighty Puritan. To the essay on Shelley, in which surely justice is not done, in very important respects, to Shelley's genius and work. In the admirable essay on Wordsworth, we are surprised at the critic's indifference to Wordsworth's philosophy and philosophical poems. In the essays on Gray, on Keats, on Byron, slight as they are, we see Arnold at his very best. Sainte-Beuve, as we have seen, was Arnold's master and model as a critic. Let us see how. In the memoir which Matthew Arnold wrote of his master in the Encyclopaedia Britannica, he says of him when he began his work as a critic, quote, "Something of fervor, enthusiasm, poetry he may have lost, but he had become a perfect critic, a critic of measure, not exuberant, of the centre, not provincial, of keen industry and curiosity, with truth, the word engraved in English on his seal, for his motto, moreover with gay and amiable temper, his manner as good as his matter, the critique souriant, as in Charles Monsallet's dedication to him he is called." End quote. To become such a critic was Matthew Arnold's aim. As we have already seen, nature and education must have so tempered him, so led him instinctively to that ideal long before he came into contact with Sainte-Beuve's writings, that he must have met the influence of his master more than halfway. We have seen how essentially Greek he was, how penetrated by the influence of Greek, how attracted to what was in the true sense classical, in Greek, in Latin, in French, in German, in English, balance, measure, sobriety, form, revolted by what was amorphous, extravagant, coarse, with a genius delicate and finely touched, rather than robust and vigorous, with a tendency to reduce and submit everything to the standards and touchstones of a lucid intelligence. Now it is doing the French, and Sainte-Beuve was preeminently and essentially a Frenchman. No injustice to say that though on such qualities and on such a temper is based the diathesis of a consummate critic, yet that critic will have his limitations, and they will be serious. Consummate he may be, but it will be within a certain sphere. The moment he is confronted, say with such rude, crude, elemental forces as Walt Whitman, or such flights as Shakespeare's in Lear, nay, with what is most characteristic of the Hebrew prophets, of Pindar, even of our own Milton, his touchstones and standards are apt to fail him, and this is strikingly true of Sainte-Beuve. It would certainly be too hard on him to say unreservedly that his insight and success as a critic are in an inverse ratio to the greatness of the subjects and authors whom he judges, but it is assuredly in a certain degree true. Virgil he can measure and understand, but not Pindar; Sophocles, but not Aeschylus; Cowper, but not Milton. There was much and very much revealed to Hazlitt and Lamb, who were most certainly not of the centre, which was not revealed to Sainte-Beuve and Matthew Arnold. It is a provoking and perplexing truth in relation to criticism that none but an enthusiast can understand an enthusiast, and of all critics an enthusiast is the worst. Matthew Arnold's range of sympathy and insight was wider than Sainte-Beuve's, but we cannot but feel that, in somewhat timid deference to his master, he deliberately confined them. But how great, how salutary were his services to criticism! He taught it measure, sobriety, lucidity, precision. He derived his canons from the habitual discriminating and sympathetic study of all that was most excellent in the literature of ancient Greece and Rome, of modern Italy, of England, of France, of Germany. He may, from constitution and temper, have been limited in some of the directions indicated, but he was all but infallible in what he actually pronounced. His judgment was a very Ithuriel's spear in the detection of what was spurious and unsound. Look, for example, at the masterly way in which he separates the dross from the gold in the work of Byron, of Burns, and of Macpherson's Ossian. How he detects the false notes in the Roman poets and in our own poets of the 18th century. How admirably, in dealing with Dryden, he distinguishes between rhetoric and poetry. With what piercing truth he explains the essential differences between poetry of the first order and poetry of the second order. the differences which separate Chaucer from Homer and Dryden from Wordsworth. How sound and illuminating is his analysis of what constitutes excellence in style, his insistence on the illustration of evolution and architecture in a poem, on the successful subdual of the details to the total impression. How true and how sound his conception of the aim and functions of true great poetry, the application of ideas to life. What false conceptions and standards do such a theory sweep away? How noble is this conception of the future of poetry, of what it has the power to effect. The following is a quote from the introduction to Ward's English Poets. The future of poetry is immense, because in poetry, where it is worthy of its high destinies, our race, as time goes on, will find an ever surer and surer stay. There is not a creed which is not shaken, not an accredited dogma which is not shown to be questionable, not a received tradition which does not threaten to dissolve. Our religion has materialized itself in the fact, in the supposed fact. It has attached its emotion to the fact, and now the fact is failing it. But for poetry the idea is everything. The rest is a world of illusion, of divine illusion. Poetry attaches its emotion to the idea. The idea is the fact. The strongest part of our religion today is its unconscious poetry. End of quotation. Great is our debt to Matthew Arnold. As a man, we think of him as he pictured one of his own heroes, Marcus Aurelius. Quote, wise, just, self-governed, tender, thankful, blameless, yet with all this agitated, stretching out his arms for something beyond. Tendentempque manus ripe ulterios amore. End quote. And this is the image faithfully reflected in his writings. But to those who are still on this side of the bank he left the example of a pure and strenuous life, faithfully and disinterestedly devoted to noble purposes, to lending a helping hand to those who, like himself, needed stays and guidance, such as the old creeds and the old traditions could no longer give, to striving to recall a gross and sensual people to worthier standards of taste, of conduct, of aspiration, to vindicating and interpreting the true functions, the divine mission of poetry, to enriching that poetry with many a gem, exquisite alike in quality and in conscientious perfection of workmanship, to recalling criticism to a proper sense of its duties and responsibilities, and by furnishing it with models of the ends at which it should aim, of the criteria and methods which it should employ, of the tone, of the accent, of the form in which it may most appropriately and effectually express itself. End of chapter 13. Matthew Arnold, Part 2. Chapter 14 of the Posthumous Essays of John Churton Collins. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Posthumous Essays of John Churton Collins. Chapter 14. Browning and Butler. An ingenious divine of the last century is said to have drawn a parallel between George II and Enoch. And Fluellen, as we all know, confirmed his comparison of Henry V and Alexander the Great by pointing triumphantly to the fact that there was a river in Monmouth and a river in Macedon. It may be supposed that, in associating the names of Browning and Butler, I must be aspiring to rival the feat of our George and Enoch friend, and that I propose to amuse my readers with a display of paradoxical ingenuity. But I am not. I detest paradox, and that I am not to be put down as a Fluellen, I may explain that the parallel passages which I shall presently adduce are not designed to imply either that their matter is common only to Butler and Browning, or that Browning borrowed from Butler. I am inclined to think that Browning was a reader, and a careful reader, of Butler, but I am quite prepared to admit that what we find in Browning's works, common and peculiar to Butler, might still have been found in them, had he never read a line of the Analogy and Sermons. Why then, it may be said, institute any comparison at all? My answer to this will explain the scope and purport of this essay. Browning and Butler seem to me to have so much in common that a comparative view of the points of resemblance between them hardly fail to be at least interesting. Both were men of a very high and a very rare type, of singular purity, simplicity, and honesty. Both were profound and subtle thinkers, both consummate logicians, both penetrated in an extraordinary degree with the religious sense, both brooded painfully and incessantly on the mysteries of life, both united to the temper of the ruthless logician and philosophical recluse the intensest sympathy with all that calls for sympathy in man's fortune and constitution, being both of them in an eminent degree humane and philanthropic, at once fearless and reverent. Both sought, both yearned, in passion for a solution of life's riddle, for light, for truth, and would not palter. Of both could it be said in Tennyson's words, quote, "He fought his doubts and gathered strength. He would not make his judgment blind. He faced the spectres of the mind, and laid them thus. He came at length to find a stronger faith his own, and power was with him in the night, which makes the darkness and the light, and dwells not in the light alone." This is from In Memoriam, 96. Both discerned in the Christian revelation at least the nucleus, the essence, of what man needed spiritually, needed morally, in the way of support and in the way of inspiration, and both therefore became its apologists and champions. Neither either acknowledged or felt that, in repelling its assailants, he had advanced a step toward establishing the authenticity and truth of the thing itself. And if Butler, in his scrupulous truthfulness and candor, has raised more doubts than he solved, Browning has left it at least open to debate, if men wish to be nice and curious, whether personally he could be regarded as a Christian or not. For these reasons, then, I have associated the names of Bishop Butler and Browning. I have myself got so much pleasure and help, I do not mean in a theological sense, but in a general way, from Butler's Analogy and Sermons, that I am glad to dwell on their interest as contributions, not to militant theology, but to the humanities, and to show that writings which are popularly associated only with the groans of candidates for ordination have very real and very precious worth in other spheres of study. There is one intelligible and consistent theory accordant with reason and accordant with experience on which the scheme, constitution, use, and meaning of man's life on earth may be explained, and that is that it is designed to try and test him, that it is ordained as a period and process of probation. This idea, I need hardly say, pervades Browning's philosophy of life. It is the kernel of Rabbi Ben Ezra, is involved in the faith of Abt Vogler, is the whole burden of Easter Day, is the deduction of the elaborate logic of La Saisiazas, is a leading article in the creed of the Pope, in The Ring and the Book, and finds other expression in poems or in passages of poems, too numerous to specify. Two memorable chapters in Butler's great work, namely the fourth and the fifth, deal most fully and elaborately with this subject. His thesis is, quote, "As the moral government of God, which religion teaches us, implies that we are in a state of trial with regard to a future world, so also his natural government over us implies that we are in a state of trial in the like sense with regard to the present world." End quote. How exactly Browning is on the general question in harmony with Butler will be apparent to anyone who will take the trouble to read these two chapters. Involved in this theory as necessary corollaries are 5 other leading tenets of Browning's theology, which for the sake of clearness may be arranged under separate heads. A. That a state of probation, being, as it obviously must be, a means of education and discipline, involves the existence and activity of what tends to perplex, impede, and pain us, namely uncertainty and doubt, evil in various phases, disappointment, affliction, and suffering. B. That this education and discipline extend continuously and progressively through all the stages of life, deepening, broadening, expanding, always a process, never completed or completing its result, an ungarnered harvest, its effect increasing confidence in the evidence of things unseen. C. That a necessary corollary of this is the existence of a future life, the protraction of individual consciousness after death, that death, while it destroys the body, so far from quenching or suspending the activity of the soul, merely alters the conditions, very much for the better, under which it exercises its activity. D. That as progress is a law of the soul's life here on earth, so by analogy we may presume that it will be its law elsewhere, and that as it passed from point to point, from stage to stage in development under earthly conditions, such also, presumably, will be its career under unearthly. D. That individual man, an infinitesimal point in the boundless immensity of God's wholly incomprehensible and unintelligible scheme, has, however, entrusted to him in the gift of life a responsibility awful beyond expression. For a free agent, what he does or what he fails to do is of concern, not to time only, but to eternity, not to himself alone, but to the scheme of things. He can fulfill or he can counteract, so far as he himself is concerned, the law of the soul's life, progressive development. I proceed to my parallels under the first heading. It will be remembered how often Browning has pointed out the wisdom of Providence, with a capital P, in ordaining that doubt and uncertainty should continually disturb and harass us in this life, that they are not only a part of our probation, but they prevent us from stagnating, brace, nerve, and exercise us, nay, that without doubt faith could not exist. Blougram puts this very forcibly. In La Siaz, Browning shows us what would be the result of the substitution of certainty for uncertainty with regard to the question of a future life, either the immediate resignation of this life or absolute indifference to it, or the paralysis of the will. St. John says, quote, "Such progress could no more attend his soul, were all its struggles after found at first, and guesses changed to knowledge absolute. Then motion wait his body, were all else than it, the solid earth on every side, where now through space he moves from rest to rest. That's from Death in the Desert. And in Easter Day, its importance as a factor in probationary discipline is elaborately argued. This is one of Butler's chief points, and he argues it in the 6th chapter of the 2nd part of the Analogy. Quote, "The difficulties in which the evidence of religion is involved, which must complain of, are no more a just ground of complaint than the external circumstances of temptation which others are placed in, or than difficulties in the practice of it, after a full conviction of its truth. Speculative difficulties are in this respect of the very same nature with these external temptations." Again, what chiefly and particularly constitutes the probation in all senses of some persons may be the difficulties in which the evidence of religion is involved, and their principal and distinguished trial may be how they will behave under and with respect to these difficulties. End of quotation. But the 2 chapters should be compared in detail with Browning. But life has severer and more drastic discipline for the probationary soul in the form of conflict with evil, of disappointment, apparent failure, suffering, and pain. Illustrations of Browning's teaching on this point are needless, because they pervade his works. The note is struck in Rabbi Ben Ezra. Quote, "Then welcome each rebuff that turns earthly smoothness rough, each sting that bids, nor sit nor stand, but go. Be our joys 3 parts pain, strive and hold cheap the strain. Learn nor account the pang, dare never grudge the throe." End quote. And in the prayer of him for whom God in a vision had made the world yield all that the world could yield of comfort and happiness, quote, "Let that old life seem mine no more, with limitation as before, with darkness, hunger, toil, distress, be all the world a wilderness. Only let me go on, still hoping ever and anon to reach one eve the better land." End quote. And who was content to, quote, "go through the world, try, prove, reject, prefer, still struggling to effect my warfare, happy that I can be crossed and thwarted as a man." End quote. These were from Christmas Eve and Easter Day, from which flows his oft-repeated paradox that life may be a failure in being a success, and a success in being a failure. Bishop Butler does not put it so trenchantly, but his views on this point are exactly in harmony with Browning's, as a place of probation only, and as an amply furnished storehouse of the means of probationary discipline, not as a place to be comfortable and happy in, is this world to be regarded. I will not give parallel passages, but will sum up his heading by placing side by side with Easter Day a passage from Butler. It is from his sermon upon the ignorance of man. The position of Browning's poem is this. 2 friends are discussing Christianity. One accepts it through faith and comments on the difficulty of being a Christian in practice. The other cannot accept it through faith, and expresses his surprise that anyone who really believed in its promises should find any difficulty in its practice. In the dialogue which ensues, it is shown that the teaching and promises of Christianity are not designed, as the skeptic proposed, to add charm to the world and a zest to mortal life, but rather to wean the soul from earth, and to teach it to regard mortal life and the world as means of probationary trial. It is this creed which supports the faith of the Pope and gives him the key to the spectacle presented by the world. I can believe this dread machinery of sin and sorrow would confound me else, devised all pain at most expenditure, of pain by who devised pain, to evolve by new machinery in counterpart the moral qualities of man. How else? This is from Ring in the Book, page 10, 1374. Here Butler, quote, "It is surely reasonable, and what might have been expected, that creatures in some stage of their being, suppose in the infancy of it, should be placed in a state of discipline and improvement where their patience and submission is to be tried by afflictions, where temptations are to be resisted and difficulties gone through in the discharge of their duty. Now if the greatest pleasures and pains of the present life may be overcome and suspended, as they manifestly may be, by hope and fear, and other passions and affections, then the evidence of religion, and the sense of the consequences of virtue and vice, might have been such as entirely in all cases to prevail over these afflictions, difficulties, and temptations, prevail over them so as to render them absolutely none at all. But the very notion itself now mentioned of a state of discipline and improvement necessarily excludes such sensible evidence and convictions of religion, and of the consequences of virtue and vice. One condition of this world is a school of exercise for this temper, and our ignorance, the shallowness of our reason, the temptations, difficulties, afflictions, which we are to be exposed to, all equally contribute to make it so. The general observation may be carried on, and whoever will attend to the thing will plainly see that the less sensible evidence, with less difficulty in practice, is the same as more sensible evidence, with greater difficulty in practice. Therefore difficulties in speculation as much come into the notion of a state of discipline as difficulties in practice, and so the same reason or account is to be given of both." End quote. Let us turn now to the second thesis, that this education and discipline extends, continuous and progressive, through all the stages of life, always a progress, never completed, never completing. This is another cardinal article of Browning's teaching. It is the keystone of the grammarian's funeral, is involved in the vision of apt vulgar, is the foremost fact to the Pope. Quote, "Life is probation, and the earth no goal, but starting point of man," end quote, is the kernel of Old Pictures at Florence, pervades Paracelsus, perplexes Cleon, who having no assurance or presumption of immortality is without the key. It was because the Rabbi Yohanan Hakadosh, forgetting that life's significance lay in its incompleteness, estimated his actions merely in relation to their supposed intrinsic value, not remembering that their object was to keep him working that God might estimate their worth. It was thus that he would have died a failure had not childhood given him the true key. We need not multiply illustrations. It is stated most simply and directly in Rabbi Ben Ezra. The education of youth is a prelude to that of manhood to that of old age to that which extends to the moment of death, when earthly life having completed its task, the perfect cup is in the potter's hand ready for his use. Thus there is no interval. What life in youth is to life in manhood, and life in manhood to that of old age, so that of old age is to the life that shall come after death, each life completing the former. This is exactly the theory of Butler. Quote, "Our existence is not only successive, as it must be of necessity, but one state of our life and being is appointed by God to be a preparation for another, and that to be the means of attaining to another succeeding one. infancy to childhood, and childhood to youth, youth to mature age." And thus he concludes, "The former part of life is to be considered as an important opportunity which nature puts into our hands, and which when lost is not to be recovered. And our being placed in a state of discipline throughout this life for another world is a providential disposition of things exactly of the same kind as our being placed in a state of discipline during childhood for mature age. Our condition in both respects uniform and of a piece, and comprehended under one and the same general law of nature, the capital N." Thus have both Butler and Browning drawn the same conclusion from the same analogy. On the third thesis, or series of these, namely the existence of a future life, the protraction of individual consciousness after death destroys the body, and the entry of the soul after it is freed from the shackles of the body on a fuller life, they are entirely at one. For illustrations from Browning's poem, which would be endless, may be constituted what he wrote to a friend not long before he died. "You know as well as I that death is life, just as our daily, our momentary dying body is none the less alive, and ever recruiting new forces of existence. Without death there could be no prolongation of that which we call life." And we all know with what a trumpet note he proclaimed this gospel immortally in verse in one of the last poems he wrote. Under this heading I will merely illustrate from Butler, leaving the reader to recall analogies from Browning. Of death. "We cannot argue from the reason of the thing that death is a destruction of living agents, because we know not at all what death is in itself, but only some of its effects, so that there is nothing more certain than that the reason of the thing shows us no connection between death and the destruction of living agents. It destroys the sensible proof which we had before their death of their being possessed of living powers, but does not appear to afford the least reason to believe that they are there, or by that event deprived of them." Of life after death. "Suspension of reason, memory, and the affections which they excite is no part of the idea of death, nor is implied in our notions of it, so that our posthumous life, whatever there may be in it, additional to our present, yet may not be entirely beginning anew, but going on. Death may in some sort and in some respects answer to our birth, which is not a suspension of the faculties which we had before it, or a total change of the state of life in which we existed when in the womb, but a continuation of both, with such and such great alterations. Nay, for aught we know of ourselves, of our present life of death, death may immediately, in the natural course of things, put us into a higher and more enlarged state of life, as our birth does, a state in which our capacities and spheres of perception and of action may be much greater than at present." Again, "The constitution of human creatures, and indeed of all creatures which come under our notice, is such that they are capable of naturally becoming qualified for states of life, for which they were once wholly unqualified." And so, like Browning, Butler argues the progressive education and capabilities of man. Thus, and this leads us to what was comprised under D, what is now dark to us in the scheme of things may some day and under other conditions become clear. In other words, we may see completed what we now see only fragmentarily and in tendency. Butler discerns in the scheme of things a tendency towards a perfect system of moral government, and he deduces from this the probability of a completion of that moral government, the existence, in effect, of that of which we here only see the principles and beginning. This is exactly Browning's, "On the earth the broken arcs, in the heaven a perfect round." Again, what is apt vulgar but a splendid presentation in figurative expression of Butler's remarks in chapter 8 on the probable harmony of God's vast and complex scheme of life, could we view it, not in part but in totality. But nothing links Browning and Butler more closely than their intense consciousness and conviction of the tremendous seriousness of life and the importance of seeking as support some solution of its enigma. It was this which led both of them to realize the momentous importance of the Christian revelation. They both felt, though in different degrees, how much is involved, or may be involved, in its authenticity or spuriousness, in its rejection or acceptance. Each, satisfied of its divine origin, became therefore in simple honesty its strenuous apologist. Butler stood forth as its champion against Toland and Collins, Browning against Strauss and Renan. But the power, and I will add the charm of the analogy, lie quite apart from its relation to religious controversy. They lie not in what it achieved, but in what it suggests and reflects. A relic of extinct controversies, with much of it in which is outworn and effete, it is yet pregnant with instructive, fertilizing, inspiring thought, and this constitutes its power. Its charm lies in the fidelity with which it reflects the character of its author, his pathetic earnestness, as of one pleading for lives in jeopardy, his scrupulous candor and honesty, his modesty, moderation, and truthfulness, his piety, his philanthropy. As beautiful a soul, as beautiful a character as ever expressed themselves on earth, are mirrored in these writings. Another interesting point of resemblance between Butler and Browning may be found in the distinction which they draw between the sensuous impression of ideas and their subsequent retention and activity, independent of bodily organs, and the use to which they have applied this as an argument in posthumous existence. In A Death in the Desert, Browning describes three souls: the soul that acts, the soul that knows, and the soul that is. The first two are linked with the body, wax, wane, and perish with it. Their use was the use of earth to gather all that can be gathered by sensuous experience in a sensuous sphere. All this passing into existence molds and makes the man's self, in quotations. The soul that is, with a capital I. In this soul, wholly independent of what death can destroy, of what is corporeal, is immortal. Let us turn to the analogy, chapter 1. It is by no means certain that anything which is dissolved by death is in any way necessary to the living beings in its state of reflection after ideas are gained. For though from our present constitution and condition of being, our external organs of sense are necessary for conveying in ideas to our reflecting powers, yet when these ideas are brought in we are capable of reflecting in the most intense degree, and of enjoying the greatest pleasure and feeling the greatest pain by means of that reflection, without any assistance from our senses, and without any at all that we know of, from that body which will be dissolved by death. It does not appear, then, that the relation of this gross body to the reflecting being is in any degree necessary to thinking, to our intellectual enjoyments or sufferings, nor consequently that the dissolution or alienation of the former by death will be the destruction of these present powers which render us capable of this state of reflecting." I fear our scientific friends will not think this very satisfactory, but with that I am not concerned, nor does it seem to have troubled Browning very much. Again, both Butler and Browning have, as was very natural in men who were so sincerely anxious to get at truth, commented on the inadequacy of the only medium man has for communicating his thoughts to others, language. "The imperfections," writes Butler, "attending the only method by which nature enables and directs us to communicate our thoughts to each other are innumerable. Language is, in its very nature, inadequate, ambiguous, liable to infinite abuse, even from negligence, and so liable to it from design that every man can deceive and betray by it." Says Prince Hohenstiel, "Do your best, words have to come, and somehow words deflect, as the best cannon ever rifled will." And we all know how voluminous a commentary on the remark is supplied us by The Ring and the Book. It has been said often that Butler is a pessimist, and if that were so, he would of course stand in absolute contrast to Browning. But Butler was no pessimist. He has, it is true, an air of constraint and gloom. He has nothing of the buoyant confidence of the enthusiast. He seems himself to feel no satisfaction, even when his arguments are most convincing, and his refutation of error most complete. He seems to have the embarrassed air of a man delivering a message without credentials. Of the utter inadequacy of such means as he had at his command to prove to others the truth of what he was himself morally perhaps certain of, the truth of Christianity, no man was more aware than he. His position was indeed similar to Browning's speaker in Fears and Scruples. "I can simply wish I might refute you, wish my friend would, by a word, a wink, bid me stop that foolish mouth, you brute you. He keeps absent, why I cannot think." Of all mysteries this seems to me to be the most perplexing, that issues so momentous should, if the appeal be made to reason, rest on evidence so slight that it just, and only just, turns the scale in favor of the possibility of Christianity being true. And yet Butler and Browning contend that man has light enough given to him to light his path if he will only use it. This is beautifully put by Butler. "The constitution of the world and God's natural government over it are all mystery, as much as the Christian dispensation. Yet under the first, He, with a capital H, has given men all things pertaining to life, and under the second, all things pertaining to godliness." And this is exactly the position of the Pope in The Ring and the Book. It is true also that Butler has painted, and a few men in darker and more tragic colors, the anarchy and chaos which seem to deform the realm of an omnipotent moral governor. But he was no pessimist. He drew exactly the same conclusion as Browning. He never doubted clouds would break, never dreamed, though right were worsted, wrong would triumph. "The moral government of God is exercised by gradually conducting things so in the course of His providence, H, that every one at length, and upon the whole, shall receive according to his deserts, and neither fraud nor violence, but truth and right, shall finally prevail. Part 2, Chapter 4. If this is not optimism, what is? End of chapter 14.